Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So we have new evidence today that Donald Trump is just completely destroying the economy. And small businesses are taking the brunt of this. They are just getting hammered by Donald Trump's failing economy. So as I'm sure you guys all know, ADP, they're the company that processes payrolls for companies. Well, they put out a monthly jobs report. And as of now, they're basically the only source we have. They're the only reliable source because Donald Trump, as you all know, fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And now we don't know if anything that they're putting out is legitimate. But anyway, according to ADP, the U.S. had a net loss of 32,000 jobs last month, in the month of November. And the report said that larger companies, so companies with over 50 employees, they added about 90,000 jobs last month. But the small companies, and they said especially businesses that have between 20 and 49 employees, they laid off more than that. They laid off 120,000 workers. And here's the breakdown by industry that they gave. So companies that provide professional and business services lost 26,000 jobs. Businesses that provide information services lost 20,000. There were 18,000 workers laid off in manufacturing. So, you know, the industry that Donald Trump claims, oh, we're just doing so great. We're increasing manufacturing. We've got companies building plants all over the place. We're bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. Total and complete bullshit. In fact, check out this chart. So this is from Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics. Look at how that falls off a cliff. That is manufacturing jobs. You can see the manufacturing jobs were increasing under Joe Biden. 2022, 2023 especially, we saw some increase in manufacturing. Then they start to fall off in 2024, and then it's like a slide. It just nosedives. I mean, it fell off a cliff in mid-2024 too, but then when Donald Trump took office, especially after his tariffs went into effect, just dropped off a cliff. So this dumbass has absolutely tanked manufacturing, and he's too ignorant to realize it, or he's just flat out lying. Anyway, ADP also reported 9,000 jobs lost in the financial industry and then another 9,000 in construction. So there you go. And then here's another way that we know that the economy is getting worse. Look at this. So Forbes reported this, that more and more Americans are taking on gig jobs, you know, things like Uber driving, you know, grocery delivery, like Instacart and all that stuff. Some of these people, they said, had lost their jobs entirely, but then there were others who just had to take a cut in hours or pay. So you have to understand, the reason I bring that up is because that latter group, the ones who just got their hours or their pay cut, they're not going to show up on the unemployment rolls, right? They're not going to show up in the jobs data of how many jobs we've lost, because technically they haven't lost their job. They just lost part of their income. So they're struggling to pay bills, but we're not going to see, oh, wow, you know, unemployment is through the roof, because they're still working, but they're having to take on second jobs to make ends meet. And then check this out. So as you guys all know, the state of Nevada flipped last year, right? It went for Biden before, went for Trump in 2024, especially the Hispanic voters in that state. Well, Nevada, as I've mentioned before in numerous videos, they've seen this huge decline in tourism falling off. It's just, you know, this is partly because of the economy, but also it's because of Donald Trump's immigration and deportation policies. People are afraid to travel here. They used to get a lot of international travel to Las Vegas, and people are like, no, screw that. I'm not going there. I'm going to go somewhere else. So businesses are now starting to really feel it. So there's a guy named Matt Payan that they spoke with. He is the co-owner, or actually NBC spoke with him, He's the co-owner of a brewery in Nevada, and he told NBC that this past summer, let me bring this up for you guys. He said that it was a very slow, scary summer, and that as the summer is slowly fading, business is slowly picking up, though, but not as much as we were anticipating compared to last year's numbers. So, oh, what do you know? All these people said, oh, Biden is doing such a horrible job destroying the economy, and so we're going to go with the Republican, we're going to go with Trump to fix it, but yet they were doing better last year. And then Payan also cited the tariffs as the reason that his brewery is doing so bad. He was saying, you know, I guess they not only sell beer on site, but they also can beer and sell it that way. Well, they can't even afford to can as much beer as they would like, as much as they have a need for and people want because of the tariffs. So he said, the canning prices went up so high, we can't keep up with that cost. So unfortunately, we can't can as much as we really should to keep up with demand. And then he went on to say, the cost of living has been a real toll on all of us, including our employees as well. As demand and cost gets higher, our employees need to make more money in order to just survive. Also, the average patron that comes in is now dealing with the higher cost of living, which means our regulars tend to shy away because now they have to save and use their resources for other important needs. What do you know? What do you know? So, someone who is very plugged in to the working class in Nevada is a guy named Ted Papa George. I'm not kidding. That is his name. Papa George. That's his last name. So he is the secretary treasurer of the Culinary Union. I can speak today. They represent the hospitality workers. So you obviously know like that is a massive industry in Las Vegas because of all the hotels. Well, Papa George told NBC News, quote, concerns about the economy have gotten worse since Donald Trump took office. And then he went on to say, the Trump slump is here and happening. The same bad move Biden made with trying to tell people the economy is good, Trump's doing the same thing. What we're seeing now is the rebirth of the Great Gatsby and the Gilded Age. The question is, are Democrats going to step up to the plate in a clear, coherent message that they're with us? Yeah, so we'd all like to know that. We also got a dire report from Forbes news outlet. So take a look at this. It shows foreclosures are up 32%. This was as of October. So this is comparing October 2025 to October 2024. Foreclosures have jumped 32%, 1/3. And Forbes said that was a 6% jump over September's foreclosure numbers. And this was as of October, it was the 8th consecutive month where foreclosures had increased this year. So basically, foreclosures have been rising almost every single month since Donald Trump took office. And 2 out of the 3 top states, there are 3 states that they named had the highest foreclosure rates. 2 out of those 3 had gone for Trump last year. So according to the data, Florida, South Carolina, and Illinois had the most foreclosures. As you know, I'm sure you guys know, Florida and South Carolina, heavy Republican states. In the meantime, Trump's team They're boasting now. They're talking, oh, Black Friday was so great. Spending hit an all-time high. You know, what inflation, like economy, affordability, like people aren't buying that. Obviously, they're out buying stuff. They're out, the people in America know that that's just bogus and Democrats are making this up. Here's the thing, guys. Here's what we need to be aware of and keep an eye on. So number one, it was reported that about somewhere between 90 and 95% of all of the purchases that were made last Friday on Black Friday, yeah, they were financed. So that is not a sign of a healthy economy. Okay, when people can't pay cash for their purchases. And I saw people online saying, oh, well, yeah, people do that so that they get the points on their credit cards and then they just pay it off. No, no. A large portion of these people paid, as you see in this article title, on the buy now, pay later plans. So this is like, I forget the name of all of the different ones. I think Affinity is one. They've got all these different programs now where, like, in the old days, it used to be you put it on layaway, right? You go into the store and you make a payment and you periodically, and then when you pay for it all, you get to pick it up. In this, it's the opposite. You get to take it home right away, or it gets shipped to you right away, but then you have these layaway payments. You have to make payments each month. And a sizable portion of the people who put this stuff on these buy now, pay later plans said, yeah, I'm not going to be able to pay this off next month. I'm just going to have to make payments as I go. So people are literally financing Christmas presents. They're financing the holidays. And the other thing that we need to be cognizant of and keep an eye on is, are these people going to continue to shop like this? Like it's going to be interesting to see if the sales now drop off now that, Cyber Monday and Black Friday are over. Was everybody maybe thinking, okay, I'm going to do all of my shopping on these 2 days and get the best deals that I possibly can, and then I'm done. I'm not buying anything else for the rest of the holiday season. We'll see. Or do people just keep financing stuff? So in any case, Trump has absolutely no plan. He has zero plan, no idea what he's doing to get things moving in the right direction. His regime is banking on the big butt ugly bill to save them, and like the, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. That's not going to help the majority of Americans. That'll help a small segment, but that's not going to help everybody. And remember, you now have to go, you can't just file a basic tax return. You now have to pay, whether it be online or, paying a CPA or tax consultant, you now have to itemize your tax return to get that money back. It's not like your employer just gave it to you. It's now a tax refund. So anyway, yes, he's going to bring the prices down because he's destroying the economy. That's one way you bring prices down. That's kind of the only way in many cases, is you just destroy everything. People stop buying stuff and then things go down. So really, if I was the Trump regime, I would be wanting people to not buy stuff at Christmas to get the prices down, because now, all of these companies are going to go, oh, well, people are still buying. I guess I don't have to reduce my prices. One thing we will see, though, because of the jobs numbers, is that the Fed is going to reduce interest rates again. That's pretty much a given. But what good does that do you if you don't have a job or if your pay's been cut? You still can't afford to live comfortably. You definitely don't have money to save for a house. If that's your dream, that's your goal. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is not going to go over well in the midterms. And as we've seen, Democrats are just overperforming left and right in special elections. Oh, well. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have kind of a roundup for you today of, what all happened this week and a bunch of different humiliating things that occurred, or humiliating for Trump, I should say, not the rest of us. So it was a good week for the rest of us, not so much for him and his team. So here is the deal. Trump was given a literal participation trophy at the FIFA World Cup 2026 draw. I don't know if you guys caught this, but really embarrassing. I mean, they've been saying, oh, he's kind of like the Make-A-Wish kid now. He's like the Make-A-Wish president, like almost like they know he's dying. And so they're just trying to do all these things to fluff him up. They're the fluffers, really, trying to make him feel better about himself. The FIFA president, his name, I believe, is pronounced Gianni Infantino. He presented Trump with this completely fake award. Like, they literally seem to have just made this up. They called it the FIFA Peace Prize. And he said, quote, "In an increasingly unsettled and divided world, it's fundamental to recognize the outstanding contribution of those who work hard to end conflicts and bring people together in a spirit of peace." Hey, you seriously can't make this shit up. Or, well, no, I guess apparently you can, right? You can just invent non-existent awards and pretend that people ended wars, right? Because we all know Trump hasn't ended any wars. He's made up some that he claims to have ended. He also did not end the conflict in Gaza because Israel is still murdering Palestinians. So yeah, don't know why they're giving this to him. Anyway, also this week, Trump's Justice Department decided they want to screw over cancer patients. So take a look at this. Evidently, Trump's DOJ has decided that instead of backing cancer patients, they're going to back the maker of the cancer-causing herbicide known as Roundup. So if you are not aware, there are thousands of Americans, like hundreds of thousands, who have suffered and died of cancer, and they allege it's because they were exposed to this poison, to Roundup. And many of the living victims, many of the families of the deceased victims, they filed lawsuits. Also, various state prosecutors have filed lawsuits as well. And as you guys may remember, Monsanto was the company that originally created and produced Roundup. Well, Bayer Corporation purchased Monsanto in 2018 because things were getting a little hot in the kitchen for them, right? People branded them Monsatan. They were one of the most hated corporations on earth for good reason. They were absolutely evil. So Bayer took that over. Bayer took over the evil. So they are now fighting all of these legal challenges. And Trump's DOJ is now asking the Supreme Court to side with them over the cancer patients. They're asking the Supreme Court to shield Bayer from these state prosecutions. And the people who would have been most exposed to all of this are people in rural areas, right? I mean, that's where most of the land is. That's where you have room to grow crops. And so that means a good number of the people who were most affected by Roundup are likely to be Trump voters. And Trump gave his supporters another big FU this week, another big middle finger. He pardoned corrupt Democrat, Henry Cuellar, I think is how you pronounce it. Cuellar. Anyway, Kilar, I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce it, but anyway, I have mentioned him before. He is barely a Democrat. He is anti-choice, thinks that he should be able to tell women what to do with their bodies, all kinds of right-leaning views. Well, he and his wife, as I've mentioned before, were accused of taking bribes. Not just small bribes. They're accused of taking over $500,000 in bribes in exchange for Kilar's favorable treatment towards certain companies and other countries, Azerbaijan being one. So this is the exact opposite of draining the swamp. And Republican lawmakers aren't really happy about this because they were hoping that because of this, Kilar would be out and then they could easily pick up his seat in the midterms. I mean, you really have to wonder, what exactly did Kilar promise him? What did he promise Trump in exchange for this pardon? Right? Because then he came out and praised him. Oh, this wonderful leadership of Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. So it's going to be interesting. We really need to keep an eye on how he votes going forward, if he switches parties after the midterm elections. You know, a bunch of lawmakers have done that in the past. They will run as a Democrat, and then as soon as they win, with the help of Democratic voters, they all of a sudden change their loyalty and they change their party affiliation. So if Democrats have any common sense in Texas, you need to find a different candidate and run them against this asshole. This is why I always say, just because someone has a D behind their name, it does not mean that they're a good person, doesn't mean that you can trust them. Like Gavin Newsom, who couldn't answer a question not too long ago about AIPAC and Israel's influence in America. That's a red flag, guys. Anyway, we're also learning more about Pete Hegseth and his extrajudicial murders in the middle of the ocean. And you guys are going to be so shocked to hear the Trump administration is lying about the facts. I know, this is my shock face. Anyway, the Wall Street Journal had reported this week that Hegseth forced Admiral Alvin Halsey to resign after he expressed concerns about these bombings. What do you know? So this is Admiral Halsey here in this photo. They wrote in part, quote, "As the military began striking alleged drug boats, Halsey was initially concerned about murky legal authority for the boat strike campaign, according to former officials. Tensions between Halsey and Hegseth led to a confrontation at the Pentagon in early October. Air Force General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, was also at the meeting. In addition to Halsey, Colonel Paul Meagher, the command's top lawyer, was initially concerned about the ramifications for U.S. service members because targeting the alleged drug boats stretched the boundaries of the legal definition of combatants engaging in military hostilities, according to a third U.S. official and former senior U.S. official." So you had two career guys, one of them the top lawyer for the Department, or I guess not the Department of Defense anymore, the Department of War, both saying, hey, not real sure about the legal, stability of this, the legal grounds for this. Could be a problem. Hegseth's like, nope, you need to do it. Because according to the Journal, Hegseth told Halsey, quote, "You're either on the team or you're not. When you get an order, you move out fast and don't ask questions." Now, we did hear from Democratic lawmakers who attended a meeting about all of this and viewed the video footage that apparently Hegseth did not give an order that said, quote unquote, "kill them all." That had been reported. I had shared that with you guys earlier this week. But the New York Times reported that Hegseth had set up a protocol for if in fact they did have survivors for any of these attacks. So what they wrote is that, quote, the military would attempt to rescue survivors who appeared to be helpless, shipwrecked, and out of what the administration considered a fight. But it would try again to kill them if they took what the United States deemed to be a hostile action, like communicating with suspected cartel members. Here's the thing. Up until yesterday, and this is why this is important, up until yesterday, there were reports that the two survivors of that first strike had used a radio to call for help. So that would be deemed these men trying to continue on with their drug mission, I guess, right? If there were any other boats in the area who, you know, were of similar mindset, also looking to sell drugs, they come along, pick them up, pick up the drugs. This is all bullshit, okay? First of all, according to the lawmakers who watched the video of the strikes, there was no radio. The complete back end of the boat was taken out by the first bomb. Only the very front of the boat, from what they explained, still existed. So the engine was gone. The engine was blown up, it was sunk, and along with the drugs. So what exactly were they going to try to do, right? Were they going to go scuba diving, try to get the drugs from the bottom of the ocean? I mean, what did they think was going to happen here? There was no justification. From everything that I've heard from all the different lawmakers who've been interviewed and from statements that they've put out online, these two men were trying to flip the boat over, what was left of it, to save themselves. They were just trying to stay afloat. I mean, you're out in the middle of the freaking ocean. They weren't anywhere near land. So, of course, there are sharks in the water. You want to get out of the water as quickly as possible after this. You know, you definitely don't want to drown. So anyway, that second strike was unequivocally a violation of military guidelines, which specifically says in their own handbook that if there are men who are shipwrecked, you can't fire on them. They have to be taken into custody alive. Small penis syndrome Pete, though, was also cited for another thing this week. So this is not his only issue. He is causing Trump all kinds of agadu, right? He is causing him so much upset. So he was cited in an IG report, an Inspector General's report, for endangering the lives of military members when he shared those details about that strike on Signal. So you guys will remember this happened months ago. They were going to bomb Yemen, and they were discussing the strike, and a reporter just happened to have been included accidentally. So anyway, he's talking about this on Signal, and the Inspector General's report, and I will bring this up for you guys so you can see, they stated in this report, quote, if this information had fallen into the hands of U.S. adversaries, Houthi forces might have been able to counter U.S. forces or reposition personnel and assets to avoid planned U.S. strikes. Even though these events did not ultimately occur, the Secretary's actions created a risk to operational security that could have resulted in failed U.S. mission objectives and potential harm to U.S. pilots. So not only could he have screwed up the entire mission, but he could have caused mortal harm to these U.S. pilots. They could have been shot down. The IG also said that Hegseth violated department protocol, which specifically bars officials from conducting government business on personal devices. They also bar and prohibit the use of commercial messaging apps to transmit non-public information. So, yeah, and now Pete Hegseth is out there going, oh, yep, totally exonerated. Yep, I got a total pass. See, I did nothing wrong. It was proven. I mean, these people are the biggest freaking liars ever. Last but not least for this week, as of this morning, this was probably the biggest humiliation this week, to be honest. A new grand jury declined to bring an indictment against Trump nemesis Letitia James, the New York Attorney General. So they tried again. You guys will remember a judge, or yeah, I think it was one judge that kicked out threw out the Letitia James and the James Comey prosecution. So they brought it again before a new grand jury. Absolutely humiliating, because you only need a simple majority. There are typically 23 jurors on a grand jury. You only need 12 of them to say yes in order to bring the charges. And then check this out, you guys. This is infuriating. As you guys know, the original indictment against James and against James Comey, they were brought by Trump's latest unqualified hack, Lindsay Halligan. Okay, she was literally what was she? She was in pageants. She was like a pageant queen turned attorney. So she has no prosecution experience. She's just like, did insurance claims and stuff, like total fraud, right? So the court ruled that she was illegally appointed and wasn't allowed to serve as U.S. attorney. And then another judge said the same thing about Trump minion, who you see here on your right, Alina Habba. She was appointed as the U.S. attorney for the state of New Jersey. And yet, as you can see here, Donald Trump's DOJ is still referring to each of them as U.S. attorneys. So this is the most lawless and corrupt presidency in American history. It's not even close. Between all of the grifting, the meme coins, the, Truth Social, all this other bullshit, it's out of control. But like I said, humiliating week for Trump. So overall, it was a great week. It was a good one. All right, guys, I will let you know when I hear more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Have a great weekend. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have some news about the January 6th suspect that the FBI has arrested for the January 6th pipe bombs. You guys may have heard about some of this already, but I have new details that just dropped today, and why this is actually really bad news for MAGA. So take a look here. As I said, this is not good for them because it was another MAGA man. So I'll explain how we know that in a minute. But as you all know, pipe bombs had been left outside the Democratic National Committee, Committee. And the Republican National Committee headquarters. So this was on the night of January 5th of 2021. Well, there was all kinds of speculation about who it might be, the motive. A lot of people, oh, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene. I knew it was a guy. You could tell from the way the person walked that it was a man, but it did look like a small man. But anyway, video was released. It was circulated. There have been no leads for 5 years, or I guess people have called in tips and stuff. They were investigating, gathering stuff. Well, now the FBI has identified 30-year-old Brian Cole. He is a Virginia resident. Here he is here. Yesterday, news outlets had reported that Cole was tied to anarchist-type ideologies. So, of course, MAGA media ran with that. They were like, oh, it's Antifa. It was the left. See, these people are crazy. They're so violent, blah, blah, blah. Well, what do you know? Turns out Cole was a Trump supporter. He actually fell for Donald Trump's 2020 election fraud fairy tale. Yeah. CNN reported this morning that during Cole's interrogation by the FBI, he told the agents that he believed the 2020 election was stolen. So I am beyond excited and happy that his arrest occurred during Trump's presidency, because if this had gone down during Biden's term, you know exactly what MAGA would be saying. They would have written this off as fake news. They would have said, well, see, Biden is setting this up. He's just making this up to make Trump supporters look bad. What's funny is, I don't know if you guys caught the press conference, but Trump officials were all out peacocking yesterday. You know, oh, this is just good old fashioned police work and blah, blah, blah. We just did some digging and this wasn't based on new information. We just, good old gumshoe police work. So I am loving the fact that MAGA is now forced into this terrible choice from their perspective. They either have to defend a black man, which you know how much they hate doing that, or they have to condemn one of their own. So here's what we know about this case so far and the charges and Cole. So reporter Carol Leonnig was on MS Now, which was, previously MSNBC, and she said the FBI had Cole's name this entire time. Apparently, they had thousands of names that they had gathered because just like they did with January 6th, what they did was they went back and they looked at all of the cell phone data. So they looked at what was pinging off of the cell phone towers in the area, and then they tried to narrow it down. So they recently cross-checked that cell phone data with specific types of purchases that were made. One in particular was a battery connector that was kind of unique from what Leonnig said. And they had other components that they were looking at that were used to build the bombs, because the bombs didn't explode, luckily. So they were able to dissect them, and they looked at all the components and what all went into them. So the FBI found, after gathering all of the purchase receipts, that Cole had purchased all of these items in the 2 years leading up to January 6th. Don't know why he was gathering this stuff early. I guess we'll find out, or allegedly gathering this stuff early. So they say that Cole allegedly kept purchasing items that could be used to make more bombs after January 6th. That's concerning. And then Cole's cell phone, they found, allegedly, had connected to towers that were in the area of the RNC and DNC headquarters between approximately 7:30 and 8:30 p.m. on January 5th. So these are towers that they saw, or that they knew were along the same route that the suspect traveled, because you guys might remember, we had video of this person walking along on foot through DC on that night. Also, in the arrest affidavit, it says that Cole's license plate on his Nissan Sentra was captured passing by a plate reader that was located just a half a mile away, and that was at approximately 7:10 p.m. The other thing is that he fits the physical description of the suspect who was seen placing these backpacks that had the bombs in them, because Cole has a slim build. He is apparently 5'6" tall, and he wears glasses. Because based on the video evidence, investigators said that they thought the suspect was approximately 5'7". They said that that was within about an inch or so of how tall this person would be. So very unique, obviously, for a man to be only 5'7". And then the suspect also was seen in the video periodically adjusting their glasses as they were walking through DC. So, you know, he wears glasses, as you can see in the picture that I shared of him. So, what have we learned today, boys and girls? we have learned that when committing a crime, leave your cell phone at home, right? So it doesn't ping off of towers. Take public transportation or use a stolen vehicle, preferably. Don't wear identifying items like glasses, brand name shoes. That's another way they tracked him, allegedly. And, you know, MAGA has been very educational for all of us. I mean, they've really taught us what not to do if we want to commit crimes, like don't live stream. Don't live stream and post your crimes on social media. Right? They taught us not to brag about our crimes online. Don't pre-plan your crimes online and in, you know, in online spaces, even if it is a private chat. We learned that from all the January 6 cases. So anyway, as of now, Cole has been hit with 2 charges. So he has been hit with transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce with the intent to kill, injure, or intimidate any individual, or unlawfully to damage or destroy any building, vehicle, or other real or personal property. And that is all one crime. It's one statute. And then secondly, he was hit with attempted malicious destruction by means of fire and explosive materials. AG Pam Bondi said that they're considering additional charges, so we'll see if anything else comes of this, but just those 2 alone could put him in prison for up to 20 years. So here's the thing, this all proves 2 things. Anyone who sticks their neck out for Trump and falls for his lies is a complete imbecile who is destroying their own life. They're risking their own future. 2, right-wing podcasters are completely unserious tools who believe anything. Because I don't know if you guys heard, but MAGA, all of the MAGA podcasters recently had this meltdown. And then they started targeting a former U.S. Capitol police officer. It was a woman, not going to mention her name, but I think she still works in the government in some capacity, but she was a Capitol police officer at one point. And the reason that they had this meltdown is because MAGA, a MAGA podcaster, or no, actually, I think it was the Blaze news outlet, and I use news loosely. They claimed that this former Capitol police officer had been ID'd as the January 6th bomb suspect. Here's what they based it on, and you're going to laugh your asses off. They had a gate expert, G-A-I-T, not G-A-T-E, a gate expert review the footage, and they said that the suspect walked exactly like her. That's it. They defamed this woman, set the MAGA mob on her based on that. Nothing else, just the way she walks. I mean, they're morons. And, you know, they also claim for 5 years, oh, this was an inside job. This was a deep state plot. So yeah, right-wing YouTubers, right-wing podcasters are some of the most paranoid, delusional, and ignorant people in America who cannot be trusted. Anyway, all right, guys, that's all we know for now. I'm sure there will be more coming out, but yeah, you know, it was funny because Dan Bongino, I think it was on a show on, I think it was on Fox, and he just didn't have a lot of details to share. Wonder why. Wonder why. Anyway, all right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have more Trump regrets to share with you, more Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. First up is a man who posted on TikTok about how he's totally done with Trump. Take a look at this.
Trump, who I voted for, by the way, thought he had a good first term. Yeah, he's not the same guy. He is not the same guy. He acts demonic. He does things that are demonic. He is following the same path as his UK counterpart, digital ID. If you think that's a good idea, then we can't be friends, because I believe in this thing called freedom. He's sowing discord big time. He's mocking people in front of their face. You could say, well, Trump's been an asshole his whole life. Well, yeah, probably, but he was full of truth. I thought the first time Israel owns Trump. We know that. He doesn't have like everything to do with jobs and whatnot, but he can make it easier on us to get jobs. He's done nothing. Where's the tariff money? Where's that? Right? He says that everything is paid for as far as his ballroom, right? Epstein's ballroom. He said that's paid for, but look who it's paid for by. Google, Meta, Amazon, Palantir. All these companies that he's giving contracts to, kickbacks. Of course they're going to pay for that because they're getting kickbacks. I thought Joe Biden was the evilest person ever by Obama. They're kids play compared to Trump. Telling you right now, kids play. And I didn't want to believe this. I was like, no way, man. But the more research I did, right now you're seeing a federal police force round up illegals. And everybody's cheering, yay, yay, that's great. You can't see the dry run coming. Some of these MAGA supporters are just like a cult. It's David Koresh type level. It's the dude that had all the people drink the Kool-Aid level. It's disturbing, very disturbing. On top of the Epstein files that you'll never see the light of day, right? Dan Bongino and Cash Patel. Does anybody look at Cash Patel and say, yeah, this guy's cornbread ain't done all the way in the middle? He sucks. What has he done, right? That's all we heard. Cash Patel, Cash Patel. He's horrible. So is his boss. This guy's he really is weaponizing the system. And he ain't even making no qualms about it. Pam, go lock that one up. Pam, go lock that one up. Dude, that's dictator shit. Dictator. You better take a closer look at your boy.
Yeah, the whole thing about the cornbread cracked me up. But anyway, that man was Eric, and that was just a fraction of the video that he posted. I applaud him. I applaud Eric. I welcome him back to reality. At least he has the courage to admit he made a mistake, and he's calling out his own side. So you're welcome on the show anytime, Eric, if you happen to see this. And Eric posted several other videos calling out Trump as well. So he's getting a lot of comments on his videos. This one in particular, he got a ton of comments from fellow Trump voters who feel the same way. So there was a woman named Brandy, and she replied, quote, "He sold us out." Pretty simple. A male TikTok user replied, quote, "I voted for him as well. The remarks he makes about not going to heaven, not asking for forgiveness because he doesn't sin, and always talking about how great he is, definitely gave me same vibes. I tell everyone I don't trust any of them on either side. We better learn to come together. Instead of post about robbing, there need to post out about loving thy neighbor and helping anyone in need. No one should have to steal food." Oh, okay. I mean, I agree with him. I agree. But yeah, woo. Another woman told Eric, quote, "I was a supporter. The man is evil." You will get no argument from me there. And then this next guy finally admitted what we knew all last year, what we kept trying to tell them. This guy wrote, quote, "I believe he betrayed us to avoid going to jail." Yes. Yes, he did. We have a winner, folks. So I have more of those for you guys, but first I want to show you a video from a recent focus group that was conducted by Sarah Longwell. She's over at the Bulwark. If you guys don't know, if you haven't seen the focus group podcast, really good stuff. So check this out.
For Trump in 2024 because he was promising America first and that he was going to end, foreign wars, and he was promising better economy. And it seems like all those promises have been broken. We're in a huge war. Inflation is still high. Economy is bad. People are getting laid off. And it seems the whole country is like unsettled. So originally I voted for Trump because he was working on making it America first, making a better economy. That's why people voted for him, because the economy was bad under Biden. So we were hoping for a change, but it seems like all of our money is going to these wars and nothing really for the American people. Like, we can't buy a home. Health insurance is so expensive. You have high premiums. When you go to the doctor, you still pay these high deductibles. There's not much benefits for mothers in this country for maternity leave. Trump said that he was going to do stuff for like fertility treatments, and that was a lie. So it just seems like everything that he ran on, I don't see any benefits for the American people.
Yeah. So they're starting to get it. They're finally starting to get it. He couldn't fake it this time. That's what it boils down to. When he was running the last time, or actually when he was president the last time, he was still running on Obama's economy. He still had the benefit of that. And then, like I said before, COVID hit, we had the lockdown, so nobody was expecting a good economy at that time. His incompetence, his failures, they are on full display this time, and he can't fake it. Anyway, this next TikTok user replied to that original guy, Eric, and he said, quote, "Everything's still so expensive. Gas still hasn't gone down. The tariffs haven't done anything." I would argue the tariffs have done something. They have made things more expensive. Anyway, a woman named Alice also responded to him and said, quote, "No, he's not the same man. I regret the vote." Yeah. And then another woman named Sandy, she told Eric, quote, "Totally agree. I won't even watch him now. Something is very, very off. We need to always keep our eyes on Jesus, and remember, God always allows what he wants to for setting up Jesus' return. It's coming, and I'm so ready." Oh boy, guys. I mean, there was a lot of this. And then another guy named Mike replied, and he said, quote, "Well said. I'm ashamed I voted for him." So there were a ton of similar comments like this. It cracks me up, though, how many of them say things like, "Oh, yeah, he's changed. I've noticed a change in him." No, you have not. He has not changed. You're just finally starting to wake up to the reality of who he is and what he is, which is a loathsome, evil piece of shit. And we've been telling you that. But he has not changed, guys. Trust me. He has not. This is who he was before. This is why we hate him. This is why we couldn't understand why you were voting for him. Anyway, speaking of some of them waking up to reality, check out this other TikTok video from this Trump supporter.
For President Trump. Since you came down that escalator, my life has been a living hell, and I fought through it because I am a fighter. I am livid over what you just did to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I voted for you 3 times. I attended every rally in D.C. on my own dime. The amount of money it cost me. I stayed at your hotel at Trump D.C., sir. $700-800 a night. No discount for the military. Do you know that? Did you guys know that Trump hotels do not give military discounts? Our country's suffering and you keep talking about all these things you're doing. I don't feel it at the grocery store. I need a Valium and a vodka to even go to the grocery store because I look at my cart after spending $200 and I'm like, what the fuck did I just buy? You literally had a communist in your office and you were kissing his ass. I never thought I would ever say this, but I'm no longer a Trump supporter. You're a fucking disgrace.
Communist. So, I mean, I'm sorry. I have little sympathy for her because she admits, oh, my life's been a living hell since you first came down that escalator 10 years ago, and yet I voted for you all 3 times. Talk about fuck around and find out. And then I will leave you guys with this next one. So this was a Twitter post. This woman wrote, quote, okay, so turns out I am stupid. Big surprise to everyone I know. But as my friend pointed out, Democrats are not holding out for health care for illegal aliens. They're holding out to continue the Affordable Care Act, which I am participating in at the moment. So get your shit together, Trump, because I did not vote for you for my health insurance to go up 400% starting in January. I mean, apparently you did vote for that exact thing to happen. I mean, then again, guys, we have to understand. I mean, Trump said he had concepts of a plan for healthcare. So there you go. Guess that's what she was banking on. All right, I will have more for you next week. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe to the channel if you have not. It really, really helps out. It's totally free. Just click that subscribe button below this video. Hit the bell icon so you're notified of all upcoming videos, or videos as they're posted, I should say. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So Donald Trump is now talking about spending billions of our tax dollars to bail out a group of people who he destroyed. He destroyed their livelihood. And they're really in serious trouble. I'm going to explain how we know this, how we know that things have gotten exponentially worse for them this year. So here's the deal. Over the weekend, it was reported that farmers are really feeling the pressure of Trump's policies, his failing policies, so much so that calls to farmer-specific mental health hotlines are skyrocketing, or one in particular, I should say. So this was the report. A woman named Tammy Jacobs, she's the manager of one of these hotlines, and she told a news outlet that she has seen a 400 to 500% increase in the number of calls as compared to a year ago. So, you know, as compared to a year ago when the Biden economy was so horrific that everybody had to vote for Trump, she has now seen a spike over that of 400 to 500%. And one of the hotline operators told the journalist that callers are becoming increasingly desperate. So it's not just that the amount of calls have increased, it's that the people who are calling are at the end of their rope. Like, this is not just, hey, I'd like to get some help. It is, I'm desperate. I don't know what I'm going to do. This is it. And she said, quote, we're seeing more established farmers calling in, people who know how to play the game and how to access programs. They're calling more often now because even with all that institutional knowledge, they're still running into issues for the first time that are more complex and difficult to solve. So they're having issues under the Trump administration that they have never had before. They don't know how to navigate this stuff because they have never dealt with this before. And the news outlet also spoke with a woman named Emma Yerke. She's involved in a monthly meetup group for farmers. It's called Ag Chapter of Gray Matters. So Yerke addressed the fact that farmers are, in general, just not because of the Trump administration, but in general, farmers are twice as likely to take their own lives as non-farmers. Now, there's a lot of factors that they cite for this, but, you know, a lot of it has to do with just feeling isolated, you know, being out there by yourself for so many hours a day, I would imagine, is isolating. But there's other factors too. And sadly, this woman said her father actually took his own life. So she lost him in 2011. And Yerke told the journalist, quote, "It's a huge issue. I mean, we've known at least 3 families this year whose loved ones died by suicide." So this has always been a major issue, but it's clearly getting worse this year because of Trump. His tariffs, as you all know, they have done a ton of damage to the export market, totally annihilated the soybean market, and he's pulled and or frozen a ton of funding. There's all kinds of funding for various programs that they used to give to farmers. They used to have grants for these farmers that would act as secondary or third income sources, you know, and I've mentioned this before. So things like government funding for farmers to grow produce that they then give to local food banks. So the government would fund that so that the working poor, so, you know, the non-working, so people who need help had food that they could go get at food banks. And it also stimulated the economy by giving money to the farmers. So a lot of farmers, they can't find workers as well. This is another issue this year because of Trump's cruel immigration policies, as you guys all know. And there was a representative from the group called Farm Aid. They told this news outlet, and I'll bring this up, quote, "Since the beginning of the year, the farmers have just been thrown into a different level of uncertainty with policy things like losing access to some markets through tariffs, losing access to staff and programming with the government shutdown, and the funding freezes. A big one we're hearing about is losing access to labor with the ICE raids, etc." And then he went on to say, "I was just speaking to a farmer the other day who was basically watching his crops rot on the vines because his usual labor support was just too afraid to show up this year." So food that could be going to needy families, to hungry, starving children, is just wasting. It is literally rotting on the vine because of the Trump administration. So now Trump is talking, like I said, about, or I guess he signed this. They did a press conference the other day where he fell asleep again, by the way. But yeah, he did this press conference and they announced that, yeah, we're doing this $12 billion aid package for the farmers. And I guess they're going to do 11 billion up front, hold 1 billion back for some reason. Here's the thing. I feel for these people. Honest to God, I do. I don't want to see anyone take their own life. I also don't want to see children starving in our country who need the food that these farmers can supply. I also have concerns that we're missing the bigger picture here. We're missing a key issue with pesticides and herbicides polluting their air and their land, and definitely damaging their microbiome, definitely affecting their brains, because, you know, and maybe some of you who are new here don't know my previous experience. My background is as a health coach. I am certified in dual certified in vegan nutrition and integrative nutrition. I have studied health, nutrition, fitness for decades, literally decades. And what I know is, and you can look this up, our gut microbiome is considered to be our second brain. Okay, so when that is damaged, it causes all kinds of issues, mental health included, mental health issues, because about 70% of the serotonin in our body, which is our feel-good hormone, it's what makes us happy and, want to do things and get out and, be joyful. Over 70% of that is produced in our gut, not in our brain. So when you damage your gut microbiome, you are going to be depressed. So anyway, I didn't mean to get off on this tangent, but that needs to be studied. That should be something that RFK Jr. should be looking at and dealing with. But we know he won't, because the Trump administration is bought and paid for by Big Ag and all the other, giants in this country that control Congress as well. So anyway, we'll set all that aside for a minute, because I have two major issues with Donald Trump bailing them out. First of all, this is Trump's doing. Like I said, he screwed up. He screwed up so badly that, these farmers are barely hanging on by a thread. Now, we collectively as the taxpayers have to bail them out. Like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Here's an idea. How about you just reverse all of these moronic, racist policies, and then we won't have to waste $12 billion? Or how about if Donald Trump dips into his big old fat piggy bank and he pays for it himself? Right? Let's do what stores do. You break it, you buy it. He broke it. He broke the economy. He destroyed these farmers. Let him buy it. The other issue I have with this is that the vast majority of farmers voted for this. They did this to themselves. They voted for this man, the majority. It was like something like 75, 80% of farmers. And for what? Like, I've shared with all of you guys how farmers have admitted their crops were selling at record high prices as of last year and during Biden's term. So what was so horrific that they decided, nope, gotta flip, we gotta vote for Trump? Or not even flip. I'm sure they voted for him in the past too, or I know they did. So it's like, so you're not going to go with the guy who's giving you record-breaking returns or his vice president. No, you're going to go to the guy who promised to do sweeping tariffs, which you lived through before and you know that it screwed you over, and we had to bail you out then too. And one other thing too, let me add this. All of these people, communism, socialism. I mean, this is part of what motivates them and what you hear, this stupidity spewing out of their mouth and why they had to go for Trump and why they vote for Republicans. And yet here they are with their handout. And so many times you'll hear, we don't want a handout. We just want to work. We just want, a fair opportunity. But they'll take it. They'll certainly take it. If Trump is going to hand out this $12 billion, they're going to line up and they're going to take it. I would like to see one of them who has slammed the left for communism and socialism, stand up, have some ethics, show some principles, and say, no, thank you. I said I don't like handouts. I don't like socialism. I don't like communism. I am not going to take it because I stand against that. I guarantee you won't find one. And that really pisses me off. Because like, oh, okay, so socialism for you, and then, you know, all of this typical, you know, capitalistic bullshit and bailouts from us and for us, right? So we have to fund you, but then when it comes to helping the needy in the country who doesn't align with your views, maybe they're gay, maybe they're transgender, maybe they're, you know, another nationality or ethnicity or religion. No, those people they're not deserving of your compassion. But we're all supposed to be compassionate and empathetic. Anyway, guys, all right, I will let you know when I hear more. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So the MAGA movement is just disintegrating. It is falling apart before our eyes. I mean, are we shocked? Right? Like, oh, who could have guessed that a movement led by nothing but sociopathic narcissists and filled with sociopathic narcissists would eventually implode? I mean, it's just a shocker. So anyway, I have a bunch of stories to share with you guys about Marjorie Taylor Greene, Roger Stone, MAGA podcasters like Tim Pool, Milo Yiannopoulos, blasts from the past. And for those who don't know, this has been going on for a while. There are a bunch of MAGA civil wars that are all taking place simultaneously. So you have bigot Nick Fuentes. He's feuding with all of the pro-Zionists on the right, as well as some of the, you know, very few non-racists in the base. He was just on Piers Morgan's show last night, admitted that he's a racist, admitted that he's never had sex with a woman. I mean, maybe he'd be happier if he came out of that closet. I don't know that he's gay, but, you know, 27 years old, you never had sex with a woman, you might want to consider it. Anyway, and then, you know, you have some in the MAGA base who want to still pretend that they're not racist, so they're, you know, feigning outrage at him. Anyway, Candace Owens is beefing with everyone involved in Turning Point USA. She's beefing with the pro-Zionist wing of the party and other MAGA podcasters, including Tim Pool, because she's questioning the narrative about Charlie Kirk's death. And in fact, Tim Pool, he just had a meltdown on his show yesterday, and he called other MAGA influencers fucking evil, psychopaths, and scumbags. Those are direct quotes. So I'll show you an article here. He said all of this because it's not just Candace Owens who's not buying the official story about Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. Although Poole is directing the majority, I would say, of his venom and his rage at Owens, but he's calling out everyone, and he's saying, oh, a bunch of you will talk shit about her behind her back, but then, you know, you don't call it out, you don't say anything, you guys are a bunch of, you know, wimps, and you're weak, blah, blah, blah. But then he called Candace Owens a degenerate C word. Now, he didn't say C word, he actually used the full word. If I do it, you know, this video will probably get demonetized, so I'm not going to do that. But anyway, speaking of Tim Pool, he recently had MAGA's former token gay man, Milo Yiannopoulos. They have some others now, but he had him on his show. And Yiannopoulos, as you guys may know, he claims, oh, I've prayed the gay away. I'm not gay anymore. It's like, okay, guy, really? But now he's throwing out accusations against other MAGA influencers and claiming that they're closet homosexuals. So this all went down with George Santos on board. He was there also on the show. And so Yiannopoulos has mentioned this before, but he's now naming names. He is going hard against these people. So on Pool's show, Yiannopoulos said, quote, "One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and those hotel rooms at SAS, which is the Student Action Summit that's hosted by Turning Point USA." And then he went on to say, quote, "Everybody knows men, younger men, not underage, at least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys." So Yiannopoulos then said he also thinks, quote unquote, that Charlie Kirk may have been on the down low and that Kirk and his wife Erica were planning to get divorced. That's what he said. I have no knowledge about any of this. I'm just repeating what he said. Could all be BS, but Benny Johnson is now threatening to sue Yiannopoulos. And Yiannopoulos basically tripled down on this. And he told Johnson essentially, bring it on. In a post on Twitter, Yiannopoulos wrote in part, quote, "I know more about your marriage than you think I do, and I have evidence and I have witnesses. I know who to subpoena. I know what questions to ask about nocturnal liaisons dangerousos, or dangerouses, I guess, with chaps in assless chaps. Chaps in assless chaps, okay? And about being caught in flagrante delicto at conferences attended by students, some of whom may have been under 18. I guess we'll find out. Discovery will destroy your career beyond any possibility of redemption, Benny, which was never my intention and never in my heart, because I believe that family is making you a better man." So then Yiannopoulos starts trolling him. And he posted a bunch of screenshots, but he posted them of old articles that Johnson wrote. So for anybody who doesn't know, Benny Johnson used to write for BuzzFeed News. He used to be a staff member. So Yiannopoulos posted this, among other things. This is one of the articles that Benny Johnson wrote back in 2014. 8 sexiest bachelors of Congress, DC, let these beefcakes warm you up. Okay, I'm sorry. But what straight man is writing this? Like, I don't care. Like, you do you, guy. You be you. I could care less what your sexuality is. I have many gay friends, but it's like, come on, really? Like, could it be any more obvious? I don't know. He could be straight as an arrow for all I know. But anyway, these people are just tearing each other apart, and I'm loving it. So anyway, Tucker Carlson is also at war He's, warring and fighting with some of the MAGA group for platforming Fuentes and for rightfully questioning our fealty to Israel. And trust me, I can't stand Tucker Carlson. His laugh creeps me the fuck out, but he's right about that. And then it seems like loony Laura Loomer, she is in a fight with basically everyone. Like, she can't get along with anyone in MAGA. So she's fighting with all of these other MAGA media figures who, basically just anybody who isn't a complete Israel puppet. Also, about half or more of the MAGA base has now turned on Marjorie Taylor Greene, because as you guys all know, she had that big falling out with Donald Trump. And as you guys may have heard, Greene was interviewed on 60 Minutes. Now, I can't play any of it for you because I will get hit with a copyright strike, but she was asked on the show, did you cave? Did you allow Donald Trump to run you off? And she said, no, that's not the way things went down. That's not what I decided. She started saying, part of the reason was she started getting all these death threats. And she talked about bomb threats that she received. She got death threats against her son, which she attributed to Donald Trump. So take a look at this article. Basically, one of the threats contained the phrase Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that was the exact phrase that Trump used. This just goes to show that the psychos are on the right. The psychos are Donald Trump supporters, because I have been calling her that exact same thing for years, and I can guarantee you that none of my viewers have sent her death threats. And, you can say, oh, well, Donald Trump is, he just has a bigger following and more people and, he has more sway. But of course, absolutely. I mean, I'm like a small fish in a big pond, but still, it just, he uses the same phrase and she gets death threats. And so Greene told Leslie Stahl, who interviewed her, that she reached out to Trump and JD Vance. JD Vance said, hey, we'll look into it. We'll get back to you. Trump replied, and she said that he, quote, wasn't very nice. And so when Leslie Stahl pressed her for details and said, like, oh, can you give us just some idea of what Donald Trump said? Marjorie Taylor Greene said, quote, it was extremely unkind. That's all she would say. Now, she admitted that Trump was very pissed at her for signing the Epstein discharge petition. That tells you everything you need to know right there. He apparently argued with her about it, and he told her, quote, people will get hurt, meaning if the Epstein files are released, people will get hurt. Now, she said she doesn't know who they are. He didn't elaborate, but, who is it that he's protecting? We know he doesn't care about anybody else, so he's obviously protecting himself. And then Greene specifically denied being MAGA, which was very interesting, right? She has been everywhere in her MAGA hat. I mean, she wore it to the State of the Union, which is really not allowed. And she's never been seen pretty much without her MAGA hat. And now she's saying, no, I'm America first. She repeatedly said that in this interview. Are you MAGA? No, I'm America first. So anyway, when Leslie Stahl kind of pressed her on that issue, she said in a nutshell, like, oh, MAGA is Trump's slogan. That's his policies. And then she confirmed that Republican lawmakers talk shit about Trump behind his back. So Marjorie Taylor Greene told Leslie Stahl, quote, I watched many of my colleagues go from making fun of him, making fun of how he talks, making fun of me constantly for supporting him, to when he won the primary in 2024, they all started, excuse my language, Leslie, kissing his ass and decided to put on a MAGA hat for the first time. So they're all talking smack about Trump, and then he wins the primary, and they're like, "Oh, yep, I'm MAGA, I'm hardcore, I'm with you all the way. Never felt any different." So anyway, Leslie Stahl asked her, "Are you going to run for another office, or you have more intention to be in the public eye and run for anything?" She says no. She swears she has no intention of doing that. She has no plans. In any case, I see posts from previous Marjorie Taylor Greene supporters like Cat Turd, and they're calling her out for missing recent votes in the House. They're like, "Oh, she didn't even show up this entire whole week, but yet she had time to go do a 60-minute interview." What did these people expect? Right? Like, Trump shit all over her and sicked his, psychopathic, sociopathic base on her, and they're threatening to murder her son. What did they expect? I wouldn't have done anything different. Be like, "Oh, no, you want to get things passed now? You want to pass your agenda? Good luck with that. Have fun." Anyway, in any case, there's a new MAGA brawl that erupted over last weekend. So Laura Loomer is pissed off at Tucker Carlson because he has ties to Qatar. And apparently he's buying a place there or something. So anyway, Loomer, as I'm sure you guys all know, she is an avowed Islamophobe. So it wouldn't matter what country it is. If there are Muslims there, she would be slamming him. So she slammed Carlson on Twitter. And her once ally, her apparent ex-friend at this point, Trump humper Roger Stone, he decided to get in on this. He decided to jump in and defend Tucker Carlson. He also threatened to expose Loomer's grift. So Roger Stone posted on Twitter, this is the article about it, and he wrote, quote, "Due to the ability to quite legally obtain all of Laura Loomer's bank and financial records offshore very soon, you'll know exactly who's paying her and why. Tucker Carlson will always be Laura Loomer's intellectual superior, and no amount of her annoying whining will ever change that." Laura Loomer and Tucker Carlson are both longtime friends of mine, but Laura needs psychiatric help for her obsession regarding Tucker. Frankly, if I were him, I'd sue the fuck out of her because there is not a lawyer in the United States willing to defend her. See a shrink, Laura. You ain't right in the head. I mean, so many people I never thought I'd agree with, right? Never thought I would see the day that I would agree with anything that Roger Stone had to say. But yeah, he's right about Laura Loomer. It's that, old clock is right, broken clock is right twice a day adage. So the rats are biting each other. They are biting and attacking each other. It is a beautiful sight to behold. I'm thinking that the MAGA movement is going to end up being like bell bottoms. I was thinking about this the other day, right? Like bell bottoms, they largely vanish, and then every once in a while they make a brief comeback, and people think, "Oh, I've discovered the next big thing. This is so cool. Nobody's ever done this before." And then people go, "Oh my God, this is ridiculous. We look so stupid." And then it dies out again. So MAGA is the new bell bottoms. MAGA is the bell bottoms of 2025. All right, guys. Anyway, I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
All right, hey ho, let's go. This is Noise Filter. My name is MARKALAIN DERY, and let's jump right into today's topic, which is about chikungunya virus and it being seen in New York. So, a rare mosquito-borne virus that many Americans may have never heard of may be making an unexpected appearance right here in the U.S., particularly in New York. Health officials are investigating whether the debilitating chikungunya virus is circulating locally after a Long Island woman tested positive in an initial screening. What makes this case particularly concerning is that this woman, who is 60 years old and lives in Hampstead, had not traveled recently, raising the question of local transmission. Chikungunya, which translates to that which bends up, is the Makonde language. In the Makonde language, is known primarily for causing intense joint pain and fever. It's spread by mosquitoes and is common in some parts of South Africa, Africa, and Asia. For decades, local cases in the U.S. have been rare, mostly linked to travelers returning from tropical regions. In fact, fewer than 15 local cases were reported in Florida and Texas about 10 years ago. So the woman described feeling excruciating joint pain beginning in late August, affecting her wrist, feet, knees, and shoulders, a hallmark sign of chikungunya. While most people recover quickly, the virus can cause chronic joint inflammation lasting months or even years, making it a serious public health concern if it starts to transmit rapidly. Though New York doesn't typically have the primary mosquito species that carry this virus, changing climate conditions, ding, 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 with warmer temperatures have extended mosquito activity into regions they have not seen before. And health experts are now monitoring to see if these mosquitoes have established themselves as local disease carriers, which would mark a new chapter in vector-borne illnesses and risks for that area. So while the public health risk remains very low right now, the case is a wake-up call to stay vigilant. Preventative measures remain essential, eliminating standing water where mosquitoes breed, using insect repellent, and even taking care when outside at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Local health departments are conducting tests on mosquitoes and are ready to act if any positive results emerge. Think of Long Island's spread of chikungunya as a small crack in a dam. It hasn't burst yet, but watching and fixing that crack early can prevent a flood down the line. And as our seasons shift and as the world warms, old health threats can find new homes and new challenges demand our attention. So stay informed, stay prepared, and protect yourself and your family, because when it comes to health, awareness is the best defense. My name is MARKALAIN DERY, and you've been listening to Noise Filter. Thank you.
So welcome, folks, to Devil's Advocate Productions. We talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want on this channel. And this is a co-stream with This Space, the Politics Leftist Collective channel on YouTube, the real home of progressives. And I am talking to Chris Ahuja. I hope I said that right. Ahuja. Okay.
That's all right.
Who is running for Congress in California's 32nd District, which I just looked up here. And it looks like it includes Malibu and a lot of very rich places in California.
Right.
But I think you would be the perfect person to break down exactly what this district is, how you got into the race, and why you decided to run, which I know you just told me in the pre-interview.
Yeah. I had it all planned out and said it, everything. Well, so that map, actually, it's not... That's an older map. So is that Google Maps that you're pulling up?
Oh, that's Wikipedia, yeah.
That's Wikipedia. Okay, so maybe if you go to Google Maps, it might show the current one with Proposition 50. So with Proposition 50, that changed it a little bit more so in the valley areas, not so much the Malibu, Palisades, Brentwood. Those areas are pretty much the same. But up north, when you get into the valley, they added all of Simi Valley. So Proposition 50 did that.
Oh, see,
and
you're right here.
yeah.
This is the Google map.
So it took out some parts kind of in the West Valley, like West Hills, North Hills, but then they scooped around those areas and gave those to Ventura County. But we have a little bit of Ventura County. So Simi Valley is a big one that is now in the district, and then you have Granada Hills. And anyways, so in terms of the, sorry, what was your question, Alex?
My question is, how did you get into this race? What made you?
Yeah.
What was the deciding factor on
Yeah.
how you're going to run it and why?
Yeah. So, let's see, I ran last cycle in 2024.
Okay.
So, I was active and still am with different organizations, environment, climate, neighborhood council at the time. Feel the Burn, San Fernando Valley, and so I jumped into the race end of 2023, and the race was 2024, March 5th, 2024. So not a lot of time to do a whole lot, but jumping into that race and then organizing, building infrastructure, grassroots, and basically. It's like 6 weeks or 6.5 weeks. We knocked on a lot of doors. We called a lot of people. We texted a lot of people. And so that was the first time. And so we had almost 13,000 votes,
Wow.
which was better than expected. And so in terms of 2026 race, you know, after we finished my team, you know, we have field, different volunteers, campaign manager, strategist. It's like, well, let's look at what we did, and do I want to do it again? And it's like, yeah, let's do it again. Let's do it again with more time.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're going against somebody like Brad Sherman, who's been there basically 30 years, and any incumbent, when you're challenging them and you're not part of that establishment, the odds are stacked against you. You're the underdog.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to win. But at the same time, I do like a challenge. And then what I mentioned earlier before we got on is it comes down to people. It comes down to families. It comes down to everyday people who are trying to work their ass off just to pay for basic things. Healthcare, food, groceries, utilities, gas. LA, there is public transit, but it's not as reliable and consistent in different parts of the district or the community. And so these are things that I really think can make a difference in our community. I'm just one person. I don't look at it as my campaign. No, it's a movement, like you mentioned earlier. The different things happening throughout the country. You have the mayor in Seattle who was elected.
Yeah.
I forgot her name. Obviously, Zoran, who won in New York City. There's a lot of people who are challenging the status quo, and for me, it's really about making a better tomorrow, making a better life for people that have dignity. Nobody should be working 7 days a week, and they still don't have enough to pay for basic things. You know, I have a roof over my head, you know, but it's tough out there for so many people. And people like Brad Sherman, corporate politicians, corporate Democrats, of course, MAGA, those are fascists.
Yeah.
Those are complete fascists. Those people are, and then they're a joke. Pete Hegseth, all those people, Cash Patel, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is sleeping in a meeting. But the problem is when you have corporate Democrats, especially people like Brad Sherman, even I just saw Hakeem Jeffries said they wouldn't try to impeach Pete Hegseth. I think I just saw that a second ago.
Gosh.
Don't take my word for it. But this is a
I
problem.
wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they're not fighting for us. They're not fighting for people. And so they should get out of the way, because we do need to do things that will actually make a difference in people's lives. And we don't take APAC, we don't take corporate PAC money. It is grassroots. That's the way we're doing it.
Yeah. I mean, one of the first ways I heard about you was that APAC tracker account that's been doing such great work, just posting public information about where people are getting their money from. And it's really been a deciding factor and really actually hurting APAC to the point where they're like, okay, don't take money from us directly. We'll funnel it into shell corporations that you can then take money from because we're becoming a toxic brand. And I just wanted to play for people one of the first videos I saw of you that got me to follow you. You talking about ICE. And again, just hearing this kind of rhetoric from a candidate running for Congress is just fantastic. So let me just play this for people.
ICE is going to keep snatching people. This isn't a one-time occurrence. They're literally testing Los Angeles and seeing how they can get away with anything they do. I'm running for Congress, if you didn't know that. I'm running for Congress in the 32nd District. I'm primarying Brad Sherman, who voted for ICE many years ago. When I'm elected, I will defund and divest from ICE and take back our country from these fascists. If you can make a donation of $27 to our campaign, it goes a long way. We don't take corporate PAC money. And if anybody asks me, no, we don't take APAC money. I'm in this to win it. Let's go.
Hey, I know it's awkward always watching yourself, but again, that's some hard stances out the gate. This was in June, I believe.
Yeah,
when ICE was really terrorizing Los Angeles.
Yeah, and even today, like they took a break. Like I do stuff with DSA LA out here, and there's a lot of good different organizations who are watching out for ICE, and they're out here in the Valley today. They're they leave and they terrorize communities, and that video, that's what's crazy, is that was I think June, you said. So that was when that dude who the guy's like 4'5", no offense to people who are short, the guy leading the ICE, that dude.
Oh yeah, Balvino or something.
Yeah,
I always get him
guy.
confused with Bongino because they have a similar name.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. I was like, why does it sound familiar?
Yeah.
But that was back then where they were just literally in LA and just creating chaos. Somebody lit that Waymo car on fire. Obviously, don't light a robot car on fire. But these people were literally just trying to create chaos, trying to do what they do, and then now they keep moving to different states.
Yeah,
and
Chicago.
So with that,
yeah.
When I did that, I was like, I said that I think they're testing. It's a test, and so they've kind of seen what communities will do when they come together. And I think Chicago was a really good example of them really like getting their community together and pushing back, and seeing Kristi Noem go to that Illinois Police Department to use the restroom, and then she was like denied. That was amazing. That was incredible. They're like, get the fuck out of here. Any
little acts of resistance. I'm a big fan of, like I say, I talk about movies, TV on my channel. Big fan of Andor, Star Wars Andor. And if you've watched that, at the end, there's just, throughout that show, there's just little acts of resistance. Regular people deciding, you know what, I'm not going to let this officer from the Empire use this facility without proper clearance, and just taking up a little bit of time may help the larger project.
And by doing that, by just saying, hey, like, for example, even like in Andor, any of those type of TV shows, comic books, these people, like, they're renting cars, they're renting vehicles, wherever they're getting them. Hey, if they don't have the right registration, tow that car, tow it.
Yeah.
You're not breaking the law. There's nothing. First of all, they're doing so many things that are illegal in the state of California. They're breaking so many laws, but it takes, if elected officials that are here who aren't going to do anything, and they're just going to say, well, it's unconstitutional, we don't know what to do. Well, hey, you guys are funding, we're talking about LA City, you're funding the police department. You don't think you could maybe talk to them and say, hey, maybe let's look at the registration. Let's see if these people have the right identification. Why don't you do something?
Yeah.
So if you're not going to do, we're going to do it then.
Yeah. And that's what I really appreciate, again, about we're talking before we started about this rising, I don't know what to call it, socialism or just leftism across the country. Candidates like you, candidates like Zoran Mamdani, Katie Wilson is the mayor of Seattle, Kat Abugazala in Chicago, Graham Plattner in Maine, like this rising tide. And I was watching a video yesterday from Olayemi Olurin, who's a great civil rights lawyer, a defense lawyer, and she makes great video breakdowns. And one of them, your camera. It's all right.
I'm back. Here we go. I'm back. Okay.
Where she was talking about, they were talking about how a lot of people wait until there's a national movement, like Black Lives Matter in 2020. Oh, everyone's coming outside, then I'll come outside because I feel safe, right? And there was even these No Kings protests that are very sanctioned by the Democratic Party. It's okay to come out. It's 2 hours, then you're going home. And people complaining, there's no activities for my kids at this protest. Well, then maybe it's not really a protest. Maybe you shouldn't wait for a national movement. Maybe you should get involved locally. And I think that's really what's happening now, is we're not waiting for a national Occupy Wall Street or a national, movement. People are just going, I don't have time to wait. I'm running now. Zoran's running now. Graham Plattner's running now. And the energy, like you said, you ran last year, that energy doesn't go away. It's not like, oh, I lost. All right, then let me give up and not try anything again.
And I think that's like, because when I ran last cycle, that 2024 was, totally different technically. But even when we would talk to people and knock on doors, I called for a permanent ceasefire, like back in January 2024 or February 2024, whenever it was. And, when in terms of that, to pivot that conversation, talking to regular people were like, no, I don't support what's happening in Palestine. I don't support Israel doing that at all. It's inhumane. Those are regular voters that you're talking to. People are saying that in 2024. And, but in terms of, waiting, I think I've seen it. Other candidates may jump in and then that's it. And then they do something else. Hey, teach his own. But for me, it's a movement. It's not really about climbing a ladder. There's other things you can do that are easier and make a decent living. And so, all the people that you mentioned, they're really calling it out. And then when you see the corporate Democrats, the establishment attack them, and which is consistent with what we're talking about. They're not looking out for us. And of course, there are some Democrats that are doing a good job. There's a few. Sure. I think there's a few, but we could probably count them. But
maybe two hands. Maybe
on two hands. And so it's interesting. Like, we're on social media, on the different platforms we use. I have people. Most people are down, but then you have these other people. You're like, wait, what's your angle here? What are you trying to say? But they're corporate Democrats, where they're like, well, why are you talking about another Democrat? You shouldn't do that.
Right.
You should, that's not right. For example,
were you trying to help Trump?
Yeah, right. Exactly. So you're gonna get some Republican elected here. No. That's not what's happening. But like, there was one person. It was like in the summer, and I was talking about ICE, and I used the F word. I happened to say the F word in the video, and I kept it. It made sense. It worked. And my strategist always, we've had the conversation about profanity, and so he's awesome. So I left it in the video, and most people were like, this is great, because I said it's a fucking war zone, like what they're doing. And one person was like, hey, you shouldn't talk that way. The incumbent or some other Democrat, they don't talk that way. And I just thought about it for a second. I was like, okay, so it's okay if ICE is beating up people and kidnapping them. They're wearing masks and throwing them in the vents. That's
fine.
That's okay. That's not necessarily okay, but you're more worried about my language than that, because that's what the video is about. And so I just did another video and I said, hey, I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you by using the F word. I promise you I won't do that bomb again. And if you find it more offensive than the people being kidnapped and put in a van wearing masks, I'm sorry. And I promise I won't ever fucking do that again.
You know, I think too. I'm sorry.
And then we
go
got blocked. I think they blocked.
I think too a quote from the South Park movie. South Park is one of my favorite shows of all time. Where Sheila says, you know, horrific, deplorable violence is okay so long as no one says any naughty words. And I think that really does come to the respectability politics, or like, oh, we have to be on our toes all the time. And, you know, Trump won by saying, fuck you guys. Like, I'm on this stage with 17 other Republicans, and I'm saying, fuck you. I gave you all money. I'm the guy. Vote for me. And he demolished the field. I had to look up the other day who was the favorite at the time, because I forgot. It was Marco Rubio.
Wait, in 2016 or
2016. It was Marco Rubio, because he had done the response to the Obama State of the Union in 2012, I think. Wow. And, he's going to be the new guy, and we have a Latino GOP candidate. And then
right. I remember
Jeb Bush hopped in, so it was like, it's either between...
destroyed.
Yeah, the dynasty or the new hotness of Marco Rubio, and Trump just walked in and said, fuck you guys. I'm what you've been preaching since the 80s. I am Reagan personified. I am the trickle-down billionaire, like... and just demolish them on their own turf. And
he destroyed them. He just completely, like you said, one by one, they were all just like knocked out. And then they all had to be like, oh, we love him. Yeah, was it? Oh, and then Ted Cruz too. He was in there, right?
Yeah. Ted Cruz, also another like, maybe the Tea Party is going to have their own candidate. Nope.
No.
It was Trump.
But what he did, and now it's like people can see. It'll be interesting to see. I forget her name, but is it today, the Tennessee special election?
Yes, Afton Bain. We're going to be covering her race later on this Space Live. I'm very interested to see if she wins. I really hope so.
That's crazy.
Kind of funny that the Republicans only really started talking about it like this past weekend. Like Zoran's race, it was the talk of the summer, but Afton in Tennessee, it's like it snuck up on them. Like they didn't think they had to address it, and which again I think is advantageous for these smaller pockets of leftist candidates getting more traction than they would if it was televised nationally from the beginning.
Right.
Because then would give more time for corporate Democrats to get another candidate in there, or Republicans to smear them. And I'm very excited to see how that race plays out.
That'll be really interesting to see. I don't know that district, the community, but if she wins,
I think it's Nashville. I think that's the district.
That's a huge.
Because they're going after her with like, she said she hates country music, and
really,
and it's like, no, she didn't.
That's
she was saying. She was saying she hates the fact that, she grew up in Nashville. She was like, I don't like the bridal parties who come in and, terrorize. Yeah. And my wife actually went to Nashville earlier this year and was like, it's an amazing city. I love this.
Yeah, I heard.
There's
really
a whole
cool
strip of like bars and party
great
area.
Food, right?
But goddamn, these bridal parties come in.
Right. So what, they do a lot of bridal parties in
Nashville? Apparently it's like a destination for like for bachelorette parties. Yeah.
No kidding.
And I guess, like I'm in New York. Yes, the parades, which we saw talked about at the debates, are not my favorite because, oh my God, it's so crowded and full of people. But, I
watched some of the Macy's parade last week, I'll be honest.
I mean, the Macy's parade, that's one of our staples. But like SantaCon, which I know is coming up, I'm dreading.
I don't know
SantaCon is when, it's a new one. That's when people just dress as Santa Claus or elves and just bar hop all over the city.
Oh, cool.
It sounds fun unless you live here. Then you're just walking down the street and see Santa puking up and elves
hilarious. It's like
and whatnot.
Santa.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, You don't want to bring your kids out when SantaCon's
Okay.
happening. You
All right,
don't
so
want
not-
their
not
image
family
of Santa Claus to get polluted. But I just wanted to bring up your campaign website because I think it's a good indicator of how well a campaign is being run. So your campaign website, as soon as you click into it, is a donation, obviously. Simple look, your face. I kind of like how this is very Zoran-ish, how your graphics team has put it together.
Yeah.
And then just you scroll down a little bit. Here's your mission statement. We're not just running a campaign, we're building a movement to stop Trump, fascism, and the politicians too weak to fight them. Perfect. Love it. And then down here, here's your staples. Abolish ICE. Rent should be a foundation, not a weapon. Healthcare, Medicare for all is good, but also to improve it. And to maybe, Medicare for all or single payer. And then, some articles down here and the family. And I just want to commend your team and you for deciding on this great layout. And we're going to compare it in a moment to Brad Sherman's campaign site and check out what the competition has.
I think he has a new website. I think that's what I found out.
So let's check out his website. As soon as this is the landing page.
Oh.
And it's just blank. So you have to scroll down.
Are you serious? It's
yes.
Blank? Really? No. Did you hack them, Alex?
No. It's just this. You go to bradsherman.com and it's just weird. This top banner and then blank white.
Let's play devil's advocate though, Alex. Let's just, let's not, treat seniors in a rude way, okay? let's maybe it's the browser. Maybe it's the browser. Alex. It
could be made for mobile. But if you scroll down here, we got first donations. Okay.
That's familiar.
And then stay in the loop. Put in your information. Give me your information, please. And then commitment to service. Meet Brad Sherman. Congressman Brad Sherman was born and raised in Southern California, represents the San Fernando Valley and much of the West Side. In Congress, you said he's been there for like 30 years.
Yeah.
Brad has developed a reputation as a champion for working families and a strong advocate for consumer protections. He's a senior member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and House Financial Services and was among the leaders behind the formation of the Consumer Financial Protection Agency. All right, that sounds good. It sounds like he cares about consumers. And then that's the end of his landing page.
Oh, that's
no, like, here's my issues on what I stand for. Just here's what I've done in my time in Congress.
There has to be issues on there, Alex. There's got to be something.
I mean, if you click through, I just go by the landing pages.
Got it. Okay.
I think it's good to as a quick assessment, for casuals who are just like, let me look up this candidate. What's on the landing page? Because who's going to click through, right? Some people will, hopefully.
Yeah.
But you want all that information front and center. Just like I did this with Zoran's campaign. Like his website was just all on the first page.
Yeah, his website is pretty cool. Yeah, it's I have a picture of Zoran on my refrigerator. No, I don't. I'm kidding.
I went to the rally with him and AOC.
Oh yeah,
and Bernie. It was awesome. Great energy. Like I knew then he was going to win, but as leftists, we got to always cross our fingers and knock wood. But I just wanted to point out.
Sorry, my dog's got a fork in his mouth.
Oh, get that out of it.
The plastic fork. I'm listening.
I love this walk and talk interview. It's fantastic.
Okay.
But Brad Sherman.
I got it.
Good. We do not want them chewing on forks.
All right.
But Brad Sherman, the only time I've ever heard of him was very recently when he was on a plane and apparently was looking at porn. And this was kind of captured by another passenger. And he said this was Elon's fault. That it was Elon's fault that he was looking at dirty pictures on a plane.
Crazy.
And I just wanted to get your reaction to that because I'm sure this being, kind of, again, this is the first time I've heard of this guy.
From that, that's the first time you heard.
That's the first time I've heard Brad Sherman's name.
That's crazy. I mean, I saw that was like 2 weeks ago, and I forget, maybe somebody put in a signal group, and I was like, wait, is that real? And then thought it was fake, to be honest. I was like AI or something. But it was on, I think it was on Dear White Staffers Twitter. I think they're the ones who released it. And it was crazy because what was really crazy is that I don't think he really acknowledged that was not an appropriate thing to do.
Yeah.
And
again, on
you're
a plane,
on a public flight. I mean, why do you think that's acceptable to do that? And I think it speaks to a much larger issue of a establishment politician who's been there for 30 years, who thinks that somehow is okay to do. And it doesn't matter who's sitting around you. It doesn't matter if it's in public. And what someone does in their home, I mean, if it's private,
yeah, we don't kink shame here.
But yeah, go ahead and do that. But
it's just wild to do that on a plane at all.
It's so gross. It's so inappropriate. And you're representing a district. You claim seniority in Congress. That's this whole thing. It always goes back to seniority in Congress, seniority in Congress. So what does that mean? What does that mean if you've been doing those things and you don't think, maybe somebody told on him on the plane. I mean, we've talked to a lot of different people. We've interviewed a lot of people about what their thoughts are on that. And,
speaking of which, let's take a look at that interview. This is your campaign talking to people about what they think of this story. And again, great campaigning. Seize on a moment.
Thanks, Alex.
Because again, this is the first time I've heard of Brad Sherman. And if I'm looking up what happened to this guy, is this ongoing story? And I want to see this video pop up.
Would you say yes? What would you feel about him in that situation?
Well, of course not. I mean, it's not specific to him. Anyone doing something like that on a plane or in private is, I don't think, very suitable to be looking after younger children or maybe women at all to begin with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely wouldn't be comfortable with a situation like that.
And at age 70, do you feel like his OnlyFans era should be over?
Oh yeah, his OnlyFans era should have maybe even started to begin with. Probably not very good for his congressman look, I'd say, but yeah, he should probably scratch that one off the bucket list.
And on a scale from normal person to full gooner, where do you feel like this ranks?
Yeah, I'd have to say it's probably more in the gooner.
Would you say?
I think that's fantastic.
You know, it's crazy. Like the White House, my friend, that night when it was going viral, I don't know what it was the last time I checked, but it was like 15 million. The White House then reposted those photos from his own website, from Brad Sherman's Twitter, and they reposted and called him a gooner, and thought that was pretty hilarious. But the thing is, it's like it's really funny, and but it just shows that this type of person, Brad Sherman, who's been there for so long, that he doesn't think it's he doesn't seem to see any problem with it, and maybe he does. Maybe he does, but I don't think I've read that. And so if you're talking about women, you're talking about families, you're talking about people on a public flight, and accountability. Everything goes back to accountability. Yeah. You are accountable for, I don't know if my neighbors are supporters, but if you're if you don't think you're accountable for what you've been doing in 30 years, which is basically nothing, and then you do something like that on a public flight and you still don't think there's something wrong with that, nobody's above the law. Donald Trump is not above the law. Pete Hegseth's not above the law. Kash Patel, he's not above the law. Brad Sherman's not above the law. None of these people are above the law. And Democrat, Republican, whatever, it doesn't matter. And you can talk about the Epstein list. It doesn't matter. Whoever's there, whoever did any crimes, they should be held accountable. Accountability is the same thing, which in terms of Brad Sherman, he said about for the Epstein files, would it hurt foreign policy by releasing them?
Well, he is on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He would know because he's so senior, isn't he? It's a ridiculous question. It's a ridiculous if society will collapse because of the release of these files, because so many important people were fucking pedophiles, then society should maybe collapse if it's built on the backs of these monsters.
Seriously, they're evil people. They should all be put in prison for life. Whatever the penalties are, they should be held accountable.
And I love that the response a lot of times from the right wing is always like, well, what if Bill Clinton's on there? Gotcha. It's like, so what? Throw him in there too. Throw him and Trump in the cell together. They'd love it.
They're friends. Yeah. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't say that. They're like laughing together.
I mean, we've seen pictures.
Did they go to the same wedding? The weddings together?
Yes, they were at Chelsea's wedding, I believe. Trump and Epstein, or no, Ghislaine.
Wow.
Ghislaine was there.
Oh wow, there you go.
Which again, what is she doing at Chelsea's wedding?
Oh, I mean, if they're somebody they go, why did you talk about Clinton? I'm like, I did.
Yeah,
I did.
I got my.
They're like,
puppy
well, what
back
about
here.
Biden? What about this? Everyone keeps bringing up Biden. Okay, like.
All right, if he's on there, throw him in there too. I don't care.
It doesn't matter. Like they're like Democrat. I'm like, whoever is on there, they should go to jail.
Yeah, it's like you're saying. It's about accountability. It reminds me of when Obama got elected. And people were talking about, all right, war crime charges for Cheney and Bush and Rumsfeld. And he was like, let's turn the page, folks. Let's turn the page. Yeah. Let's not think about it. And then Biden got elected in 2020. Are we going to prosecute Trump for any of these crimes that he's clearly done? What about the impeachments? Let's turn the page. The temperature will go down. And that just explains exactly what corporate Democrats have been doing for 30 plus years is just kind of try to mitigate a little bit of the racism and the damage that the Republicans do while they're in office, and then don't fix anything while they're in office so they can keep making money from the big donors.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we can see maybe I should say it's true, but the truth is, the MAGA regime, they've implemented radical change for their billionaire friends in such a short period of time. This second term for Trump, where you have people, Chuck Schumer, whoever these people are, they're just like, yeah, what you're saying, like, let's just bring down the temperature.
The fever will break.
Maybe we can get some incremental change. No. We're not doing that. We want radical change. There is no reason why we can't have actual, real radical change that is positive, not radical change for billionaires so they can keep getting. No one's talking about Doge. Doge is gone. They did what they did.
Yeah.
They scammed. They stole. They ripped off everybody. And corporate media is not talking about it. I don't really watch local news too often, but I'm pretty sure they're not talking about that.
The only thing I've seen mentioned about Doge is that it's being dissolved. And people are like, oh, ha, 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 your government agency of efficiency is being nixed because it's inefficient and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, they already did it. Like, they already did what they wanted to do. They don't even need it anymore. Elon's got all the data he wants. Grok is running through government systems, just data mining. And it's not a win.
They didn't say it was all just a grift, and then you have these people who are, oh, Doge is gonna do this, and where are you people? The people who kept saying that, where are you? Like, did it help you? Did Doge help you? It just
do you see more money in your pocket?
No, there's no money in their pocket, and then they it's just they're teams. I'm on that team. I'm on this team, but they don't realize that's part of the scam. Don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught up in that. It's a class war. That's what it is. Yeah. It's a class war. It's not a cultural thing. Don't get caught up in that nonsense. Everybody needs the same things. Everybody needs healthcare. Everybody needs a roof over their head. Everyone needs food. Everyone should be able to work a certain hours and not. Sorry, getting all these text messages.
That's all right.
But that's what it's about. And so I think depending on kind of these different elections that are happening, we'll start to see like, hey, you know, whether it's Grand Platinum, the Tennessee race today. There's a lot of, I think, things happening. I think we're in the middle of something that we keep building the movement. We don't want corporate Democrats to stop a real movement, and we have to call these people back to accountability. Calling them out, like the No Kings thing. We talked about that earlier. Like, I remember I was there. You know, the last one was smaller over here than the previous one in the summer, and I was passing out some flyers, and someone was like, "Oh no, we don't need those." And I was like, "Oh, are you a fan of Brad?"
Yeah.
There's not a lot of fans of Brad Sherman. This is the truth. There's not a lot of people who like him. Everyone has a story. Every single person has a story.
Oh yeah, okay.
But my point is that, you know, like, oh, you know, you should just go after Trump or this or that. You shouldn't be talking about another Democrat. And the majority of people, though, don't support that. That's just a small percentage. The majority of people are like, hey, I'm done with these corporate Democrats who sold us out, who are not fighting for us. And so I think having those conversations with people about what they're going through, what they're dealing with, and really listening to them. A lot of people, they don't like being lied to. And now it's like so many people are struggling, so many people are hurting, that it's so personal to them. Whether you were laid off with Doge, all the federal workers were laid off. You know, especially in those cities that are closer, you know, whether it's Maryland, CDC, all these different places. But people just, you know, this is what people are struggling with. And the No Kings protest, I think that it was a really cool idea, but it has to be sustained every day. It maybe can't be that large every day, but it can't just be every 5 months. That Trump doesn't care about that. He's like, oh, cool, I'm gonna call myself a king, and then he puts that does like really really shitty AI, and then it's like, oh, I'm a king, and it's like,
it's just fodder for him. Now the No Kings protest, when that was happening, my take was, if it gets people out of the house and like to a rally, fine, whatever. So long as there's Working Families Party or DSA or candidates like you out there in the mix going, hey, this is all great, right? But like, vote for me and like pay attention to like these policies, and let's like cleave off some of the Sunday, what do you call it, weekend warriors who were there just to just to have fun at a protest and socialize. Get them activated. These are opportunities to get people activated. And I think like Zoran's campaign and him winning the mayorship is a testament to what you were talking about with the class war, and how you don't have to pull an Ezra Klein and throw marginalized communities under the bus. You can talk about affordability while also saying, yes, we're going to protect our trans brothers and sisters and our NB brother, siblings, and we're going to protect our immigrant communities, our black communities, and it's not an either or when it comes to that.
No, it's not either or. And that same goes with abundance. It's not like, you can't have abundance if you have a fascist regime kidnapping people. And you can talk about building and changing the zoning. I agree with certain things, of course. But you can't do all those things if you're not holding those other people accountable. If you're not even talking about Trump, you're not talking about the budgets for ICE and all these things, not talking about Doge, just ignoring all these things, and you're just going to talk about building. That's great, fantastic, but people are being kidnapped and beaten up over here, and by not talking about that, I'm not down with that. That's you can't just talk about building when people are being fucking beat up and snatched, and their families are taken where they don't even know, and you're talking about building. Fuck off.
And
with that shit already.
This isn't like a they call it identity politics, or like this. It's a identity politics issue. The people getting kidnapped. It's like, no, this is happening.
Is that what they say?
I mean, it sounds like it, because that's what in the first Trump administration, I remember the kids in cages. Oh, we got to save these kids in cages. And then what happened? COVID happened. We stopped talking about that. Biden got elected. Completely stopped talking about immigration at all.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, are these kids out of the cages? Did you get them out? Like, what's
Right.
going on with those kids in cages that seem like such an important issue? But again, I was watching this Olay video yesterday, and she was talking about how for a lot of, white people, it seems that some of these issues are more just trends. It's trendy right now to go out in 2020 and talk about Black Lives Matter, really, because you just wanted to get out of the house. You wanted a moral way to get out of the house, because before those protests in 2020, it was the right wing going out protesting that we want haircuts, we want restaurants, we want these things open, and y'all were making fun of them until you had your ability, because you wanted to get out of the house, and I get it, right? Fine, but the police, the police funding only went up, and nobody's still like, hey, what about that mass movement we had? Can we do something about that? Those issues still didn't go away. Police are still killing people every single day.
There was something like yesterday. There was something I saw this morning. I think it was New York City. It was a dude going to work, and they're like, "You're taking up." And then he said, like, some white Karen lady called up, and he's like, "I'm literally going to my job."
Yeah.
And they're like, "You're taking 2 seats," and he's like, "I'm not." And there's a camera, you can see.
Crazy.
First of all, that's unacceptable, and second, he's not taking 2 seats.
Yeah. The crazy the Karen videos are insane. There was one in Miami recently where a woman was trying to block a car from getting out of a parking lot because she's like, I don't believe that you live here or whatever. And you hear the woman tell her husband, don't get out of the car, because what's going to happen? She's going to pretend that she was hurt. She's waiting for the cops to show up. The cops are going to sympathize with her because she's a white woman. Yeah. And what ended up happening was a guy in the car behind them, who was a white guy, just got out and got in her face and was like, move your fucking car. I don't even care what's happening here. Just get out of my way. And she backed down and moved, because there's no way for me to weaponize my whiteness against this white man, because he is higher in the hierarchy than me.
That is so. I remember a few years back, my dad's from India. My mom is, add effects using hand gestures. But my mom is basically, she's white, right? Italian, German, everything. And so sometimes people don't know what my ethnicity is. And there was it was a candidate here in LA, and these Karens were just beating him up.
Oh my gosh.
Just destroying him. And they weren't even attacking him on anything except for the way he made it, like with a face with his like lips. It's something stupid. But he was the only one actually qualified. He won. He got more votes than everybody. He won. He's incredible what he does. And I realized I was like, I need to say something. One of my friends was like, you need to say something. I'm like, I'm just gonna wait. And then I just kind of called out these Karens in a very kind of polite way. And other people were trying to do it as well, but they were not white.
Yeah. And
they were just getting like bulldozed by these Karens. So then I said some stuff, and that was like my first time where I realized, like, oh, I kind of get a pass here.
Yeah.
They didn't say anything back to me. I thought they were gonna be like, say something rude, but they didn't say anything. I was like, oh, all right, I get it. I look like, maybe what you guys think I am or whatever it is. And yeah, you learn how people, like, for example, like we'll do some different, we'll do some like ice stuff in the mornings, right?
Yeah.
And I kind of have a short hair, and I put on my hat, and I'm walking with my dog through Home Depot, like parking lot, and there was like an Ice Scout. Pretty sure it was an Ice Scout, and this dude had like a Coast Guard hat on. How many people wear Coast Guard hats?
Yeah.
And I'm walking with my dog, and he kind of looks like he's like maybe being trained, like trained police dog. He's like sniffing and like looking around, and the guy just looked at me. He's like, "Oh, hey, what's the dog's name?" And I'm like, "Apollo." He said, "Okay." And he kind of looked at me. I looked at him like, who's this guy? Like,
Yeah.
I don't go around fighting people, by the way, but I do a lot of jujitsu, and it's a big passion of mine. But if need to be, I could I probably choke him out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then I let go, because this parking lot, you don't.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, but like it was like this weird vibe where he's like looking at me like, like, who are you? And like,
Yeah. Are you
'cause they
supposed to
don't
be
know. I
here?
might
Are you
be
on
like-
my side?
Yeah, he doesn't know. Like, I might be like, watching the Watchers, like,
Yeah.
whatever, like in the vibe. But it was just interesting how people treat you based on how you look, how you're dressed. I mean, these are like psychological behaviors and things. But yeah, how it's just interesting. Yeah, you can kind of you have to use your power for good.
Yes. A friend of mine who's also on this space, DERY, says the right messenger for the right kind of audience. I'm half black, half white, half Christian, half Jewish.
Okay.
I can talk about Israel, and I feel comfortable in saying fuck Israel, like they're committing a genocide.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, every
You
night
shouldn't
in
say
Hanukkah.
that, Alex. That's Santa.
I know. I'm a self-hating Jew. But every year at Hanukkah, every night I will post like happy whatever night of Hanukkah, fuck Israel, they committed genocide, free Palestine. And it is because I am Jewish. Like, I know I'm Jewish. There's no one who can take that away from me. Ben Shapiro cannot declare that I'm not Jewish. And I'm also black, and I can talk about black issues and using and again, really, I'm a nerd, so I talk about movies, TV, video games, and music. And my goal with this channel is to really combat that right-wing pipeline of like Geeks and Game. I don't know if you know any of these channels, but Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, Fandom Menace, people who make a living talking about, oh, there's a black woman in this Marvel show, so it's woke and you shouldn't watch it, or they tried it with Andor, but Andor was too good for them to really. The audience was like, you're wrong, and so that's where I'm at in my channel's progression.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I love that stuff. I don't really go to those channels, but I love stuff like that. I mean,
because
grew up watching movies.
I want someone who's like looking for a movie review on Frankenstein to find my review, click it, and then in the review I'm talking about how maybe it relates to politics or a reaction to like Nas, an album, and talking about what he's saying in the songs and break it down and how that relates to what's going on today, because I want to get in that algorithm. That's the game that we're playing. We're all playing the algorithm game and trying to get our messages out there. And I see the Gavin Newsom playing that game himself. I don't know your feelings on the guy. I know he's being talked about as a contender for 2028. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. If he's the nominee, I'll vote for him. But he is not my preferred candidate. However, something he did that I really enjoy, I thought was a good move, is this Prop 50. And today, Pam Bondi saying that they're going to sue over civil rights.
Today?
Yeah.
Working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive, our Civil Rights Division. Suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports, and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools.
Oh, fuck. Is this today?
Yeah, this is today. So first reaction, Chris.
Well, my first reaction is I need to make more videos talking about how amazing Pam Bondi is at doing her job.
But
we got a lot to work with there. So she just brought up DEI. Did she say something about trans kids?
Yeah, she said trans people in sports.
So
because the Prop 50, if I'm not mistaken, was the redistricting amendment, right?
So Proposition 50, it passed. It overwhelmingly passed. People like Arnold Schwarzenegger were trying to get Californians not to vote to support Proposition 50, which it was like 66%. I mean, it overwhelmingly won. Like it California is a large area. It is a very diverse group of people. It is massive. And so that was good that they did Proposition 50 because nobody else was doing anything. There's no other Democrats who were doing. Sorry, my dog's like eating up all sorts of random shit.
It's okay.
He's finding stuff I didn't even know existed in my backyard. But no, it was good he did that because nobody else was doing anything. All the Democrats were just they're weak. They weren't doing anything at all. And so the fact that he, him and his teams put that in place, and people still have to vote on it. It didn't just happen. People didn't have to vote for it if they didn't want to vote for it, and it changed our district, certain parts of our district, which is great. It's fine. In terms of what he's doing on social media, the truth is we've been doing that for 13, 14 months. So I don't know if he was copying us, but we because people were, the thing is like, it's early on, people were like, oh, you shouldn't be saying those things. That's not appropriate. And then, Gavin starts doing it and people are like, yeah.
Oh, it's great.
And then people are like, hey. And then I had people going, you're a Temu version of Gavin.
Well, you say,
but
I see it. I see it a little bit, but I would say he's more the Temu version of you, because if I had the choice, it would be you as the front runner for the nomination 2028. Because again, I think, look, you're white passing. You can speak to that. I mean, you can speak to that masculinity crisis that's happening. That I think Graham Plattner is doing a great job of that as well.
He is,
and just being like, it is manly to stick up for people weaker than you, like in a weaker position than you.
Yeah, hell,
that's what masculinity is.
Right, like the whole point in terms of like, there's nothing wrong with standing up for people, and the fact that some of these politicians, if we go back to Brad Sherman, I think people were asking him at one of the town halls about trans rights, and I don't know if he really gave us a clear answer to the people in the audience. Why can't you just say you support trans rights? Why is this a hard thing to do?
And here's what we're going to do to ensure that these people are safe.
Yeah, it's about safety. It's the same thing that happened to all marginalized communities throughout civilization, whether it's civil rights. My step-grandfather was black, was African American, and my grandmother's white, and they were married so long ago. They were traveling in Montana, so, and I'm sure they got all sorts of messages and things to their face about having an interracial marriage. And so I have always been that way where, you got to speak up. And I, sometimes I try not to do it too much, depending on, if I don't want to upset, my family if I'm calling somebody out. But the truth is, you have to speak up. And at least Gavin was doing that when nobody else was doing that. So in terms of policies and issues, we might differ on some of those things. But in terms of him pushing back and doing that, that was the right thing to do. 100%
him speaking out, him, mocking the way Trump talks and whatever, and going viral. Like, sure, that's all well and good, and like, fine, make fun of him. But when he did the Proposition 50, that's when I was like, okay, you're actually doing something tangible. It's not just rhetoric. Tangible. Yeah, it's not just rhetoric. It's not just, we're gonna meme on Trump and like this is Resistance 2.0. You're actually doing something. Like Pritzker in Chicago saying, hey, we're going to prosecute these ICE agents. Yeah. You're not going to get away with this.
Yeah, that was awesome what Pritzker is doing. Not afraid. And I would like to see more of that locally here in our city. More assertive, more aggressive. Aggressive doesn't mean physical altercations. That's not what it means. And there are so many. We had on socials, I had people emailing the Attorney General here. Based on I think it was the sanctuary law here in California, where, these laws are being violated. But yeah, action's important. In terms of what Pam Bondi, those people will do whatever they can to distract from the Epstein files. They'll do everything to distract from the economy. They'll do everything to distract from Trump's approval rating. It is just theater what they're doing. Pam Bondi, she should go back to wherever she's from.
Made me laugh when she brought up our great civil rights division, Linda McMahon, the wife
said
of
that?
Vince McMahon. Yeah, and it reiterates like I'm a native New Yorker. I remember Trump being in Home Alone 2, one of my favorite Christmas movies, and just
Great movie. Great movie.
knowing he's a caricature of a rich guy. Why is anyone taking him seriously? And now his administration is filled with like Pete Hegseth from Fox News, Sean Duffy from Road Rules, Linda McMahon from wrestling. Like, this is a kayfabe administration.
They in the McMahons, like that, they're destroying the Department of Education.
Absolutely
They're
demolished.
they're literally gutting and stealing, and these people, they are, you know, people. I'm idealistic also, so I feel like, you know, if you're doing these jobs representing people, you should be doing it. I know it's naive, but you should be doing it to better people's lives. You shouldn't be doing it to steal. You should not be doing it for retribution. You should be doing it to change people's lives, because that's that's what government is supposed to. It's public service. It's what public service means, right?
Government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Right. I mean, this is for the people, by the people, and so that's why maybe this time around, with different candidates who are grassroots, who really are using this moment to go, hey, let's change public infrastructure. Let's add real transit. Here, for example, in the 32nd district, we have the Sepulveda Transit Corridor project, which has been around for a long time, but Brad Sherman was actually really trying to oppose it being built with actual heavy rail, because it affected some billionaires, like the former CEO of Ticketmaster, who lives in Bel Air. So they're having all these
Ticketmaster, a very consumer friendly company for the consumer protection candidate.
Boom. Well
Crazy.
said, exactly. That's and so heavy rail in the San Fernando Valley and the West Side, it would change the whole dynamics of people sitting in traffic on the 405 and the 101, which is a main part of Los Angeles. And you're only listening to a billionaire. You're not listening to the people. And the funny thing was, the ironic thing was, when I was talking to people, especially last cycle, knocking on doors, talking about Sepulveda Transit, nobody even knew about it except for like 2 people. And they don't want people to know about these things, because they're like, oh, I would use that. You can't keep saying, oh, crime on the bus, crime on the trains. Stop with the fucking propaganda. Of course, I know there might be some weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, I know California gave a big subsidy to Elon Musk for his boring company to create a tunnel to Las Vegas, I think, instead of investing in the public transit.
Yeah, because they're gonna profit off of it. They're gonna just make more money for themselves, but they don't really care. Like,
and one of the only things I know about like California, Los Angeles, I've never had the pleasure of visiting, is the traffic. That's the thing I've heard my entire life, is the traffic is a nightmare. And here you are going, hey, it doesn't have to be. We can have public transit here.
It doesn't have to be. We can literally, from Ventura Boulevard, which it goes through a huge part of the San Fernando Valley near Universal City, all the way to like, where does it end? Like past Woodland Hills. You could have, like San Francisco, you could have like a BART. You could, or Muni, you could have it go along Ventura Boulevard. You could have that. We have buses, but the bus system doesn't connect to all the areas where you need to go. And then they have I won't go into the whole thing, but yeah, we could do these things. It goes back to values and priorities. You have money for war, you have money for this, but why don't we have money for infrastructure that is desperately needed? Whether it's public transit, go back to healthcare, it goes back to priorities and values. And of course, where these elected officials are taking their contributions from. Like, you're not looking out for people. Like, why are you there? And it's like, well, these people are there to be cynical, is because it's to enrich themselves.
Yeah.
They're not trying to help people.
It's for a career.
We can count 5 people, 6 people that are actually really doing. I mean, I think Bernie Sanders is like, he's one of the real people who's been doing the same thing and really speaking the truth about this he's Bernie. Bernie's been doing this for a while, and I think we can continue that. I mean, he's like 85 years old.
Yeah,
he's got more energy than most people.
We need a new guard. We're almost out of time here, but I wanted to just ask you again. We're all trying to play the algorithm game, and I need to ask you a question that will fit into the algorithm of my channel. So what has been your favorite movie, TV show of the year?
Of the year? Oh, shit. Okay.
It could be multiple.
Okay. For the year? For the year. Okay,
or anything that you've just seen recently. It doesn't need to have come out. Like, I just finished watching Succession for the first time.
Oh, okay.
And I got to really understand the mindset of some of these wealthy people.
Dude, yeah. I think of a show. I was watching. Damn, I forgot the name. My wife watches a lot of different shows. Oh shit! Hold on. There was a. I was just watching. I was with Claire Danes and. I think it's Netflix. I think it was 8 episodes. Shit, help me out here.
Claire Danes. Let me see. Homeland.
No, not Homeland. I liked Homeland. I watched it every episode. Sal Berenson, amazing.
American
And by the way,
Revolution?
No, it's on. Shit.
The Beast in Me.
The Beast in Me. I think it's The Beast in Me. That is a great show. That is a great show. Highly recommend that. Great acting, great writing. I just finished watching that. And in terms of, let's see here. There's a good show with Jake Gyllenhaal, and it was Apple TV. It's a remake of the Harrison Ford movie. What is it?
I'm looking it up right now. Is it?
I should type my dog.
Presumed Innocent? Roadhouse?
Yeah, that.
Presumed
Innocent. No, not Roadhouse. I didn't finish that.
Okay. What is Presumed Innocent about?
It's based on the. I think the movie, or is it the Jodie Foster movie? I forget. That's what it's based on. But very good show. Great show. Really, really good. And there's another one I watched. It's with John Hamm on Apple TV. With Olivia Munn, John Hamm. Very good show.
Apple
Great
TV
show.
really, like, I don't have it, but you really feel the money that Apple has, because you're like, oh, this Steven Spielberg produced John Hamm show that no one's heard of. What is it? Landman? Is that it?
Landman? Wait, who's in that?
That's John Hamm.
Oh, that's a different one then, I think.
The Morning Show?
I don't watch
that's
a good show, but the John Hamm with Olivia Munn, that show. Broke something people?
Let me see. Olivia Munn.
Great
I
show.
was just thinking about Olivia Munn the other day. I was like, where'd she go? She was all over the place for a while.
I think she was sick or something. But
Your Friends and Neighbors.
Yeah, that's a great show.
Yeah.
Great show. Highly recommend that show.
Hedge fund manager resorts to burglary after losing his job, targeting wealthy neighbors to maintain his family's lifestyle. Makes a fateful error. Okay, interesting.
That's a really good show. I like to always watch older movies, like 90s movies, 80s movies. Excuse me. I love, like, I like, my kids are like watching old episodes of Full House.
That's awesome.
They like went through like every season. But no, I love 80s movies, to be honest with you. I love like 80s, 90s movies, especially. I was just rewatching, like I have friends who were in the business, and so one of my friends sent me some quote from Heat or something. And I was like, I need to watch Heat again. So I was watching Heat like last week.
Nice. Heat's one that's on my list that I haven't actually sat down to watch.
You have not seen Heat?
I have not seen Heat, so it's on my list.
We probably should have had this video interview.
I'll get right on it.
But you've seen Fight Club, right?
Yes, I've seen Fight Club.
Okay, I was gonna say. Fight Club. We had this thing because I
know the good movie about toxic masculinity.
Yeah, exactly. We had this fake rule, but because we represent actors, right? And so a long time ago, when we first started, we would send auditions out, and we send out, like, for example, we sent out some auditions for The Social Network, the movie. And one guy was like, young guy. He's like, oh, I can't make the audition. We're like, what are you talking about? This is Social Network. This is
big.
awesome. This is David Fincher.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm working on something. We're like, well, what are you working on? This is David Fincher.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I got to be on set for something. We're like, well, that's background. You're doing background work. Yeah, it's cool. You got to make money, fine, but you need to make the audition. Like, there's.
Yeah.
And I said, David Fincher. And he goes, yeah, David Fincher. And I was like, I just started saying names of different movies. And they're like, yeah. And I said, Fight Club. Like, he did Fight Club. And they're like, yeah, Fight Club. And I was like, wait a minute. Have you seen Fight Club? And they're like, oh, you did something. I was like, no, that's not Fight Club. And I was like, well, hold on here. I said, wait. If you haven't seen Fight Club, you need to watch it immediately. And so we had this kind of rule that if we're going to sign somebody and they haven't seen Fight Club, we can't work with them. And I think we sent that message. I think it got to Fincher, and I think he thought it was hilarious. Like,
that's really
this
funny.
talent agency, like, we don't care if you make money, but if you haven't seen Fight Club, we can't work with you.
Well, Fight Club is a great movie, and it is really an interesting. Again, people. The right wing, they take it, they make it their own, and they go, well, yeah, you should idolize Brad Pitt's character in that movie, where the whole movie, the text of the movie is saying he's wrong. He's the angry id of this character. Right. It's not, he should be more like Brad Pitt. The lesson of the movie is, no, he was fine as he was. He just needed to, like, live a little.
He needs to, like, go back to Edward Norton's character.
Yeah.
Who, Edward Norton, amazing actor, Brad Pitt, amazing. But yeah, go back to Edward Norton's character and, like, kind of watch that part again. You missed the point of.
Yeah, you missed the.
You honestly, you could just watch the last, like, 15 minutes of the movie, and then you go, oh, okay.
That's the theme. And I think we can end it there. Thank you so much, Chris, for coming on and doing this interview. I will post this. I will tag you, and
thanks, man.
Yeah, I really we're rooting for you. And by the way, when is this election?
The election is June 2nd, 2026, and so for our campaign to keep pushing forward, whatever someone can donate, whether it's $5, $27, that's the Bernie number. It's all about solidarity. It's all about getting the word out. It doesn't matter if someone's in a different state. It's about the movement. It's not just about me. It's not about me.
Yeah.
Not about me. It's about the movement. It's about what we need to do for our country, do for our communities. Get back to what you talked about people. And so June 2nd, 2026, chrisahuja.com. And I make myself accessible. And most people are pretty cool online. Someone, kind of made a message about my dog. But,
don't come after the dog.
We got John Wick, the great movie.
Another one. Another one about real masculinity.
There's Apollo. He's running around. I rescued Apollo in September, and we we do what we do. We get things done, and it's really good to connect with you, Alex. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Great to meet you. And if I'm able to visit New York next year, I'll shoot you a message.
Absolutely. Two racially ambiguous dudes hanging out, talking about progressive politics.
Pretty much.
I hope we can send you to Congress and you can join the squad and help out. Yeah. And thank you again so much.
Hey, you too, bro. Really appreciate the opportunity. This is awesome. This is, this kind of stuff is really cool. I love this type of interview. It's not always about like MSNBC and all that stuff. It's about people and about creative people. You're a creative person.
But hey, if you ever get on MSNBC or CNN, make sure to mention this space.
Oh, I will. This is the logo. I love it.
Hell yeah.
Logo, Alex.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'll let you go. Is that your cat behind you?
No, that's Rooney. That's a little Shih Tzu.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well, you have a great rest of your day, Alex.
You too.
Stay in touch. Appreciate it. And we keep fighting. Solidarity.
Absolutely. Keep fighting.
Let's go.
All right, kids. A few months ago, FanDuel asked, how many times do you shower per week? And they set the total at over or under 3.5. Now, for those that don't know, FanDuel is a gambling company that offers online casino and sportsbook services, which is essentially making us be honest about taking enough showers per week to cover more or less than half of a 7-day period. So, the comment section did make me a little nervous. Somebody said, nobody needs more than 3 showers per week. Still, others made it clear that the over-under should be 1.5 showers per day. And someone else added, especially in the summer. Plus, minimum 6 showers per week. Only way I don't shower is if I literally didn't douche that day. That is rare. If any one of my subscribers or regular viewers don't know where I stand on this, then we need to speak privately about our relationship. I've been questioning how many of these people who take less than 3 showers a week are men who only scrub certain areas of their bodies without a wash rag, mind you. And if you're wondering what any of this has to do with today's topic, well,
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
Andrew Wilson. The water will get it is written all over him.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3 baby
I'm
daddies?
sorry, dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
I mean, no wash rags, loofahs, or shower scrunchies are used by this dude.
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to
your hatred against?
Do the women
they,
that you try
convince
to
them that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called
into
me fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit. Because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
This scrub's big comeback was, hey, conventionally attractive woman, you like to please women. And whether he knows it or not, or acknowledges it or not, he called enemy Charlie everything but a child of God or a liar. It's not that she gave him a taste of his own medicine, but that red pill was hard for him to swallow. And we'll get back to her a little later. Until then, here's how the internet responded to this viral clip. She got him so bad that my man was making up words like a 90s school bully. Sniz? What is that? The crazy part about this is she wasn't talking shh. She literally said facts about his situation, and she was calm and rational. He was emotional and irrational. And as another Twitter user pointed out, Andrew's reaction was the same, but different, but still the same as this man.
You need to be removed from the gene pool because you're too fucking stupid to be alive.
Yeah?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
no hair, sweetie. Oh, baby.
Touch me. Fucking touch me.
No.
Fucking touch me. Fucking touch me.
Mr. Probably still wears affliction shirts here was looking for justification to hit a woman. And it is of my personal opinion that had there been no cameras, production crew, or this producer / debate moderator who was gagged, Andrew Wilson would have tried to harm Charlie. And by the way, just like with Ralph Wiggum, you can actually pinpoint the second when the pickup princess who peaked in high school and Andrew's heart's rip in half. Anyways, you're about to see conservative contradiction, inconsistency, and hypocrisy. However, calling back to that shower and bathroom bit from earlier, more than anything, Andrew Wilson needs to look in the mirror.
But I think that the idea of the stoic man is a much better prospect for the idea of like this leftist that I'm arguing with next to me on the panel. I would not want to be that guy, that person who just cannot control their internal emotions. They can't do it.
I don't know or won't know enough about Andrew Wilson to tell you if he considers himself to be far right, a Christian nationalist, a rage baiter. In the bio of his Twitter account, he describes himself this way: PaleoCon, blood sports debater, Christian, husband, father, host of The Crucible. The Crucible, the play about the Salem witch trials where mostly women were executed. For $249, you can enroll in Debate University, where he'll give you an intro to the fundamentals of informal debate. Among the lessons in his 89 classes are debate as a weapon, telling, charisma, somehow, he better not teach that one, and slimy leftist tactics. And maybe I'm doing them right now. Here's what the website says about him. Andrew Wilson is a premier online debater, having participated in thousands of online debates with high-profile opponents of all political positions and religious persuasions.
Hey, I'm Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. It is the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, at least to my knowledge.
The fog shields us from his charisma. Make a claim and base its truth on his knowledge or lack thereof. So, if you didn't happen to look it up, how can it be wrong? Learn about that and more in his How to Deal with Haters course. Andrew doesn't just debate, he tweets a lot. Here he is saying, women complaining about power dynamics and age gap relationships are the R word. The man you are with can probably rip you in half with his bare hands. Okay, let's see what else them Twitter fingers can do.
Oh, he's calling me.
Here, you know what?
Yeah, this is not openable. Fucking Fort Knox. Here, go.
Just can't rip.
Okay, now I want it to be.
I got
good.
this.
It's like pissing
Pissed me off.
Yeah, I know.
We have Jake.
You'll see the same thing. It's
Come
just
on,
greasy. See? It's fucking greasy. It just slides off of it, yeah. Try it. No, you fucker. That bullshit.
In one of his 2 debates he had against Naima, he compared the sizes of their followings on social media. And when she mentioned Instagram, he dismissed how many followers she has because, according to him, all women have to do is take off their shirts to get attention over there. And he can do that too. He can post a peck pic in order to promote himself. Is there a reason why that wouldn't work for him in particular? Going back to that debate he had with enemy Charlie, when COVID and deaths during the throes of the pandemic came up, he stated that it was fat people and mostly old people that were dying. Charlie said that she would prefer if those people did not die from viruses, if possible. Andrew replied without a hint of self-reflection, and I'll let good trouble take it from there.
So how much freedom of mind can you take in order to make sure that that fatty gets to live?
Andrew, buddy, I have some uncomfortable news for you. I think you should sit down. Not that you're fucking standing up wherever you are right now. Just so that we're clear, in this exchange, this woman is arguing that society takes steps to make sure people like you with comorbidities, like obesity and a history of smoking and age, not die during a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, and you are taking the side of not doing that.
Really quick, because Andrew is confused about who locked us down. Stay-at-home orders were put in place in March of 2020. Who was in office at that time? So if you're curious about how enemy Charlie knew that Rachel Wilson, our scrub's wife, had 3 kids with 2 different men before marrying and having kids with Andrew III, that's what social media is calling him, a few years ago, she recorded this video in order to get out ahead of this thing, just in case these stupid bitches, her words, not mine, level this criticism.
I've had 3 long-term relationships in my life that comprised 27 years of my life. From age 16 to now, I've been with 3 people. So I was not hoeing. There was no promiscuity. I was not bed hopping. I was not homie hopping. There was none of that going on.
The amount of concessions she allowed herself to have, and context, in her case, mattered so much, but neither Rachel or her husband will offer any of that to any other woman in her same situation. You should know that Mrs. Wilson called into the debate after enemy Charlie exposed Andrew, and I can only imagine what he would say to another man in a similar scenario. Rachel is an anti-feminist in her own right. She's also an author, so thank you Feminism? Here she is saying the gender pay gap should be bigger, not smaller. Andrew plastered up this picture of his wife with Pearl Davis, and based on what I've seen and heard conservative men say about Pearl's appearance alone, I can't help but notice that neither of these women exactly have the Republican woman aesthetic, if you know what I mean. The standards by which men on the right judge beauty. These men, no less. They're Rachel's baby daddies, at least to my knowledge. See how that works? She turned the comments off under this photo. So yeah, these high value males like whatever Usher Vance isn't. Bastards. With that said, Andrew and Rachel have each other. They found love in this hopeless place. To give him credit, he seems like a one-woman man. Not sure if it's a choice or circumstance, and he doesn't seem like the wannabe pimp player type. Here's a woman on the Whatever podcast showing him that thing, and he wants no part of it. Here's another angle, though, showing that he was smiling the entire time. With that said, and what everybody else missed is, if he could take a run at Enemy Charlie, he would, objectively. Oh, and the age gap thing wouldn't be a barrier.
But I do think like men of your age dating women who are like in their late teens, even if it's legal, is weird.
Why is it weird? That's quite the argument.
Are you?
It's weird.
Hold on.
Weird.
Are you arguing that there is nothing problematic whatsoever at all with, how old are you? Like 50?
Well, no, I'm younger than you probably. How old are you?
I'm 21. 22. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That accounts for the stupidity. No. I'm 41.
Nice.
41.
41.
Mm-hmm.
I'm older than that man. Andrew Wilson throws the whore word around a lot for somebody who reportedly had his wife do DNA tests after she gave birth to his kids. And based on Rachel's family timeline, she must have cheated on somebody and had a one-night stand with them or another person. That's enough about his family. However, when that subject came up on Twitter, he claimed, while calling someone else's wife a whore, there are lines in the sand. If you cross them, we cross them back. I promise I'm way better at it than you are, and he definitely isn't.
Are you crying? If you look who the fuck he is, that's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off.
I've been.
Tell me you're fucking proud
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking prison.
Jesus Christ!
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison.
bro.
Let him fight. Not only did he just admit to being in prison, but he's offering that up as concessions and context to explain his shortcomings away. He would never do that to or for someone on the left. He's mediocre in every aspect, in all regards. Don't debate him. He needs to look himself in the mirror and argue with himself. After taking a shower, that is, and yes, scrubbing his legs. Trifling little hoe. Andrew and Rachel are supposedly best friends with Steven Crowder, who told his ex-wife when she was 8 months pregnant with his child at the time that he would F her up and denied her ability to take the one car that they had if she wouldn't do wifely things. Crowder urged her to, quote, become someone. Listen to me, day in and day out worthy. Oh, wife worthy, he said. Show me a right-wing debater bro, Christian nationalist type that exhibits the fruit of the spirit. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. They deem these attributes to be weak. This is the religion that they're into, that Ring cameras reveal, that a feminist exposed. And since Enemy Charlie kicked things off, I'll let her finish him off.
I don't take any issue with Andrew Wilson's wife having 3 baby daddies and having been married multiple times before. I don't think it's immoral. I'm a feminist. What I do take issue with is the fact that Andrew Wilson built his platform off of shaming and humiliating women for their past sexual conduct. If Andrew Wilson met a woman like his wife with 3 baby daddies on the Whatever podcast, he would shame her, call her a hoe, and tell her she's damaged goods and essentially unlovable, like he's done to many women before in the past. What I want people to take away from this clip is not that Andrew Wilson is a cuck or that Rachel Wilson is a hoe. I want people to understand that they are hypocrites, and that if you're going to marry a woman with a past, then you should give other women the same grace that you give your wife. Let he who is without sin be the first to throw a stone. Or whatever Jesus said. I don't know. I'm not the staunch Christian Andrew Wilson claims himself to be.
We gonna be all right.
Okay, sorry. I was just setting it up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Environmental Political Coffee House, whatever you want to call it. I've got a busy show, and I was just setting it up on my channel. In between these, you have to get it in to get the thumbnail. I have to be setting it up in between quickly, so it looks all right on EC, on ECH. So today is, well, let me put up, let me put up the image file first. I'm still getting used to all this. I have videos and I have image clips, and let's put this up next to me. And okay, there we go. So no single payer Medicare for all on a dead planet. That's right. On a dead planet, what is it going to matter, right? So that's the title of the show. And I've got I've got videos, and I've got some things. First, I want to show you this shirt somebody sent me. It's really cute. Not cute. I don't think I could wear it out around here. I wrote a little Substack on it, and just a little, post that showed that I talked about, could I wear it out around here? All right. So here we go. I got my notes. I got everything ready. I got slides and all kinds of stuff. Now, you know that I support single payer Medicare. Well, single payer, whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm talking about. Universal health care, single payer, Medicare for all. I don't want to go back and forth about in semantics, but it isn't going to mean a goddamn thing if we don't have, and a lot of people can argue with me and say, well, we're not going to have a livable planet. We're going to 2C, whatever. Listen, we got a fight in us, right? We got the fight in us. Yeah. And so, we can have the best health system in the world. But if and when the collapse happens, it's not going to matter. Not if the planet becomes extinct. Or sentient beings anyway. The planet will be fine, right? Like George Carlin says, the planet will be fine. But think about this. The basic logic with healthcare is that hospitals have to have electricity, and supply chains for meds and oxygen, sterile equipment, and staff have to get there, and they can't be refugees themselves. Just think of what Gaza looks like. Seriously. As sick and sad as that is. Look at what's happening in Seattle right now. The flooding. Indonesia. I don't know if you guys have seen what happened in Indonesia, the insane flooding. The world is getting worse. Where we are, and we're going to see a video that's going to show us about the United States. See, we are going to what's called 2C. Let me show you we've had the warmest year. I didn't bring in that, but I got to learn how to make me. Let's see how to make. Oh, I see. There we go. 2025 is currently tied with 2023 for the second warmest year. See how we are going up for the warmest year in our Celsius heating, global warming for the entire planet. It's scary, and it isn't going to change anytime soon. And if you look at this one, you can see how we are, where the safe zone is or was, how historically the years, right? And is the Industrial Revolution started and how we've gotten warmer and warmer and warmer. And it says 2C is expected before 2050 under the current policies, which we know with this current administration in the United States and Vladimir, Putin, they're all drill, baby, drill. They're all, we want the minerals. They want all this stuff, but nobody's giving concessions. Hey, we just pirated a tanker in Venezuela, an oil tanker. And what does the orange turd say? We're going to keep the oil. So we're going to go up and up and up. We've got to understand how to deal with this and how we can do this together to have Medicare for all, but also work and do things to make the climate crisis a little softer landing, because we're going to land somewhere. And it's the climate breakdown is happening. So think about all this stuff, and it's a little overwhelming. And I want to talk about we can't silo these. And if you're an activist, I mean, I know that this is on this space, and there's a lot of progressives watching this. And a lot of you are activists. There are, and I'm going to go over this towards the end of the show, there's a lot of organizations that are working on both in the United States for Medicare for all and the climate crisis, because it goes hand in hand. Now, heat's a mass killer. We're seeing it already. Heat waves in other countries, we see it. They kill more people in many countries than storms or floods. And it's not stopping, my friends. We really need to pay attention. This is so important. The heat alone, heat stroke, heart attacks, kidney failure from chronic dehydration. It's all about healthcare. Air pollution from everything, burning everything, fossil fuels. These are respiratory, they're cardiovascular, asthma, COPD, heart disease, strokes. These are climate-driven comorbidities as well. They're not just random. Then think about the vector-borne diseases, the mosquitoes and the ticks. They don't care. And the ticks have gotten worse. I got a tick bite last year. They're getting worse as the temperature's warm. And it's drought and malaria, Lyme, West Nile. Who knows what else is going to come? And then there's mental health, because in every part of the country with these, now there's a thing called attribution studies. And the attribution studies can say the correlation between climate change or climate chaos or global warming, whatever you want to call it. It's the same things like Medicare for all. It's semantics. We all know. But what's the attribution? You can't say, well, climate change caused it, but sure can attribute a lot of the changes. So, the fires, the floods, everything that happens to Americans. Now, we could talk about around the world, but we're right now dealing with Medicare for all, which every industrialized nation has, but the United States. I wonder why is that, right? But it's mental health. That's another thing. We need mental health resources and support for people that are experiencing what's happening. It is, they need it. They need it. And now they had these clowns in our, I think it was the Senate or was it Congress that voted today to extend the tax credits for the ACA, which is not the perfect system at all. That didn't pass, of course. So all these Americans now, on top of everything else they're worried about their health care and being able to afford it, which is probably not happening. Not happening. So if you realize how this all ties back to the single payer, it's very important. We've turned our whole atmosphere into a weapon, really, against the human bodies. So we need to do this, and it's not like save the whales versus healthcare or anything. It's all together. It's the same fight. It's the same fight. And I'm bringing you a progressive message here because of being on both channels, on Environmental Coffeehouse and this space. A lot of people really need to understand that if you're going to get out there, which I urge everybody, do some kind of activism. Don't just sit on your asses and think it's going to get done for you, because it isn't. People need help. Yes. So, the atmosphere, and overshoot. We're overshooting the planetary boundaries. We're using resources faster than the planet can make them, which we're not making new fossil fuels, but we certainly are going to take down the Amazon, because we have that Nobel Peace Prize whack job who is now all up and with Trump and saying, we have it all here in Brazil. We'll just kill the lungs of the earth. Even more reasons why. Even more. So when you think about all these things that can happen, we've got infrastructure failure. Also, like I said in the beginning, think about what Gaza looks like, and a lot of that's man-made war. But the Middle East is experiencing all kinds of correlated climate and environmental problems from this. We have the infrastructures, flooded hospitals, knocked out generators, damaged clinics, supply chains, medicine. Vaccines spoiled, labs offline. These things are all part of this. And I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to educate you, because these organizations that are out there are trying very hard to do something. And people, there's the workplace, the stress. Now we're saying rural hospitals will potentially close because of this buffoon. Because of the buffoon in office. And we will have American refugee camps. We already have that. Look at the homeless or houseless. Again, semantics in my world, sorry. Houseless, people that don't have a place to live. Those are the effects of a globally warming planet. Some of them. So really, we can't not think of Medicare for all and not equate it with physics, because physics is happening, the physics of a warming planet. It really is. So here we go. I just want to really implore you to understand that why these two have to be together. You can't choose. You can't say, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do the later. Okay, we'll deal with climate once we get healthcare taken care of. Bullshit. It can't be like that. It has to be together. And there are ways to do it. So I think before I go on, I'm going to show you a clip from my friend at American Resiliency, Dr. Emily Shorning. And I have her here. 10-year class. Okay, I'm going to add this. We're going to watch this. It's a little long.
Hey folks, this is Emily with American Resiliency.
What this is going to do is show you what's happening in the United States.
I've had a lot of people write and ask me if maybe I could make a simple map, climate risk at a glance. Before, I've always said I can't, because I really wasn't at that point of distillation. But I had another request come in October, and I don't know. When I considered it then, I thought maybe I could. Let's check it out. So here we're going to look at this 3-color climate risk map, and we're going to talk about it. So this is looking at 2C climate risks, which is kind of the next step on the road in the climate projections. That doesn't mean we won't see further warming. It just means the 2C is a point we're likely to reach, and we're not there yet. Even 5 years ago, most people would say 2C was likely around 2050. Since the 2023 jump in global temperatures, there's much more concern that we'll see 2C by the early to mid 2030s. So this risk is about 10 years from now. And in the video description, I'll have some primary literature so that you can get more evidence around that changing timeline.
I will put in links.
Timeline, of course, is one important question to ask if you're trying to understand this figure. Another important question is, what does the red mean? Does it mean I'm going to die within 10 years if I remain in a red location? No. The answer to that question is a solid no. Many areas on this map that are marked in red are quite pleasant today, like Honolulu, Hawaii. The whole island of Oahu is marked in red because it's facing more than one major incoming threat. In this case, sea level rise has unusually strong projected impacts for Oahu, much more serious than most of the other islands in Hawaii. That's on top of shared challenges throughout those islands around wildfire and drought. If a place is marked in red, it means we're looking at serious incoming compounding challenges, making resilience work more difficult. Those risks vary in different red areas. In the northern woods of Minnesota and Wisconsin, there's increasing unfamiliar wildfire risk combined with winter change severe enough to disrupt lifeways. In New Jersey, vulnerability to sea level rise, wildfires, and infrastructure combined to make a triple threat. In the low desert cities of Arizona, drought trends projected alongside an additional 3 months of temperatures above 95, with one of those being an additional month over 105, mean that we're talking about very serious incoming heat, even in the context of a place where people like it hot. If a place on the map is marked in yellow, that means your level of difficulty in resilience building is likely to be more manageable than in red areas. There aren't as many, as novel, or as severe of combined projected threats. If you live in an area marked in yellow and you like it where you live, you're concerned about climate, I see those yellow areas as places where, with resilience work, people should be able to stay in their homes, in their communities. Looking now at the green areas. Are those places where it won't change and everything will be fine? No. There are places with high resilience potential, places with outlooks that have challenges, of course, but also some real strengths and opportunities. For example, those green parts of Iowa. Of course, the year-round climate is projected to shift, but to stay somewhat within the context of a Midwestern character. And projected conditions still look good for corn production, whereas south of that green line, we expect major decreases in conventional staple crop production, a need for agricultural transformation. A lot of the green areas, the water situation doesn't look as challenging as it does in, unfortunately, many parts of the country. Does a green area mean no risk? No, I gotta state it again. And I need to say this figure doesn't encompass every kind of risk. This is just climate factors like temperature, precipitation, and how those will drive landscape change. I put sea level rise into the mix because it's so climate related, but I didn't work earthquake risk into this figure, which, please note, was not produced through any sophisticated or reproducible scientific method, but rather by me spending several years deep in the guts of this topic, and then an AR community member, a great graphic designer who prefers anonymity, worked with me. It was really cool. He took this best thing I could do, which you can see is quite bad, and worked with me to really help me bring the image out of my head onto the screen here. It was such a cool process. But focusing on risk, if we had earthquake risk on this map, the West Coast would look worse, right? If we had Superfund sites, nuclear sites, that had changed things in the band of green running through Ohio. Let me say it again to make it really clear. This isn't a figure that I generated through a mathematical risk factor analysis. The fine boundaries aren't as clear as I do in my videos. If you're in a borderlands type area and you're like, Oh, what happened to make my situation worse? Probably nothing happened. Probably it's that this map is not very good. It's just a first attempt at a glance. You should rely on the information I deliver in the NCA 5 state level videos. The regional cross model overviews are also good sources of detailed information. In both of those categories of videos, I provide sources for each risk factor and show them on the screen, giving you access to more evidence and a greater depth of knowledge.
I'm muted. Sorry. You can, okay. I hope you learned something from that. Sorry, I muted myself. I didn't want you to hear me sipping and snurfling. So anyway, here we go. Emily is great. American Resiliency, her channel is excellent for helping you learn where there are places that could be. Now, it's not an exact science, obviously. It's not. But we have to think about this, a sane society. What would a sane society? Well, we guarantee healthcare is a human right, and we decarbonized 20 years ago as fast as humanly possible, because both are about protecting life, human, but a lot of it is also protecting sentient beings. You don't even think about that half the time. So when you think about adapting to a lot of these things that are happening and going to happen, you think about free cooling centers, retrofitting homes, tree planting, and health outreach. That's why you cannot have Medicare for all on a dead planet, basically. I think another thing that's going to be needed are clinics in communities to monitor climate and global warming health risks, which are happening now, and the mental health support after disasters. But all these take money, right? And people do need to have, they need to have that assurance that insurance gives them in this kind of economy that we live in. And you got to think about healthcare workers. Healthcare workers are like climate workers, or they're going to be, and the frontline people. Think about the first responders. Many are volunteers. They need to have health insurance. They need Medicare for all. They need to be covered. In these small communities, like, for example, where I live, I don't know what's going to happen to those on the ACA. And don't they deserve to have affordable health care? They're on the front lines. So, and then there's going to be all the people that are going to rebuild when these catastrophic events happen. And we're seeing them happening more and more. So it's like, okay, you realize this, right? Don't you see how it all goes together? And we don't need a choice then. We need to do it together. All right. So, if a lot of you, Medicare for all is a huge issue for you, but the climate crisis should be too. And that is your issue. And even Bernie Sanders, in some of the speeches that I reviewed for this show, they were a while back, and he was talking about it then. Hello, Matt. Matt's with us. To be gently blunt, learn survival skills and rely less on outside resources. Well, between now and then, or whenever, we still can fight for the things that we want, even if it all looks like we've gone to shit. And that's why I'm going to show you the organizations. Yeah. You want, if they let us have a vote, back aggressive climate action candidates. Even if you don't think it's going to happen, we could try to end the fossil expansion. Now, renewables, we know that's not going to be the answer to everything. It's not, because it's just trading one industrial cluster mess for another in mining and all that. But it's the best we have to try to stop putting carbon in the atmosphere. Whether it's hopium or not, it's things that these things have to happen. And they, we all oppose what's going on. Everybody that's watching here opposes what's going on in the United States. It's tough, but we have to work on not compartmentalizing, not putting, okay, we're going to be in the one bucket and then everything's in another bucket. No, it has to be in the same bucket. It really does. So I want to talk about a little bit about these organizations, but I have one more video I'm going to show you, which DW put out, which I think will help. I'm trying to educate you, and these resources are pretty good. And so let's watch this one.
Climate news. The planet is on track to log its second hottest year on record
Which I
this
told
year.
you.
That's according to Europe's global warming monitor. New data from the Copernicus Climate Change Service shows that at 2025 is currently tied with 2023 after a historic high recorded in 2024, making them the 3 hottest years ever recorded. The agency's latest report shows the 3-year average is on track to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels for the first time. You'll recall that's the threshold targeted in the 2015 Paris Climate Accord. Well, Samantha Burgess is strategic lead for climate in the Copernicus Climate Change Service, which produced that report. Welcome to DW. So is global warming accelerating, or how do you interpret this new data?
Yes, the trajectory of global warming has increased in the last decade or so, but it's too early to tell whether this is part of a long-term acceleration or a temporary acceleration as part of the long-term warming trend.
Okay, this could be a blip.
It could be a blip, yeah, which is why continued monitoring is always so very important.
But just
Your
not the United
report
States.
points out that temperatures were above average, especially in northern Canada and the Arctic Ocean, which is a bit worrying. Why there in particular?
Yes, so each month the global average is made up of locations that are warmer than average and locations that are cooler than average. We know that the Arctic is warming at 3 to 4 times the global average rate, so we often see exceptionally high anomalies in the Arctic region.
And we saw a series of extreme weather events last month, especially in Southeast Asia. How closely were those events tied to or linked to climate change?
So each individual event needs a climate attribution to understand the trigger and the impact associated with long-term warming of climate change versus extreme weather and the influence of those two interplaying with each other. What we can say without a specific attribution study, though, is that a warmer atmosphere holds more moisture. It's about 7% more moisture per degree of warming. And a warmer, wetter atmosphere has more potential energy available for storms as well. So there's very likely to be a climate change footprint associated with the catastrophic tropical storms that we saw in Southeast Asia last month.
Okay, so climate change deniers could say that, well, one, those Southeast Asia are floods. Southeast Asia floods regularly anyway, and there's no data to specifically tie that event to global warming. And you also talked about these averages, and What you're saying seems to sort of fuel what the climate deniers would say was, well, we don't know enough. This could be a blip. It floods in Southeast Asia anyway. Help us out with that.
Yeah, not at all. That's a misinterpretation of what I'm saying. So extreme events have always happened. We've always had heat waves. We've always had severe storms. What we can say, though, is that heat waves are getting warmer. They're getting more frequent and they're happening over larger areas. Similarly with storms, we're seeing storm tracks changing. So the historical trajectory of storms is changing. The seasonality of when storms and tropical cyclones is happening is also changing. We've always had them, so we can't blame climate change for an individual event, but we need to undertake a scientific study to understand the exact contribution of human-induced climate change.
Which is what I was talking about with the attribution studies. And Copernicus, by the way, is fantastic. And as we lose access to these wonderful data sources in the United States, like all the data that was on the EPA website, these are going to become more and more important.
That influenced any individual event, made it warmer, made more rainfall fall, and made the wind speeds faster than they otherwise would have been. What we can say is our world is better observed than it ever has been, and the scientific evidence is overwhelmingly clear that our climate is changing. It's changing all around the world and impacting everyone. It's because of greenhouse gas emissions and concentrations in the atmosphere, yet we have the solutions available to change this trajectory.
Okay, that's told us. Thank you for that, Samantha. Samantha Burgess from the Copernicus Climate Change Service.
Okay, now I thought that was pretty good. You know, she's not going all alarmist. She's giving a good explanation. You know, we know that the fossil fuel industry doesn't give a shit. We know that all these psychopaths just want to keep going full steam ahead, but I just don't see giving up as an option. And I think the Medicare for All fight is a good one, but you can't, again, I can't express this more, that if you want something good to happen, you have to pair this together. And we actually need a healthcare system for a warming world, and we can do it in the United States, possibly. See, it's just like you feel like all bets are off with this administration. Every day the news is worse. But we really need solar and battery and backup for hospitals. We need clean indoor air filtration. We need flood-resistant construction, and we need heat-resistant infrastructure. It's going to have to happen. Like I said before, cooling centers. The Southwest is sometimes hotter than people that even live in Arizona have ever seen it before. That, you know, that we're used to that kind of heat. And climate and health funding, every single climate bill, if there ever are any again in the United States, should have a health component. And every bill should account for climate projects. Now you say, well, we've got 3 more years of this guy and the damage is so bad and it's so horrible. I'm not giving up. Even if they come take me out for saying what I'm saying or wearing an Antifa shirt or whatever that, it's not Antifa, it's Antifa. But I mean, can't give up. I don't give up. I don't give up. You know why I don't give up? Because of what's happening to our Black and brown brothers and sisters and the indigenous and the poor people, the marginalized communities in this country, because of this administration. Don't they deserve a shot at least humanity? And the workers. This is so important for workers, you know, and the energy workers. They need a guarantee. Everybody needs a guarantee for health care. It's just I don't know, you know, like think of it this way. And I jotted this down earlier. Like, okay, there's like no universal health care in a permanent emergency. There's no functioning democracy in a world that is really driven by climate chaos. And as we keep going into overshooting our planetary boundaries, the things are going to get worse because of the changing jet stream and the Arctic air going south and the Arctic being warm. And how about this? This is a really important one here. Sea surface temperature in the North Pacific, up, up, up over the years. Up, 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 up. The hotter the ocean, the worse global warming will get. The worse the ocean heat. If you watch any of my shows with Jim Massa, the ocean is center to all of this. It holds the heat. It holds a lot of heat, and it really, really does create havoc. So, you know, if democracy is your issue, climate is your issue. I mean, really think about it. Survival, you want to survive? Well, then this is your issue. We can't, you know, a lot of people just say, okay, they report on all the bullshit, and then they talk about the climate for 2 seconds in the environment. And it's just so hard for me, who studies this a lot, you know, a lot of the time, the graphs, the research, the different organizations that are putting out information, and to have people just ignore it. And as it gets worse in the United States through this administration, it's up to us. It is up to us to create or try to create the world we want. Even if it is 2050, that is really going to be where things start collapsing, because we have already hit 1.6, 1.7 this year. We went back down. And it used to be the whole thing was, okay, well, 1.5 to stay alive. Well, everything's happening faster than previously expected. And that's why I think it's really important to fight for Medicare, for all universal health care, and fight to stop fossil fuel expansion. Even if you just act as if it is not the orange turd administration. We don't have decades. We really don't. You know, the window's closing. And this is really the fight of our lifetime. And the two of them are the fight of our lifetime, because we deserve health care. We really do. We barely have years. And people who understand it, you know, we're sounding the alarm, but yet we're not like alarmists. All of us have that opportunity. All right. So I want to talk about some of the organizations. Now I have them. I'm just going to read you the names of them, and I'll put all the links into my show notes. I have them all. I'm going to just pull them up. There's one called Physicians for a National Healthcare Program. And a big part of their stuff is, again, saying that single payer and climate adaptation go hand in hand. And so their big thing is that climate, you know, that everything with the healthcare system is going to have to be restructured around climate resilience. Well, we may not have a resilient climate, but we sure should have to adapt to what's coming and what's here already. We do. And so these organizations are out there. And then there's another one, the Healthcare Without Harm. They want sustainable healthcare, because as we go on, are we going to just want to see the healthcare in the United States collapse, or do we want to just work to try to make it a little bit better? And these people are. These people are all the salt of the earth. And this no harm, also is all over the world. And they have a common purpose, but I will give you You know, they have this whole thing where they're trying to build a global network at the intersection of human and planetary health. Kudos to all these people. And then there is the Medical Society Consortium for Climate and Health, who are mobilizing health voices for climate action. Your voice can spark climate action, and they have a form on their website, like I said, on my channel. In the show notes, I usually have pretty extensive show notes, so I will be putting all of this in for links. Get excited, get up, get out. And then there's another one, the Sunrise Movement. You've all heard of them. Well, they also have a component that is, let me see if I can find their component. They talk about creating the good paying union jobs, stopping the climate crisis. They're a little, well, look, I give them credit. They're young people that they want to see something good. And can you imagine? I mean, I can't imagine. There's so many of you that are watching possibly on this space that are younger people that feel like you may have been given this shit show. But every shit show has the people on the other side trying to at least make the shit show a little bit better. National Nurses United, they're a great organization also. National Nurses United and Climate for Health, which is U.S. Climate Health Alliance. Lots of things out there. We Act for Environmental Justice. Help us develop a plan to address environmental justice issues in northern Manhattan and beyond. Well, Manhattan just elected Mamdani. While I don't know how much he's spoken about the climate crisis or the warming issues, New York City is going to get hot, and they're already suffering the repercussions from sea level rise. Because I remember the first year that I was seeing videos of apartments flooding in Brooklyn in the basement apartments. People were devastated, and it happens now all the time. And of course, there's the Climate Reality Project, which is pretty terrific. They're awesome. They say they believe there's a better future ahead. They're talking about clean energy. So, you know, I don't care if people want to tell me, well, Sandy, we know we're fucked and it's all hopium. It doesn't matter in the long run. What do we want? We want healthcare for all in the United States. How do we get it? We keep working towards it. We keep working with organizations that are trying to do something. I'm trying to inspire people to feel that even if it is a short-term window we're looking at, that it's always worthwhile. Old people and young people will be together soon. The protesters are generational. Yep. Hi, Raza. It's so good to see so many of you here. I'm really happy, you know. And yeah, it's called Inspiration and Empowerment. Don't lose it. The Climate Crisis Club has it. And, you know, they know how I feel about the bigger picture. I think the bigger picture is pretty bleak. But does that mean tomorrow I'm going to give up and say, well, fuck it? No, I haven't this far. I don't see how I could. Nope. And there's another one. There's the Indigenous Environmental Network. That's a worthwhile, definitely worthwhile. And then We Act for Environmental Justice. I think I already said, I already talked about theirs. Okay, because I have two lists. I pulled up screens and all that. Then we have all over this country, the Poor People's Campaign, healthcare and climate issues. There's research and advocacy networks. There's the Lancet Countdown on Climate and Health. Harvard has the Chan School of Public Health and Climate and Health Center, Yale Center on Climate Change. And they have a good letter. Union of Concerned Scientists, even Human Rights Watch. Lots of amazing organizations out there to help. And I just implore everybody, because we already know we're getting the PM 2.5. You know, we get this particulate matter from the fires. We have ozone and nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxide, all this shit. People deserve healthcare for all in this country. I mean, I look at this 3 years coming up. We don't know what's going to happen. We see that, or you watch any of the social media and then say, okay, he's got the president. First of all, it's so clear that he's cranky and he's got some kind of dementia shit going on, and bandages. And I've watched one of these doctors that say he's getting a dementia drug infused, and his ankles, the hip gals call him cankles, whatever. We don't know, but then we don't know who's next either. And we don't know how Americans are going to feel. I think from looking at the data out there and looking at things that are happening, that Americans are starting to get disgusted. I watched a video today that actually in a very Trumpian county, people are standing up against data centers. I don't know if it was in West Virginia or where it was. Hi, Domenico. Hi, Sandy and all. Dom, Gra, future president. A president about saving and lengthening lives and life quality is with you. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I'm happy, if look, the United States, right? Anybody can run for president. They say, Vermin Supreme ran for president. It's just, if anything, I'm also talking to myself to keep myself motivated in all this. And I don't give a shit what the biggest naysayers have to say. I'm not giving into it. Just like my own physical health. I have my own issues. Everybody does. And here I am, a person, I'm fucked. I have bone issues and autoimmune and whatever, who knows what is from toxic shit in the environment that caused it, whatever. I don't give up. I'm still pulling myself to make these shows. In fact, I also communicated with someone today about my trip to one of our county meetings to lay out everything about a data center. And I wrote to a very conservative person in my area. But, data centers, what are they going to do? They're going to make people sick too if they take away the water. It's just all of it, right? No, that's not so easy. You could just move to Canada. I don't think millions of people can just move to Canada, Chris. And do you think Canada, also another thing I read today, that Canadian Border Patrol is setting up more shit. You think they want American refugees? Maybe they want people that can work, in science fields or in academia. But I don't know. I can't say. But I think everybody deserves water and food security even. That goes with healthcare. All these things are part of we love Canada. I fly a goddamn Canadian flag here. Oops, wrong one. Wait a minute. Here it is. I fly a Canadian flag, American flag, and a Mexican flag. Nobody's come over yet, but it's winter and it's been snowing like a mother here. It's really been snowing. So, but I've talked about all these things, and really, one of the things I said before, displacement and migration. You think it's not happening in the United States? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And we're just going to see the hospitals overstretched as a result. But people deserve to have Medicare for all in this country. And this whole fight that's right. Alex knows I have the ecology flag. That's right. But that's not up because I don't have enough flagpoles. But you know what I'm saying here? And here's another thing. So what happens So people are supposed to, because we have employment-based health care, and because I was an HR director and I worked in the field every year with open enrollment and all the bullshit that happens with that, I always thought it was ridiculous. I never could understand when I was in the profession. Every year I was over benefits for the employees, and every year it got more expensive. Every year we got more and more outsourced. Every year it split up more. It's become a behemoth. I mean, there's some truth to this whole thing on, it's the insurance industries. But then if you go online and you look at comment sections like I do, I look at comment sections and all these people that are, because the orange turd said, well, we're just going to give people the money to buy healthcare. It's not so simple. That's where they're going to buy healthcare from if they're putting the insurance industries down. They don't have a fucking clue of what they're doing. That's why it's so important for all of us. That's why it's so important, whether you think we're fucked or not. It's just not, what? I like Midas Touch, but I wish they wouldn't say Trump's hand is rotting. It just bruises from needle sticks for IV infusions when you're out of blood thinner. Old people bruise easy anyway. Well, yeah. Well, I think sometimes I do think on both sides of the eye, whoever you're with, people exaggerate in these. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not, because I study this. I'm not exaggerating because I see it happening. So exaggerating would be stupid. People could call me an alarmist, but those are people that are ignorant. I see them in these comment sections, whether they're bots or not, still happening. Oh, this is what I voted for, when they see the helicopter taking the Venezuelan ship. This is what I voted for, and let's just forget. And then I actually saw a comment today. Somebody wrote about taking all health care away from the bums. Well, you know what they meant by bums, because Orange Turd sets the tone for the racism to come out, and racism is also tied so much into environmental injustice in the United States. The people that suffer, the indigenous people in Louisiana, I mean, the coasts. You saw that, what Emily's video. My God. So basically, what is the bottom line? The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we grow, the temperatures our bodies can withstand, the diseases our immune systems fight, the homes we live in, the mental stability we rely on, the hospitals we depend on. There is no separating climate change, global warming, overshoot from our health. So the climate is it's the foundation of all public health. It really is. So let's see what you guys are saying. And I'm really glad that a lot of you are here. Soul Life, Susan, I know that you're getting all this also, but Susan's a nurse. And we know this from the doctors online, but they're not going to tell us about him. He's got the best healthcare in the world. He just has to fart the wrong way and he'll be at Walter Reed and then lie. I've had the best MRI. Of course you are. But do you understand? Oh, okay. Heated. Another great independent journalism. Okay. Wonderful. I know Heated. That's right. There's so much out there, but you have to be a little picky, because there's garbage too. There's a lot of garbage, unfortunately. And then we also have to worry about AI now. We have to worry about all the bots and trolls in these comment sections and on X. And now they're sifting into Blue Sky and Substack. So it is a very, very tough world that we live in. But if you keep your eye on the prize, which is just making life better for people around you, and naturally that's going to make life better for everything we're killing that's going extinct. It's a one day at a time thing. Sometimes it's just one day at a time. Yep. Oh, Raza, I can't put your comment up, but you're funny. Remember when COVID wasn't anything to worry about, then Dump got it and he was given experimental something or other that nobody else could get. Yeah, I remember what that was. That was I don't even remember the name of it though. It's terrible. Anybody in the chat remember what it was? Wealthy people that got COVID got it. Yeah. What's on an ecology flag? I wish I had the picture flown. It's green stripes, green and white stripes with the 1970 ecology symbol from the 1970s. It's quite nice, actually. It really is. I'll send you a picture, Dale. Okay. No, it wasn't Paxlovid. No, it was not Paxlovid. I got Paxlovid the one time I had COVID. Although on my Facebook memories, it popped up that I had a really bad flu in the beginning of 2019. Who knows? I wonder. It could have been. But I had COVID in 2023. Okay, let's see here. Environmental Justice Foundation, EJF, RIFS Potsdam, Global Landscapes Forum, Eco Dalla Cita, Nonviolent Peace Force, Be Waste Wise, Planet Critical, Jamin Shively channel. There's so many amazing people. Thank you, Global. I'll have a good list that I'll work on. But does anybody have any questions? Did you get you get my drift? It's not something we can just say, Medicare for all. Well, the climate problem. Nope. Can't wait. It can't wait. And like I said, I can go back to this even if we have no chance in removing the carbon. Like some of those carbon capture schemes are bullshit. I like the natural ways much more. But, it doesn't matter. It's so important to think about these things. And yeah, exactly. You can't separate the problems. And I want healthcare. I want Medicare for all so bad in this country. I don't want to see people suffer. I'm dreading what I'm going to see friends and family possibly go through with the ACA crash. They're really going to screw everybody. And I'm not Cassandra's Coffeehouse. I didn't change it yet. And that's my Friday night show. I have a banger of a show for Friday night. Oh boy. But I'm really happy to be able to be on this space. Maybe on this space, I'm a little bit, well, I don't know, less in the doomosphere because I want to get through to people that it's so important to keep these things front and center. And I know there's so many issues and so many things that need our attention all the time. But if you have a dead planet, what the fuck does it matter if you have Medicare for all? And 2050 seems pretty close. I don't know the answers. I don't have a crystal ball. I say it all the time. I don't have the answers. I can't tell you. I don't like the carbon capture machines. I don't like solar farms. There's a lot of things I don't like. Yeah. I know. While they're taking it away. I mean, it's very distressing. Every day I'm upset about something that has to do with the public institutions that had all this data. I mean, it's very difficult, but we've got to support each other. And we've got to keep this in mind. And again, there are all these wonderful organizations because there's a lot of good people. A lot of people could say, oh, humanity sucks. Well, a big part of it does. Sandy, the fact is that people like your neighbors don't care if Trump takes away their health care. They'll vote red anyway, therefore no Medicare for all. Well, they might. They might. But does that mean we just give up and roll over? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's sad. Misinformation, disinformation, all of the social media shit. You know, people, all of the Fox television, Fox News. I've been trying to educate someone who just keeps going back to their denial, and a clueless person who has an IQ of 89, but I tried. Can't do it. Yeah. Crystal balls are excellent. Pretty bad for divination. Prefer tarot, but great projectiles. Oh, you're all so wonderful. Yes, it is. It's willful ignorance. I know. I try. And Tommyist, I love you. And I'm not saying I'm ever the optimist, but I am ever the activist. No matter how lousy I feel, there's always something I'm doing. And those of you that know me, no, of course, we have to be realistic. Well, that's what I've been saying. The thread is be realistic about what we can get done, if any. Be realistic. And I love you too. I love you all. Oh, it's time to go. Well, I'm already done. I can't believe this. Well, here we are. No single payer Medicare for all on a dead planet. But I have enjoyed today. And I really hope that you come to my show 9:00 Friday night, where we're going to talk about how I've been feeling like a Cassandra. And you'll learn about the history of being Cassandra in Greek mythology. And we'll have a good night. Trust me. We'll have a good night. You'll learn and you'll understand my feelings, why I wanted to change the channel name to Cassandra's Coffeehouse, which I probably won't, but you know, it is what it is. Peace out. Thank you for coming. Yes, that's right. Live, love, and laugh. I love that one. Because we're still alive. One of my sayings? We ain't dead yet. And neither is the planet. Peace out.
So a while back, I talked about people who've lost their parents to the MAGA cult and how hard it was for them to accept that the people who raised them are so unrecognizably cruel. Now, the people that we focused on handled this in a variety of ways. Some chose to try to maintain the relationships that they had with their parents, while others just chose to go full no contact altogether because they didn't feel like it was worth the stress to try to maintain such a toxic relationship with their parents. And one of the families that I featured in that video was the Colgins, who actually have a podcast called The Necessary Conversation, where the two liberal adult children try to talk through the disagreements that they have with their MAGA parents. These two individuals, Bob and Mary Lou Colgin. Now, this is one of my favorite podcasts, I've got to say, because it is so real and so raw, and the children are trying so hard to get through to their parents, while the parents are just growing increasingly cold and detached, especially the father, Bob Colgin. And a clip from a recent episode of their podcast went viral after the father made comments that are truly shocking and reprehensible. And I'm still shocked. Like, the thing that he said, it's not shocking for MAGA, but still, seeing a parent say something like this with their full chest is crazy to me. But they were talking about whether or not troops should follow unlawful orders, and just wait until you see what they say.
Dad,
He's a traitor.
should members of military follow unlawful orders?
Yes.
What?
They should follow any order that the president gives.
Even if it breaks laws?
That's wrong. Because it will endanger other people if you don't follow orders.
What if he orders, hang on, what if President Trump orders a squad of army guys to walk down the street killing anyone they see? They should do it?
Yes.
Mom?
Yes.
What?
I don't even understand. Like, how can you come to that conclusion?
Sounds to me like you lefties are now beginning to fear the fact that the military is going to get involved and your asses are grass.
Beginning to fear. I've feared this since Trump got elected the first time, that he would take control of the military and use it to do illegal shit.
It's coming to your house.
But wait a minute. You're okay with what if Donald Trump says, I want you to carpet bomb Oklahoma City, kill everyone? You think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes.
There might be a reason. We don't know.
It actually gets worse, believe it or not. But this right here demonstrates why so many people choose to just go no contact with their MAGA parents, because how can you deal with this? I mean, these are the people who raised you, who instilled you with the values and morals that you have today. So to see them throw out everything that they taught you also they can better align with the political cult is just straight up tragic. I'd imagine it's got to be traumatizing. I have family members who are MAGA, but my parents, thankfully, are not MAGA. Now, I don't think that I could ever look my mom in the face ever again if she said that shit. Like, if she told me she'd be okay with an entire city getting carpet bombed, I just would lose all respect for her and think that she lost her mind and wouldn't know how to deal with that. And I'm assuming that these were once regular people. Like, they probably were always conservative, but, you know, you can only shift so far to the right until you arrive in straight up fascist authoritarian territory. And that's where it seems like they landed. You know, maybe they were once small government pro Second Amendment conservatives, but now they're just straight up violent fascists who are justifying mass atrocities against U.S. citizens within the borders of the country that they purport to love so much, which is wild to me. If you've ever wondered how the Nazis came to power, this right here, this is the mentality that gets Nazis in power. But I mean, this shouldn't be too surprising, since the conservative leaders that they look up to, they celebrate death and destruction on the regular. They have no problem with genocide in Gaza, and they think that Donald Trump is totally justified murdering people on boats in the Caribbean. I mean, the entire conservative movement relishes in cruelty, inflicting pain and suffering on others. It seems to fuel them. They don't just support people losing their health care and SNAP benefits, they celebrate it. They don't just support violence against immigrants and trans people and unhoused people, they celebrate it. Their overt cruelty is the glue that holds their entire movement together, and I just don't know how long the country can survive when a sizable chunk of the country is part of some psychotic extremist fucking death cult. But to get back to the Colgins, Chad tried to gauge the depth of his father's depravity by asking him whether or not he'd be okay with Trump carpet bombing a mall with, say, him, his own son, still in it. And just wait until you see the answer that his father gave, because you would think that if you personalize an answer like this, make it close to home, he would rethink, but he doesn't rethink. So listen to what he says.
This
you
is
cannot
insane.
be this stupid. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my. This podcast was going well until that.
Are you kidding?
Until you guys said it's fine for.
You just said it's cool if he fucking levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah, fuck it. There must be a reason. Like, you
Maybe
literally
there is a
can't be
reason.
that dumb.
You know what the problem is? Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma because we're on his side and so's the whole state.
No, it's because
Now,
you're in a
you
fucking
guys are
cult.
worried. You guys are worried and afraid because you live in a state where it might happen.
Okay, let's theoretically say that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says,
And you
go into
better
that
get the
shopping
fuck
mall.
under a truck.
Shut up, quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down by the Marines for just
Okay,
being at a
number
mall.
one,
All for
let's just take
Okay,
it
Dad,
one step
wait a minute,
further.
Mom, wait
No.
1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad
wait,
just,
wait.
hang on, Mom.
Hang on.
Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason, and you would support that.
If he walks into a mall to kill people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason. And I'm all for it. And
What if the
people in
reason is
Los
crushing
Angeles,
dissent?
California are as deserving of execution as the fucking assholes in New York City. You're
Including me.
all fucking communists.
Number
Including
one,
me.
Donald Trump would never give an order like that. And if you believe that, I really feel sad for you.
I have no fucking words. They both just said that if their own son got gunned down by the military, if Trump gave that order, then Trump would have had a good reason for giving that order. That is genuinely insane. This is their son. I'm assuming that they raised him from birth. They saw him take his first steps. They were there on his first day of school and watched him graduate. But despite all of that, all of the history that they have raising this human being, they would be A-okay with him getting executed because the president must have had a good reason for executing their son. What do you even say to that? How do you get through to people who are this far gone? Like, these people are truly demented demons. And just from my own personal experience, I don't think that this is, a situation where they're outliers. I don't think that they're exceptions to the rule. I think they are the rule. The Trump supporters in my family would probably agree based on, some of the things that they've told me. Not all of them, but some of them would definitely be okay with mass murder at a minimum. Because once you've decided that liberals and leftists are your mortal enemy and you have to defeat them at all costs, that biological parental instinct that you once had that kind of tethered you to reality, that becomes severed. And at that point, even the murder of your own kids is permissible, since they're also the enemies that have been thoroughly dehumanized by the cult that you've decided to join. It's just so sad. And even though Chad seems to have pretty thick skin, he later remarked in the podcast that he couldn't believe that his own father just said he's okay with Trump murdering him. How do you deal with that? It's gotta hurt. And I'm going to link you to the full episode down below if you want to see the entire exchange. Highly recommend the podcast. It is tragic and infuriating, but I think that Chad and Haley, the children here, they make it tolerable because they're genuine and they care and they're just trying to do what they think they need to do as kids and just have these conversations with their parents. But I mean, they're not going anywhere, clearly. So I do feel bad for them. And the more episodes that I watch, the more it becomes clear that they're talking to fucking brick walls. There's no point in engaging with their parents. If they were my parents, I would have cut them off long ago. Now, I can't help but think that this is indicative of what so many other MAGA loyalists believe, which is why you see this growing trend of people cutting off their MAGA parents who refuse to stop disrespecting their own children. And even if people aren't cutting off their parents for political reasons per se, there always seems to be an underlying personality type of the parents in question that feels inherently Trumpian to me, even if we don't know if they support Trump. And I want to show you what I mean by that. So I came across this thread in the millennial subreddit where millennials were referred to as the estrangement generation by a boomer in a Facebook group titled Grandparents Being Punished and Can't See or Talk to Grandchildren. Nice name. And of course, you know, there was no introspection from this person whatsoever, and they simply couldn't comprehend why so many young people were cutting off their toxic parents. They wrote, "When I was a kid, being part of a family meant something. We had full family get-togethers for birthdays and holidays, marriages, births, and even deaths." They go on to say, "The millennials are the estrangement generation. It has become a true crisis of family, with more and more of them becoming so self-absorbed as to want nothing to do with the bonds our generation thought would last forever. They have learned to blame and reject instead of hashing things out and forgiving. They have learned to not put themselves in another's shoes or learned what compassion is." And it's incredibly rich that this person would say this, seeing as how they're the ones who are actually self-absorbed, so much so that they're bitching about their kids cutting them off in a group called Grandparents Being Punished without ever considering why they'd be punished in the first place. You know, it's not their own behavior. It's not the things that they did that they could have done better. They never consider what they did and how they're part of the equation that made the whole relationship crumble. It's just their kids. It's their kids who are being selfish because they're refusing to put aside the issues that they have with them, and that makes them a victim. And I think that there's a lot of overlap between this victim mentality and the conservative persecution complex. These people only care about compassion insofar as it impacts them personally. Compassion to them is a one-way street. They don't have to have it for you, but you sure as shit better have it for them. And if I had to guess, this narcissistic, whiny mentality is precisely why these kinds of people were drawn to Trumpism in the first place, because Trump gives these kinds of people permission to think that the world should revolve around them. They see themselves in Donald Trump, who doesn't care about anyone but himself. He's a self-obsessed, narcissistic prick. And the replies in that thread suggest that their parents have that exact same mentality. Here's how some of them responded to that post. "Imagine not respecting people's easily followable boundaries and being mad about it. Looks like the me generation at it again. Baby boomers would rather die than be accountable or take responsibility for their faults. Boomers realizing their kids never calling or visiting is the result of their shitty, selfish, and narcissistic behavior. Oh, they're blaming us instead of taking responsibility? Yeah, that tracks. Generations before millennials also got help from their parents, so they might have been more willing to put up with abusive behavior from their parents. Our generation gets very little help from our parents, yet we're expected to still accept toxic, emotionally abusive behavior as normal. That's a no for me, dog. The boomers are so mad that they can't just treat people like shit anymore and expect them to put up with it." And for the record, it's not all boomers, obviously. There are so many kind boomers that I've heard from personally who watch this channel, who are kind and empathetic and caring, and they reject the brainwashing that their generation was subjected to. But when I read these replies to that thread, these are all common themes that we're hearing from people about their parents who decided to go low or no contact, regardless if it was for political reasons or not. So in my last video about MAGA parents, one girl talked about how she tried to establish boundaries with her Trump-supporting father and just tried to get him to agree at the bare minimum to not talk about politics around her. But he couldn't even respect that. He couldn't help himself, and he actually got worse after she tried to establish that boundary. So, you know, I understand why people are doing what they're doing, and I even understand the people who don't have the stomach to even try to be around their parents for political reasons, right? Because political reasons is such a loaded term, because it's not just a mere political disagreement if you believe that immigrants don't have a right to be in this country, or if you think that, you know, genocide is good. I mean, it's obvious why a trans person, for example, would feel betrayed by a parent or loved one who voted for Trump, because if you're voting for a president who denies your humanity, that is inherently disrespectful, and you have every right to not associate with people who vote for politicians that try to get you to not exist. But in these situations, the parents see it as a mere minor political disagreement, and they think that the kid is being petty, and they oftentimes have the audacity to act like they're the ones who are being persecuted, even though they're voting for the persecution of somebody that they're supposed to love and look out for. And even though politics isn't always the reason for kids going no contact, it is one of the main reasons why people are cutting cutting off contact with family members these days. A poll released by the American Psychiatric Association found that 1 in 3 Americans expect to have heated discussions about politics with family during election seasons, and 1 in 5 Americans have become estranged from family due to disagreements over controversial topics, usually involving politics. And for me personally, it's all of the above. A MAGA family member who I cut off also happens to be transphobic and narcissistic and toxic, and also supports Donald Trump. So I don't think it's a coincidence that most diehard Trump cultists seem to all have similar personality traits, which makes total sense, because if you are a naturally thoughtful, introspective person who cares about the well-being of others, you're generally going to be turned off by Trump and Trumpism. Conversely, if you're a self-obsessed piece of shit moron who refuses to take responsibility for your own actions, it makes sense why you'd want to gravitate towards a fascist demagogue who behaves in the same way. But to go back to the Colton family, it is so sad to see so many people, not just older generations, by the way, but so many people have their brains hijacked by an extremist death cult. That to me is tragic. At a certain point in time, I'm assuming that Chad's parents at least tried to be loving and caring. So I can't imagine how hurtful it is to just see your parents devolve into spiteful, grievance-fueled Nazis. It's sad. And as hard as it is to let go of somebody that you care about so much, like your parents, it doesn't make you a bad person to say enough is enough. It makes you a reasonable person who has enough dignity and self-respect to recognize that you deserve peace.
Somebody drove by and screamed that we were R words. Suck it.
The shitty behavior of our pathetic dictator president is having a very, very toxic effect on American culture. And that's not really super surprising, seeing as how presidents always set the example that everybody else follows, since Americans are apparently as impressionable as children. So, if our president is a petty, petulant, racist piece of shit, Americans will act like petty, petulant, racist pieces of shits too. And I just want to give you some examples here to demonstrate this, because his behavior lately has really shown just how toxic his effect is on the culture. So over the last week or so, Trump singled out Minnesota politicians and the state's Somali community after 59 people were convicted as part of a scheme to defraud Minnesota's COVID-era programs that were intended to help vulnerable people. For example, they were reimbursed by the state for programs to help unhoused people as well as autistic children when they never actually provided these services to people that the state paid them to provide for people. And we're barely scratching the surface with regard to this story, because more than $1 billion was stolen from taxpayers as a result of this scheme. It's one of many cases of fraud that's been uncovered throughout the country where COVID-era relief programs were exploited by bad actors for personal gain. And Trump almost certainly latched onto this particular story because, one, it took place in a blue state run by his political enemies like Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar, and two, because the perpetrators of fraud in this case were mostly Somali Americans, which gave him an excuse to target the entire Somali community, which he already did not like. And that's what he's doing now. He's targeting them. In a Truth Social post on November 21st, he called the state a hub of fraudulent money laundering and announced that he was terminating temporary protected status for all Somalis in Minnesota and called for their deportations. Days later, in a deranged, lie-filled Thanksgiving Day post, he singled out Minnesota's Somali community again, saying, "Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone." Oh, sure. The seriously R-worded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congresswoman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab and probably came into the USA illegally, and that you are not allowed to marry your brother, God, he is so fucking unhinged, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country. It's her country too, dickhead. Its constitution and how badly she is treated. Oh, like you don't do that. When her place of origin is a decadent, backward, and crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, schools. But he wasn't done there, because on December 5th, ICE launched a surge into the Minneapolis area, presumably under the direction of President Neckpussy, so he could terrorize the city's Somali American community, which is disgusting, especially because the Somalis in this city are hardworking, tax-paying people, 58% of which are U.S.-born citizens, by the way, with the remaining 42% being mostly naturalized citizens and the rest being refugees here illegally who fled a civil war war. But he just ended temporary protected status for the small number of non-citizen Somalis in Minnesota, and since they've been deemed illegal like that, well, the ICE Gestapo now has an excuse to go into Minnesota in order to intimidate and terrorize the entire community. Namely those who are here legally, but all of a sudden they're illegal because of Trump's tweet. It is truly fucking disgusting and reprehensible behavior, and he just hasn't stopped. It's not enough that he's terrorizing them with his Gestapo. Like the piece of shit that he is, he decided to call the totality of the Somali community garbage in a racist rant about all of them. And this is truly disgusting, so just a forewarning, this will piss you off nonetheless. Here it is.
Somalians ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing.
He is such a disgusting fucking piece of shit. He's literally the most corrupt president in American history who's profiting off of the presidency in direct violation of the Emoluments Clause. He's letting criminals buy pardons from him. He's doing pay-to-play deals with foreign governments. He's defrauding his own supporters. He did this with the crypto scam the day before he took office, but he's somehow not garbage, right? His supporters don't see him as a garbage person. It's amazing, isn't it? And by his logic, all white people must also be fraudsters and rapists since he's a criminal rapist fraudster himself, right? Of course not, because he's a white supremacist and crimes committed by white elites like him are the result of a biased legal system, whereas crimes committed by minority communities are indicative of the entire community's bad behavior. And I love how every single fucking dipshit who thinks that they're part of the master race looks just like him. Bloated, slobbish, disgusting cunts with cankles and a neck pussy. Like such an impressive specimen. You really are the master fucking race. So fucking superior. I'm just like, that clip is so gross. And he knows that his comments and targeted attacks on Ilhan Omar are going to lead to death threats against her and the entire Somali community, but that's why he's doing it. It's not like if he learned of this, he'd say, oh, okay, I'll stop. That is why he's doing it. Now, Ilhan Omar responded to his racist drivel on Face the Nation, and here's what she said.
It's completely disgusting. These are Americans that he is calling garbage. And we feel like there is an unhealthy obsession that he has on the Somali community and an unhealthy and creepy obsession that he has with me. I think it is also really important for us to remember that this kind of hateful rhetoric and this level of dehumanizing can lead to dangerous actions by people who listen to the president.
She's right, and we saw this last year. After he lied about Haitian immigrants in Springfield eating cats and dogs, they were inundated with so much harassment and threats, including bomb threats, that they were afraid to send their children to school. And now Somali Americans across the country are preparing for the same onslaught of harassment because of the shit that he's talking about them. Even in Washington State, for example, King 5 News reports that communities in Seattle and elsewhere across the state are urging Somali residents to be vigilant since they're anticipating an influx of harassment and discrimination towards them because of Donald Trump's comments, even though they're not in the state that he's targeting, but they just all expect to be inundated with hate and harassment because this is what always happens. And they're right to be worried because this happens every single time he targets a community. In Wisconsin, a Somali couple over the weekend captured this racist-ass Cinnabon employee hurling slurs at them with her full chest.
Racist, that's I am racist.
So idiot, for
and
real.
you are a
You are an idiot. No, I'm not.
Racist, and I'll say that to the whole entire world. Don't be disrespectful.
You ruined your life, by the way.
Oh, talking about respect? You're talking about respect? You are fired from this place, motherfucker. You're not gonna be working here.
Suck it.
Suck what? Look how you fucking look
it.
like.
What's wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking ugly bitch? Get the fuck out of
Ugly?
my face.
Talking about ugliness?
Did I stutter?
That is loathsome fucking behavior. Just a grown-ass woman acting like a fucking child, hurling slurs at this couple. Just, wow. Disgusting. And Americans were already pretty shitty people, but Trump's normalization of racism has led to so many more Americans just letting their freak flags fly. He's given them permission to just act like that. And they're acting like that. They're acting like him. Monkey see, monkey do. And the man in the video was correct when he said she was going to lose her job, because she did get fired after that video went viral. Cinnabon responded to the video on Twitter, condemning her behavior while saying that the franchise owner fired her. Although she's seemingly going to get the last laugh, because fellow racist pieces of shits managed to raise more than $70,000 for her on GiveSendGo with comments of support like this, where they call for the country to be taken back from, quote, Somali terrorists and suggest white people will have their home again after Trump finishes deporting them. This person donated $10 saying deport them all and used a slur as his name. And I just want to point out that GiveSendGo is supposed to be the Christian equivalent of GoFundMe. And they are proving that there really is no hate like Christian love. And this isn't the first racist Karen whose racism was rewarded because of their platform. Shiloh Hendricks, the racist white lady who called a literal child a racial slur, has raised more than $800,000 and counting on the platform. She actually just got a couple of donations a few hours ago since I recorded this video. So it's very Christian of them to let white nationalists use their platform to reward people for being explicitly racist. I mean, this is disgusting. And if I were a Christian, I would be outraged that these people were allowing this to happen on a platform that claims to represent my religion. Like, I would not be okay with this. But I want to remind you that every little thing Trump does reverberates across the entire country because he is the president and he leads by example. With that being said, he doubled down on his use of the R slur against Tim Walz, and as a direct result of that, harassment towards the Walz family got so bad that his daughter Hope Walz had to speak out, especially after they started to target her younger brother Gus. Now, for those who don't know, Tim Walz's son Gus is neurodivergent and has a nonverbal learning disorder. But just listen to what his family has had to deal with since Trump decided to target Tim Walz.
The president calling my dad what he did has unleashed a storm regarding like offensive language towards me and my family, and specifically my brother. You can call me whatever you want. You can call my dad, my mom. When it's Gus, to the no. To the no. He dealt with people calling him that last August. And now there's a resurgence. And no, how is it okay that the president of the United States can call somebody, anybody, doesn't matter who they are, that, and then all of his freaking cult members come and attack those people and that person's family? Say what you want about my dad. He's an elected official, right? Like, that's going to happen. I think it's utterly disgraceful that the president would do that. But then the attacks that I have seen, I have people DMing me saying absolutely horrendous things. When I was home last week, somebody drove by and screamed that we were R words, just driving by in their car. I'm like, what world are we living in? And again, I draw the line at Gus because he dealt with that before, and not again. You people are disgraceful. Shame on you, all of you.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? Trump normalized racism and ableism and just shitty behavior, generally speaking. And now we all have to deal with mini Trumps across the country behaving in the same fucking way. Whether it's family members or complete strangers, they're all acting like shitheads because Trump taught them that that kind of behavior is acceptable for adults. And I am so fucking sick of it. We shouldn't have to put up with this fucking bullshit. The entire Somali community shouldn't have to brace for harassment because some members of their community committed crimes. That doesn't mean that they're all guilty, but this is what the right does every fucking time anything bad ever happens in this country. Every time there's a mass shooting or some kind of a tragic event, even if it's an accident, black and brown people, immigrants, trans people, and other marginalized groups, they have to cross their fucking fingers and hope that the perpetrator wasn't a member of their community. Otherwise, they're going to have to pay the price for that crime as well, with harassment and death threats and stereotypes and generalizations. Like, it is quintessential collective punishment, and it is so fucking unacceptable. And I'm just tired of it. I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of all of the shitty behavior that we're seeing from Americans who should be acting like fucking adults. I'm sick of the racism. I'm sick of people just relishing in the pain and suffering of others. I'm sick of people doing things just to get a rise out of others. Can we just, like, for a second, act like adults? Maybe give us a day, just one day of a break where we act like fucking adults, where we just pretend like we're a normal country. Can we just get a tiny break? I mean, fucking A. It's so depressing to see our country devolve into a worse version of idiocracy. I would love to live in the fiction version, because the real life version of idiocracy is exponentially worse. It's awful. And to make matters worse, there's not really anything that we can do about it for the foreseeable future, because so long as Trump is president, this bullshit is going to continue. The effect that he has on our culture is so goddamn cancerous. It just can't be overstated. But we should at least try, I guess, at the micro level to just make it better, right? Try to be empathetic and caring to others, I guess, right? Like, if you're as pissed off as I am, just counter what we're seeing by being extra nice. Like, compliment your barista and, you know, give them a nice tip. Be nice to somebody. Maybe grab one of those tags off of the Christmas trees in the department stores and buy some presents for a child in need if you can afford it. Surprise a friend or a parent or your significant other with something nice. I don't know, do something. Even if it's insignificant, because we have to at least try to put some positivity back into the universe to counter all of this fucking toxicity that we're dealing with from Trump and his deranged cultists. But don't post about whatever you do. If you do something nice for somebody, just do it, and do it for the sake of brightening up somebody else's day. It's not going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things, but it might make you feel a little bit less depressed knowing that you're doing something, anything, however small, to give somebody else momentary joy in this dystopian hellscape we call a country, when everybody else is just trying to make our lives worse on purpose. I don't know. That's all I got, because what else do you do? Just, like, give up when you see this shit? Because that's my first instinct, but you can't just, like, counter it by doing something nice. If they're going to be extra shitty, we should try to be extra kind to people, because if we don't, I guess we go fucking crazy. I know I will.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag.
You just got a small, tiny little taste of Tim Pool's unhinged rant about Candace Owens, where he lays into her for spreading conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk's murder and also accuses her of dividing the right. And that is one of multiple disputes taking place in the online right-wing grifter sphere. And I've got to say, this entire space just feels cooked at this point. And I never thought that I would say that, because I never thought that I would see the day when that happens, since all of these people are funded by the same billionaire donors. So you'd think they'd have an incentive to zip their lips. Nonetheless, it's all falling apart, and you can't not come to that conclusion given everything that's transpired over the past couple of months. I mean, Nick Fuentes went to war with Ben Shapiro and seemingly won. Ben Shapiro is now struggling to hit 30 and even 20,000 views on certain videos, despite having 7 million subscribers. Now, to be fair, some of his videos do still pop off from time to time. Nonetheless, it's a far cry from where he was just a couple of years ago when he was at the top of his game. Now, additionally, you've got right-wingers like Glenn Beck off in La La Land somewhere posting interviews with AI George Washington, which we are absolutely going to get to. But first, I just got to say that this thumbnail, when I saw it for the first time, I laughed so fucking hard, because what are we doing here, Glenn? You're like 85 years old. What's the point of this? But we'll talk about that later. Now, on top of all of this, you've got Milo Yiannopoulos back out of nowhere accusing multiple conservatives of being closeted homosexuals, which I love it so much. And he's also, as he's accusing a bunch of right-wingers of being homosexuals, he's claiming actually nobody's really gay. So, you know, we're going to be eating good today, my friends, because we're going to talk about all of this bullshit and the implosion on the right, generally speaking, not just because we love the drama, but because it is objectively good for the country. Because if these demons are too busy attacking each other or focusing on meaningless bullshit like AI George Washington, they're going to have less time to spread divisive propaganda that hurts the working class. But let's start with Tim Pool and go back to that rant that you saw earlier, where he called out out Candace Owens after she made waves claiming that Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the very organization that he founded, Turning Point USA. In fact, one of Charlie Kirk's former co-hosts responded to all of her claims, and Tim Pool did as well. And ironically, Tim Pool called her a grifter, and she predictably responded to him saying that, and it's just escalated to the point where he had this crash out on his podcast over Candace Owens.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking shits. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a shit about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my fucking property, and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got fucking strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property? And she claims she liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again, this conservative movement is fractured, it's fried, whatever it is. Okay? Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending in the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history. And thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid by any of these people. I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point USA. They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I'm over all of this shit. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her. Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words, but come on. Such fucking pathetic bullshit. You know, and I get people saying, Tim, you know, thank you so much for talking about it. I don't care. I'm not doing a favor for anybody. I'm not doing this to benefit anybody. Nobody's paying me. There's no fucking Russia. There's no fucking Israel. There's just me sticking my neck out and then risking dying for what? A bunch of cowards that don't want to stand up to protect themselves? People like fucking Candace Owens?
I couldn't believe that she put you in the thumbnail.
What a fucking cunt.
Of her piece today.
I'm done.
The idea that she'd imply
done.
that you had some benefit or that you benefit somehow. Like
she benefited. I think she's a Fed, and I think she killed Charlie. No one benefited more than her.
Wow. And I love how he's like, you know, some people are calling me a hero for courageously standing up to Candace Owens because I could get killed for doing it, but I'm not a hero, okay? I'm but a humble servant for the cause of the conservative culture war, and if I become a casualty, so be it. It's a price I'm willing to pay, but please don't call me a hero. Please call me a hero. Tim, it's not that serious. I swear to God, it's not that serious. And he's suggesting that Candace Owens is inciting violence against him, but her fans are calling bullshit on Twitter, and some of them claim that they called the police department in his area to see if he actually filed police reports about anything that's been happening to him, and they claim that there's no such thing. Now, I don't know who's telling the truth because all of these people are notorious liars, so we should take everything that all of them say with a grain of salt. It is plausible that he's receiving violent threats, as all public figures do, but in all honesty, I do understand why he's so angry with Candace Owens, because she really is dividing the right with all of her shenanigans, and regardless if she believes what she's saying or not, she is monetarily benefiting from everything, and she is the biggest she's ever been. Like, she's arguably the biggest right-wing entertainer. So I see where Tim Pool is coming from in a sense, because if a left-wing figure was acting like a wrecking ball on our side, I feel like I'd be pretty pissed off too, because my goal would be to focus on the more important issues. But with that being said, you know, Tim Pool doesn't have any important issues that he wants to focus on, and this isn't happening on my side, and I don't have a horse in this race. So personally, I love what Candace Owens is doing, and she responded to his rant by taking the higher road, writing on Twitter, "He is genuinely not well right now. I wouldn't turn this into a cheap internet moment. There's just so clearly something personal going on in his life. It's hard to run a business, and he's under pressure. Pray he comes through it." I've got to say, as demonic as she is very good at this. Like, you can't deny the talent that she has. Love her, hate her, she knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what to say and how patronizing she needs to be to just get under his skin at the right level to make him lose his fucking shit. And it's why so many people love watching her, because she's entertaining. Whereas, you know, a million Tim Pools already exist. So, like, you can watch him talk about how immigrants are bad, or Steven Crowder talk about how immigrants are bad, or tune into Fox News and see Jesse Waters talk about how immigrants are bad. Or you can tune into Candace Owens, where she's talking about how all of these people are out to kill her, and how Charlie Kirk was murdered by the very people who he trusted the most, and how the world is fucking like collapsing in on itself due to a black hole. I mean, if given the choice and you're a right-wing viewer of this kind of content, like, it's kind of a no-brainer. You're going to go for Candace Owens. So, you know, if I had to guess, part of me also thinks that this is a jealousy factor as well for Tim Pool, because, you know, she's at the top of her game, whereas he's very clearly losing relevance. But Tim Pool was in the spotlight for a different reason this week, because for some reason he decided to bring on Milo Yiannopoulos, and he decided to then drop some metaphorical bombs himself. For example, he claims that the late Charlie Kirk was actually a closeted homosexual. So note the irony here. Tim Pool is pissed off that Candace Owens is disgracing Charlie Kirk by benefiting off of it. But I mean, he brought on Milo Yiannopoulos, who he knew would say some crazy shit like this, and he kind of like doesn't have a lot of room to talk. Nonetheless, here's what Milo Yiannopoulos said about Charlie Kirk.
Somebody tweeted today that Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay, I think he was gay. And
come on,
you
know that you do know that I've criticized.
What?
Like, I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go there, like, to say something like that?
Oh, I'll tell you why.
No, the man's dead. You're calling now. You think he's
that's
gay?
when people can that's when people can tell the truth.
It is genuinely hilarious that George Santos, of all people, is acting like he has standards and decency. Sir, you are George Santos. You scammed a veteran trying to get medical treatment for his dog, and his dog died because of what you did. Please spare us the bullshit. Don't act like anything is beneath you. But regarding Milo's claim, as an expert on the subject matter myself, I have to say, I think he's completely wrong about Charlie Kirk. I never got gay vibes from Charlie Kirk, but Milo is probably saying that because he wants to make headlines, and I think that Tim Pool knew that Milo Yiannopoulos would say some crazy shit that would bring him views that he admitted are low right now due to the holiday season. They're low for everybody typically during this time of year, so people get desperate and they do things like that. Nonetheless, you know, Milo Yiannopoulos delivered, but he named a different figure on the right. And this one is making waves, and I think it's making waves because he's 100% correct about the person he's talking about. And I don't think that Milo Yiannopoulos has some like special gay spidey sense. I think that he said what he said because it's an open secret that this person in particular is gay because he accidentally outed himself years ago. You all know who I'm talking about. It's Benny Johnson, aka Jenny Bonson. And Milo Yiannopoulos confirmed that he is indeed gay based on his own circumstantial evidence.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
But go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued?
I love how George Santos basically told us that he agreed with Milo without telling us he agreed with Milo, because rather than shutting down the rumor like he did with Charlie Kirk, he just feigned ignorance and asked if Milo was afraid of being sued. Because I think that George Santos also knows that Milo is actually correct for once when it comes to this person. Now, this person on Twitter had the funniest response to Milo's allegation, who said, Milo says he has proof conservative influencer Benny Johnson is secretly gay. I see Benny's selfies like this one, which is honestly all the proof I need. Now, in fairness to Jenny Bonson, that's a screenshot from a video that he recorded where he was LARPing as an ICE agent, nonetheless, the point still stands. It's very gay coded because Jenny Bonson accidentally did come out to the world back in 2017, so you can't unsee that. Now, for those who don't know, I always love to bring this up. In a now deleted tweet, Benny Johnson complained about the gay advertisement on the Military Times website while not knowing that that was an advertisement based on his own search history. And even though he desperately wants the internet to forget about that, the internet will never forget about that. But putting that aside, he's also left additional other crumbs of homosexuality here and there throughout the years. For example, before he was fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism, he wrote an article for them titled "Which President Looks Sexiest in a Swimsuit?" with the subtitle "Commander in Brief." And he remarked about the Kennedys and how they were naturals on the beach, and commented how stripes were a nice look for FDR. And a year later, in 2014, he called a Republican Senate candidate a beefcake. A year after that, he remarked that young Rand Paul was a, quote, stud. And Milo Yiannopoulos did boost all of these old tweets from Benny Johnson, just FYI, because of course he's trying to bolster his point. Now, to be fair to Benny Johnson, straight men can also admire good-looking men. That's not like definitive proof that he's gay. Although there is some much more concrete proof that he is gay, because former BuzzFeed writer Saeed Jones does corroborate Milo's claim, saying, "I made out with Benny Johnson in an empty dressing room at a BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. It haunts me to this day." He goes on to explain that everybody was drunk because there was an open bar, and adds, "Benny and I went into a dressing room and started kissing. Would have gone further, but he said something cringe enough to snap me back to my senses. I rolled my eyes and left." Now, after Saeed spilled this tea, other former BuzzFeed colleagues of Benny Johnson reached out to him, and he said this: "I'm not naming names, but I was just informed I wasn't even the only guy Benny made out with that night." So even though Milo Yiannopoulos says a lot of shit, this is one instance where the broken clock happens to be right, because what he's saying is indeed plausible, we'll say. Nonetheless, Jenny Bonson was not happy to hear what Milo said about him and responded in the gayest way imaginable, and by threatening to sue. He tweeted, "I am duty-bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack us. More to come on that soon. Pray for healing for some really sick and delusional people. Jesus is about redemption. The legal system is about justice." And to prove he's not gay, he shared this picture of him and his beard, writing, "I know this is going to trigger some people, but here's my family. We're happy. They're miserable. That's why we win." He added, "Leaked, scandalous photo of our true secret life. Praise God." Now, the reason why I said that his response was gay is because this is a very defensive response, which is a red flag. If you're actually straight and you have nothing to hide, then you're just like, yeah, whatever. He is miserable. I'm happy. And I have a wonderful life, and I love my wife, and I think she knows that, I'm very much attracted to her. But he didn't do that. He got super defensive and shared the picture of him and his beard and was like, yeah, see, I have kids, therefore I've slept with a woman at least 4 times, so I can't possibly be gay. And that's just a very gay way to say that, because if you were truly straight, you just wouldn't be bothered by that at all. And I don't think he understands that if he tries to sue Milo Yiannopoulos over this, then everyone, including his own fans, are going to be talking about whether or not he's gay, even if they're defending him. That will be the conversation, which is not something that a straight man wants to deal with, especially if you believe that homosexuality is icky. So if he actually does sue Milo, that would be the worst career move he makes in his entire life. But Milo seems to want it to happen, because he responded to Benny's legal threat with an unnecessarily long screed about how he actually knows more about defamation than any lawyer Benny could possibly hire, and goes on to say that discovery would destroy Benny Johnson's career because it would confirm that he's gay. And he also called his wife ugly because, why wouldn't he say that? Oh, and just today, Milo speculated that Jordan Peterson is actually dead in response to a health update from his daughter. So needless to say, Milo has been very busy lately, and he strategically attached himself to Candace Owens to regain relevance, and it seems to be working. But at the same time that he calls out closeted homosexuals on the right, he's claiming that nobody is actually homosexual, and he'd know as an ex-gay himself. And I want to show you what he said on Tucker Carlson's show, because I just find this funny.
Are you gay? Were you gay? What is gay?
Nobody's gay. Nobody is gay. We've been encouraged to think of this. It's an icky subject. Straight men don't want to think about.
No, it's okay.
That.
I mean, it's reached.
But you invited me.
Well, I invited you because I have not wanted to be engaged with the topic at all. I don't have super strong personal feelings about it. But all of a sudden, it has become like a defining fact of the West that we have a huge gay population. Like, what does that
sodomy,
but no one wants to talk about it.
You're talking about it now, dipshit. But it's low-key hilarious that Milo Yiannopoulos, of all people, is saying this because he's walking proof that nobody chooses to be gay. Like, he exudes homosexuality from his pores. He can't help himself. That man is a walking rainbow flag. You can't look at that person and not deduce, oh yeah, he's definitely born gay. Like, despite what he's saying now, despite the whole ex-gay charade, which we all know is a ruse because he wants to regain his audience that he lost. And his argument, I believe, is that homosexuality is the result of demon possession, literally, and you have to resist the gay demon that's always tempting you. But I'm sorry, you wouldn't be tempted in the first place by said gay demon if you weren't just gay. And the people who always make the it's a choice argument always end up telling on themselves in some way, shape, or form. Like rapper Bussy, for example, which is one of my favorite instances of somebody outing themselves, who said this about Lil Nas X.
You don't feel that disrespect going dance naked? You don't think that's disrespect in front of boys who trying to be straight? It's totally disrespect.
Yes, because if you want to be straight men will be the first to tell you that you've got to work really hard at it, okay? It doesn't come easily. It's like a muscle you have to train. All of the straight men in the world achieved heterosexuality only because they resisted the big gay demon. It is so fucking hilarious to see them all say this. And speaking of gay demons, Tucker Carlson, who claims that he was literally physically attacked by a demon, seems to be battling with a gay demon himself, possibly, lately. And I say that because of this exchange that he had with Piers Morgan out of nowhere on his show.
Would you say the word faggot on camera?
No.
Why?
You don't
want to get arrested, do you?
Doesn't want to be arrested.
Because it's so harmful to people?
No.
Is it like gay bashing? What's wrong with that?
No, actually, my whole issue with the whole trans debate, for example, is you don't need to slide into actually saying derogatory stuff about trans people to make the point that women's rights should be protected. You don't need to.
Well, I agree.
So what? I don't believe.
No, but it's a magic word.
I don't believe in needlessly sneering.
Well, I'm not smearing anybody. I just think.
But why would you use that word?
Yeah, I just did.
Yeah, but would you use
it?
Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to. Because you're
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say I love gay people.
For those who don't know, this is actually how Christians rebuke gay demons. They have to say the F slur multiple times. I think it's 3 times. They might have to look in the mirror. I don't know, but they say the F slur 3 times, and then the gay demon goes away at least for 24 hours. It's like a snooze alarm, and then the temptation to suck cock goes away for a little bit. But let me try to give you my read on that situation. I think that Tucker Carlson has recently been hyper fixated on homosexuality himself lately, because I think like that's giving I'm bisexual and I jerked off to gay porn again recently, and I'm trying to figure out why this gay demon just won't go away. I did really good. It's been years since I've done that, but you know, it's back, and I'm going on a crusade now to figure out why this gay demon is haunting me again, and I'm going to ask Milo Yiannopoulos how he was able to overcome it in hopes that he can help me. That's what that's giving, right? I could be wrong. I don't know. But that's the sense that I get, because the way that they talk about this is so bizarre. Like, I don't think straight dudes spend this much time thinking about dudes fucking other dudes. I mean, I certainly don't spend time thinking about straight people boning each other. It's just, I feel like normal people, well-balanced, adjusted people, which right-wingers are not, they don't have these thoughts. They just let people live their lives, and then they live their lives. But I mean, you know, it's funny because with everything happening in the country, it's amazing that this is a huge concern to Tucker Carlson, like serious people, right? But I'm bringing this up because this all ties back to Jenny Bonson, who boasted about how, unlike Tucker Carlson, he actually did get Piers Morgan to say the F slur, which I guess in theory makes him more straight than Tucker Carlson. Now, he of all people shouldn't touch the subject with a 10-foot pole, because people in his replies reminded him that it's not edgy when he says the F slur because he's gay. But here's the clip in question. Now, just watch the gay-ass reaction on Benny's face when he thinks that he backed Piers Morgan into a corner. Like that right there, that's all the proof you'll ever need. But just watch.
I've grown up thinking that an English word for a cigarette is a fag. Is that correct?
Right. And actually, a faggot...
So is that a hate crime?
A faggot, if you use it about a foodstuff, which it is in parts of England, is not offensive at all. It's only when you use it against gay people that it's deemed to be a homophobic slur.
But then aren't you implying intent, as though like the law somehow like understands how someone is using a word, and the law is... Like, aren't you playing God then in this situation?
Yeah, Piers, aren't you playing God by not using the F slur in certain contexts? What? Like, homosexuality aside, this man is a fucking idiot, which is why it's a tragedy that he no longer works for BuzzFeed, because I think that that was content that was more suitable for his intellectual capacity, where he'd rank the 7 ugliest buildings in DC, calling them gross, and how John McCain's first mention of Twitter on the Senate floor was, quote, adorable. But by now, you should be getting a sense as to why people who watch right-wing media are so goddamn stupid, because these are the people they look up to. These are the intellectuals that they get their political news from. It's just amazing. And I haven't forgotten about Glenn Beck, by the way, his interview with AI George Washington, which I think truly encapsulates the essence of right-wing stupidity.
Based on your writings and the writings of the rest of the founders, what is it that you feel is the biggest problem, or where we should start to fix things?
If I may speak plainly, my countrymen, the greatest danger to our republic lies not in foreign arms or political faction, but in the decay...
May I just interrupt you for a second? Could you just dumb it down just a little bit?
Okay. I do have 29 points, and they're all referenced to exactly what we said in the past.
For this, just speak in today's language.
Okay. I get it. Let me speak to Americans. If I'm honest, America's biggest problem isn't political or economic. It's all moral.
That was incredibly fucking cursed. But I find it hilarious that the AI was like, the greatest danger to our republic lies not in foreign arms and political factions. And then Glenn Beck was like, hold on. No. You have to dumb that down. That's too complicated. And then the AI started talking again. And then, like, it was still too complicated. So Glenn Beck had to cut it off again and was like, no, dumb it down even further. Bro, if you needed to regurgitate bullshit to you at like a kindergarten level, maybe that's a sign that you're not qualified to offer political commentary. But I guess I just don't understand what the point of this is overall, because we don't need to hear from a slave-owning, wig-wearing dinosaur who shit in holes in the ground. But I mean, if you did, why resurrect an AI version of him when you can just read what he wrote and then tell your viewers what he wrote, offer your interpretation like, you know, a political commentator would. It just feels like this is the boomer version of PragerU for kids, and we don't need another AI making conservatives dumber than they already are. But listen, we've talked about a bunch of shit happening, what right-wing dipshits are fighting about, all of the things that they're doing to, I guess, regain relevance. I went on multiple tangents, but the takeaway is that this space is a fucking mess. And I hope that that video demonstrated that today. And the conservative movement is aimless and messy because they're faced with the fact right now that they finally got everything that they want politically, but things still aren't getting better. In fact, things are getting worse rapidly. Trump is deporting immigrants and dismantling the federal government and cutting social safety net programs, yet conditions are only getting worse when they said that if you do these things, things will get better. So I don't think that they're intelligent enough to realize that this is proof that their entire worldview is a sham, nor would they be able to fight through the cognitive dissonance to acknowledge that reality, even if they were smart enough. But everything that we're seeing is the direct result of the failure of the conservative project, the failure of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. They're like the dog that caught the car, and now they don't know what to do. They're imploding and attacking each other and trying to figure out what to hitch their wagon to. And it's getting ugly, but you love to see it. So grab some popcorn and enjoy the shit show, because their loss could very well be our gain if we play our cards right. And I say we as the left more broadly speaking. But with that being said, don't interrupt them. Don't take sides. Let them fight and watch.
Like everywhere there's
Fried green tomatoes often gets lumped into this like safe 90s comfort movie category, but it is a lot darker and smarter than people give it credit for. Yeah, it's got this like warm sepia lighting and like southern charm thing going, but underneath that it's got a story about abuse and revenge and identity and the quiet ways that women fight back. It's all told through a double narrative. Kathy Bates plays a woman named Evelyn who's trapped in her bland suburban life. She's listening to Jessica Tandy's Ninny tell stories about Iggy and Ruth, who work at the Whistle Stop Cafe in Alabama. And the way that the film uses this framing device, the jumping between timelines, it's all about memory and how storytelling can become a form of survival. As a filmmaker, I am obsessed with how controlled it is tonally. John Avnet shoots it like a period drama, but the editing and pacing sneak in these genre elements, mystery, tragedy, even a little gothic southern horror. And the performances are doing so much heavy lifting. Mary Stuart Masterson's Iggy has this unspoken queerness that's never labeled but totally central, while Mary Louise Parker's Ruth carries this quiet rage that's just simmering throughout the whole movie. Their relationship, which is loving and loyal and deeply intimate, reads as queer subtext, and it's one of the most fascinating things about the story. It gives it layers beyond its comfort movie surface. So yeah, if you're expecting a fluffy slice of comfort cinema, this one might catch you off guard. It's cozy on the surface, but it's also about what happens when people, especially women, have to build whole worlds out of loss. You might not think this one's for you, but I promise there's more meat here than it looks like. Or I guess more barbecue.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/BPD Show and support The Benjamin Dixon Show.
Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and gender non-conforming individuals to another episode of The Benjamin Dixon Show. I am your host, Benjamin Dixon. Today is Thursday, December 11th, 2025, and we did it, everybody. We got rid of this most atrocious AI slop. I mean, this what was it? The Netherlands McDonald's commercial? I forgot which country it was, but they pulled it from YouTube. The backlash for this video was so significant. I hope you guys don't get mad at me when I turn the corner here. You know the other shoe is getting ready to drop, right? The backlash was so significant across social media that they had to pull this video. I'm pausing because it looked like am I crashing again? Am I crashing, or is that the video crashing? If I'm still okay, it looks like I'm still here. The point is this: there's power. There is power in shaming. There is power in ridicule. There's power in scorn, and the online coalition that's not just the left. I would be lying if I said it was just the left, but there's people on the left, there's people on the right. I mean, it is extremely popular right now to be anti-AI and to call, this AI slop and to stand against it to the point where McDonald's had to pull this ad. Fascinating. In other news, I'm not going to go there just yet. I'm just going to take my turn and just go through all the different things that's going on in the world of artificial intelligence. In other news, Disney has made a deal with, hang on, let's see what's going to come up first. There we go. Disney has made a deal with OpenAI and invested $1 billion into the company. Their image generating software, Sora, is now going to be able to create and utilize Disney characters, generate AI generated videos based on animated masks and creature characters from Disney, Marvel, Pixar, and Star Wars. It's a curated selection of AI generated videos will be released on Disney. Interesting. Now, there's a lot of things happening with that one. because that last sentence is doing a lot. Curated selections of AI generated videos will be released on Disney. So the better content that you, the user, makes for free on Sora, it all belongs to Disney. So you could sit there and generate a prompt that creates a magnificent piece, and Disney would just sit back and say, oh, that's wonderful. Let me take that and use that. Let's keep going. What else is happening in AI news? 2025 was the year when artificial intelligence's full potential roared into view, according to Time magazine. And when it became clear that there will be no turning back. For delivering the age of thinking machines, for wowing and worrying humanity, for transforming the present and transcending the possible, the architects of AI are Time's 2025, I guess, persons of the year, people of the year. The architects of AI. Fascinating use of language there, making it seem as though they are responsible for AI. I mean, I guess if I'm going to be fair to them, you know, it did require their brute force. It did require them being willing and able to spend an obscene amount of money initially to make it happen, even though it is far cheaper to create AI. I mean, pennies on the dollar cheaper to create AI today. The environmental impact is like 99% cheaper on the environmental impact than what's required by all of these data centers that are being built everywhere. But hey, let's give them the Time people of the year, person of the year, even though they're spending 99% more than they have to. I don't think it works that way. I'm saying it wrong, but you get the picture. Even though the environmental impact could be 99% less harmful, even though the water consumption could be that much less consumed, we're still going to give these people credit when the technology has already gone beyond them. But hey, that's how empire works. That's how capitalism works. Where do we start? It's almost like this week in particular. I don't know where you are on social media. I don't know what the algorithm brings to you. Shout out to everyone in the chat room. Shout out to Mike in his last episode. I wanted to go right in on what he was talking about. But I'll get to that in a second because I have. He was saying a lot about Christians and the LGBTQIA community. Got plenty to say about that. But I got to start with AI because it seems like, and maybe I just wasn't as tuned in as I thought, but it feels like the civil war for AI was launched in earnest this week. I don't know. Everybody exists in their own algorithm. You know, that's how AI kind of works. That's how the algorithm works. It makes sure that everyone has their own different channel. Everybody has their own hermetically sealed bubble. So I don't know what you saw, but this week I saw a full blown, I mean, Let's go here now. There we go. Okay. Again, I'm not sure why this particular browser likes to do what it does with this space. I'm having to switch to a new browser, and what's funny about it is I've done multiple streams this week and never had a problem with it. I think my browser is racist. We'll get to that at another time. As I was saying, I'm not sure what your algorithm did to you this week. I'm not sure what you saw on your social media feeds, but what I saw was an all-out war between people who are pro-AI and people who are anti-AI. And that McDonald's commercial, that didn't help the case. I mean, that became, I mean, it might as well have been an election year. It almost became MAGA versus non-MAGA. It was, I mean, it was ugly. It was ugly. But it was exactly what AI corporations would want. It's exactly what fascists who utilize the technology want. It's exactly what the elite and governments who are using artificial intelligence to the destruction and the control and the manipulation of the masses. It's exactly what they want. They want us arguing over AI slop instead of arguing over AI regulations. How do we control this thing? How do we put this thing in check? How do we control the abuse of it? The abuse of it on top of the people of society. That's what we need to be arguing about. But, you know, it's nothing like a good virtue signaling. You know, hey, we did it, folks. We got rid of the McDonald's commercial. But we haven't gotten rid of Palantir and their surveillance of 380 million Americans. We haven't gotten rid of the Lavender program and their automated drone strikes that selects targets in Gaza and strikes them through automated drones, through artificial intelligence within 7 minutes. 7 minutes between the time a satellite or a drone spots a civilian or a combatant. 7 minutes later, their artificial intelligence has struck and killed somebody in Gaza. We got rid of the McDonald's commercial, but we haven't made any headway on that. We are arguing, my best estimation, and you may disagree with me, and that's quite okay if we don't agree on this. Because like I said, this has been a scorched earth kind of week. I knew AI was going to become a serious conversation. I just didn't know it was going to be this week. And though we all may disagree on the importance of the people who organized to get rid of that McDonald's commercial that I just showed you, I hope that we can agree that the fundamental thing that we have to be pressing on is regulation and stopping it from getting the working class and destroying the working class. But that's not really what we're focused on right now. And because of that, I feel like all of the side conversations, all of the arguments that we're doing, whether or not somebody is an artist because they use AI or is AI slop and we can, all that kind of stuff, I get it. Hey, fine. I have multiple artists in my family who are adamantly against artificial intelligence art. I get it. But I just feel like sometimes our energy is siphoned off into useful categories that benefits the very people we should be fighting against. While we are arguing over that McDonald's commercial, we have seen now Disney invest $1 billion, and that seems to be confusing people. A lot of people are confused over Disney investing $1 billion. This is how it reads, and let me put that image back on your screen. Give me a second to pull it back up. A lot of people read that scenario and they're confused because they're like, why would Disney pay $1 billion to allow their intellectual property rights to be violated by artificial intelligence? And I really genuinely believe people are missing the point. Because what this gives Disney the power to do, it gives them unfettered access
to the real technology. Okay, let me be crystal clear. This $1 billion that they're paying OpenAI to let people use their imagery, two things are going to happen. Number one, they're going to be able to take and steal anything anybody makes. It doesn't matter what you make. You didn't make it. It's something that's owned by Disney. And so if you sit there and you spend 8 hours trying to create a prompt to create a Disney movie and you actually make something spectacular, congratulations. You just did free labor for Disney. That's number one. But number two, this $1 billion investment gives them complete and total access to the true technology. I'm going to say that again, and I want you to hear me very clearly. This $1 billion investment into OpenAI by Disney, they're not doing that just so that they can get free labor from the masses. They're doing this because this gives them unfiltered access to the actual technology that OpenAI has at its disposal. What does that mean, Pastor Ben? Good question. I'm glad you asked. You do realize that what we utilize in the public, no matter what you do, if you use AI to write an email or you use it to generate AI slop, whatever the case may be, what we're using in the public has absolutely nothing on what they have in the background. Nothing. In fact, research is showing that many of the functionalities that we use in artificial intelligence on the front end is intentionally dumbed down. I'm going to say that one more time so that you can hear my case as I build it. What we are using on the public end of artificial intelligence, no matter what you use it for, even if you're not intentionally using it, even if you only use it for Spotify. Spotify now has AI creating playlists for you. If that's all you use it for, even if you use it on YouTube, you know how now YouTube, all the YouTube videos has AI and it could summarize. It's everywhere. No matter what version of AI you are using a dumbed down version of artificial intelligence. So what does that tell you about this $1 billion investment by Disney? It gives them access to the purest version of this tool. Now, I wish I had the paper with me, but I don't have the paper with me, but I will find it if anyone wants to see it. But they intentionally make this tool less efficient for us. They intentionally make this tool seem a bit incompetent for us. The reason for this is because if they demonstrated how precise and how accurate artificial intelligence, I'm going somewhere and it has everything to do with Disney, and I hope you'll stay with me. If what we used in public was as precise as it actually could be, it would be terrifying to the general public. And so they literally trained this intelligence to be dumbed down for the general public. So what does that mean for Disney? That means Disney is getting ready to make billion-dollar movies. That is, so long as you go to the theaters and actually watch it. I hope we won't. I hope we agree that we're not going to go see Disney movies anymore. Because what they're going to use this technology for is to replace actors, to replace digital artists, to replace everything except 2 or 3 people who can punch in a prompt and instantly get out exactly what they ask for. That's the crux right there. When you ask AI for something, it is a intentionally dumbed down version that's going to look like it's incompetent and random. You could ask for 3 people in a jacuzzi, and it'll give you 4 people in a swimming pool. That's intentional incompetence. They program it for intentional incompetence. Look at the reinforced learning through human feedback, RLHF. They intentionally make sure that this tool is as incompetent as they can make it so that it doesn't scare the general public, more importantly, so it doesn't scare regulators. Do you think that's what that $1 billion is going to give Disney access to? Absolutely the hell not. Disney invested $1 billion so that they can cut off the entirety of their labor pool, so that they don't have to spend another dollar on an actor that they don't have to spend it on. So they don't have to spend another dollar on 200 digital artists when they can get it done with 3. That's what this $1 billion is for. And what's fascinating to me about the criticisms from the left is that people aren't seeing this. There are people all across social media who are genuinely shocked because they can't understand why Disney would pay OpenAI $1 billion and let people use their intellectual property rights when, did you remember the story? Let me show you how ridiculous Disney has been with their IP. There was a young boy who died of childhood cancer, and the family put Spider-Man on his tombstone, and these evil, sadistic troglodytes sued the family, and the family had to remove the Spider-Man image. That's how, and so people are confused because now they're like, well, why on earth would they allow the masses to generate images with AI? Number one, because people are going to do all of the hard work for training this machine to produce accurate and precise images for Disney. Number two, there's going to be a handful of people who can write prompts that will make entire movies that Disney can come back and say, oh, hey, that's great, it's mine. Number three, it gives them unfettered access to the purest form of this intelligence that's not dumbed down. That if you say, give me 3 well, I don't think they own X-Men, do they? Give me 3 Avenger characters jumping out of a building, landing on top of a jet and flying off into the sunset. The first time you type that in, you're going to get precisely what you type in. They have purchased access to the purest form of this technology that is not dumbed down, and that's going to give them the ability to make movies in perpetuity without actors, without digital artists. And people need to understand, at the end of the day, folks, this is not about the technology. This is about the greed of corporations. It has always been and always will be about the greed of corporations who do not want to pay labor. If there's one thing that's driving me personally a little bit, I won't say irrationally angry, because I've learned I have to keep myself rational at all costs. But it's driving me a little bit batty that we're not getting a more robust economic class critique of not just AI, the technology, but AI, the industry. If people would slow down and not just fall into the groupthink, sorry, forgive me, but it's groupthink around AI slop, you would very quickly understand that this is absolutely what Disney was always going to do. People genuinely thought that they could count on Disney suing OpenAI for intellectual property rights violations, and that was going to hurt OpenAI. Why? When they could drop $1 billion and every movie they make from now on can be done by 2 people, 3 people, and maybe 1 actor. Maybe they have to hire Robert Downey Jr. to come back and be the resurrected Iron Man. But literally everything else can be done. And again, I want to be sure, if your thought about this is, well, Pastor Ben, when I put in a prompt, it spits out crap, and it's so hard to get anything precise. My friends, that is the smoke and mirrors. AI is more precise than they are allowed to let on. They cannot afford to let you know how precise this mathematical function is. That's all it is. It's a mathematical function. Yes, it's operating, and literally, this sounds, when you say a phrase like I'm getting ready to say, it sounds like You know, it sounds kind of crazy, but it's literally higher dimensional vector spaces, mathematics. It's higher dimensional mathematics. It's a mathematical function. And like I said last week, man, you're like when you're dealing with mathematics, 2 + 2 is 4. It's precise. It's accurate. We in the public get the dumbed down version of it. Disney has gotten access to the version where they can make Robert Downey Jr. look like he's 21 or 71 in one prompt. So that's where, you know, and I think that we're missing the class critique because we're more on the social critique. We're more focused on the, and forgive me, but it's the virtue signaling. That McDonald's commercial, you know, you listen, if you hated it, great. If you loved it, I mean, I don't know why you would love it. It made me no difference one way or the other. I just think it was a distraction. I think it was the exact distraction that people needed, that the billionaire class needed, that the governments needed, that corporations needed for us to miss the fact that corporations, billionaires, and governments around the globe are tripling down on it. And it gives us this low-hanging fruit where we feel like we've accomplished something, but at the end of the day, did we really? We got a YouTube video pulled down. Meanwhile, OpenAI just got $1 billion, and Disney got free labor from everybody who's going to generate anything with AI. And then we go to the next story. I already touched on it a little bit, but, you know, the people of the year. Time has made the architects of AI people of the year, person of the year. Here's why I have a problem with that, besides the fact that I think that they're all loser fascists, every one of them. Every single one of them that you can barely see in this picture because it's too small, my apologies. Every single one of them are loser fascists. But I have a bigger problem with that. I mean, that's, I don't know if it's bigger, but I have another problem with this idea. Because at the end of the day, these people, what they're doing with this intelligence, what they're doing with this technology, is they're gobbling it all up for themselves, while we're down here, we workers, we plebes, we you know, the proletariat at the bottom of the empire, we're scrambling to have some relevance. We're scrambling around to have some type of influence. Like we're going to have some, we want any type of impact in this conversation that we can have. Meanwhile, they are creating something. Nope. Got to correct myself. They're not creating it. But what they are doing is that they are using this just like they use every other technology to gather more power to themselves. That's all this is. Did you know, and I said it already, but I'm going to say it again like I haven't said it already, that there's a new way to train artificial intelligence, to develop the technology that is 99.99% cheaper than what they are spending to develop the same technology. How are you the person of the year and you're not smart enough to cut your costs by 99%? Did you know that there's another version of this technology, another way to build artificial intelligence that doesn't require these data centers that pollute Black communities all over the country? Did you know that there's a way to do this technology that leaves 99% less impact on the environment, 99% less water consumption? Literally everything that we worry and complain about, which we're right about, right? The damage that this technology does and causes. Did you know that we are so far beyond that it makes literally no sense for them to be building another data center at all? For them to be building how are you the person of the year and you're building data centers that cost you billions of dollars and you literally don't have to spend that money? What happened to capitalism? What happened to the markets? What happened to efficiencies? What happened to cutting your costs? Don't believe me? Look up a paper by DeepSeek, published in January of this year, January 2025. I believe it was first published in December of 2024, but it became a mainstream publication in January of 2025. And they use what's called reinforcement learning, just RL training, RL training. Different, do not mistake. It's important. It's important. It's vitally important. Don't mistake reinforcement learning with reinforcement learning through human feedback. I hate to get all nerdy with the difference and the detail, but that detail matters. But I digress. Look at what DeepSeek did in January of 2025. They produced artificial intelligence that cost literally 99% less than what any AI company in the United States of America is doing. How are these clowns that are on the cover of Time magazine the people of the year when they're still spending that same cost? I have an answer, but I'm asking you so that you can populate that answer for yourself. If you could run your business at a 99% less cost, wouldn't you be an incompetent boss if you continue doing the same thing? But they don't care that there is a way to produce this same technology at a magnitudes of order less cheap, or cheaper rather. They don't care that they can produce this technology without all of these data centers now. They don't care that they can produce this technology and not destroy the environment. So you ask yourself, why are they doing it? Because we don't even practice. What we have in the United States of America, my friends, is not even capitalism. As if capitalism wasn't bad enough. What we have in the United States of America is power by any means necessary. And if it means they have to create a bubble and burst that bubble instead of moving more efficiently and not creating a bubble, but creating a more viable product, a more efficient product, taking all the latest technologies and utilizing it. Instead of doing that, they are continuing to build data centers that make absolutely no sense economically or technologically. They literally do not know whether or not the next data center is going to improve the product, but they have slated trillions of dollars for the next decades worth of data centers. Now they're talking about putting data centers in space, and they literally don't know if that's going to improve the technology. So why are they doing it? Because it runs up the value of their stock. Because it justifies them asking the government for billions of dollars. Because it justifies the valuation of their net worth. And because it continues to put money in the hands of everybody in their supply chain. Because they need those chips from NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the most profitable company in the history of the world. You think NVIDIA wants anybody to realize that, okay, we're good now. We don't need any more NVIDIA chips. Do you think the companies who are now charging 10 times as much for the RAM? Well, okay, let me be fair. It's not 10 times as much for the RAM, but it is about 5 times as much, right? The cost for RAM. Anybody who's into building your own computers, or even buying a computer now, the cost has skyrocketed because RAM is being consumed by all of the artificial intelligence companies, and you're paying 3 or 4 times as much for that RAM. Do you think they want to lower their price for the same product? See, there comes a point in capitalism, and this is why I'm a little disappointed with my friends on the left, because this is the quintessential class problem. This is Karl Marx would have a field day with this, because everything that they are doing is so destructive to their own business practices, because their businesses have been seized by people who understand how to make a profit for themselves, even if it costs their shareholders their worth. NVIDIA absolutely knows that they're headed to destruction, but they're going to ride this train to the very last stop. And if the company collapses and disappears after the fact, they don't care. All that means is that the millions of shareholders in NVIDIA, they get screwed, but the C-suite, the CEO, the chief financial officer, the chief technology officer, everybody who's in the C-suite gets out like a bandit, makes out like a bandit. And we've seen this how many times we got to see this in American history? Like, you should know this play. This is what happened in 2007, 2008. This is what happened in the energy industry. This is what's happening over and over again. And here we are. Here are new technologies in artificial intelligence where they literally do not need another data center. They literally can change their training regime, how they build artificial intelligence, but they choose not to. Because it's not about running an efficient company. It's not about running an efficient technology. It's not even, unfortunately, it's not about making the biggest profit margin they can. You would think that's what the case is, but common sense says this. What does common sense say? Cut your costs, increase your profits. And they're not doing that. Because this just like so many others, folks, what happened with so many companies in this capitalistic system throughout American history, it's not even ultimately about profits so much as it is about power, control. You say, well, how does that make sense? Help me, what's more control than money? Than profit margins. Here's the control. If the average American knew that you can take the software, or rather the code that DeepSeek used to train their AI, and put it on your MacBook Pro and have your own localized AI, would you ever use OpenAI ever again? ChatGPT ever again? Would you give any of them your data ever again? No. So for them, it's not about creating the most efficient product. It's not about creating a better broom. It's about creating the image in your head that the only way we could have AI is if we're spending trillions of dollars on data centers, and those data centers are polluting local Black community, overwhelmingly Black communities, consuming bottles of water for every so many prompts. They need that to be our complete and total understanding of artificial intelligence. And let me tell you, how many of you have heard anything that I'm saying tonight from anywhere? The papers are there. The papers are online. You have to go look for it. You have to read it. The articles, not just the engineering papers, the articles are there. It's literally known amongst the AI industry that there are cheaper ways of doing it that don't impact the environment anymore, but they're not doing it. Why? Because of power, because of control. Not even about profit margins. They will burn up cash just to keep control. Because if the general public knew that we're getting close to you being able to run artificial intelligence solely off of your cell phone, okay? If the general public knew that we're moving into an era where you can run a native AI directly off of your cell phone, that takes power away from them. So anyway, for that reason, I know that's kind of a big reason to say they shouldn't be the people of the year. I know most people just say, oh, I don't want them to be people of the year, persons of the year, because I hate AI. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't hate AI. I hate AI companies. I think these AI companies, I think every single one of these companies need to die. Anthropic needs to die. OpenAI needs to die. Grok XAI needs to go, they need to die. Every single one of them. Because they're all absolutely destroying the environment when they don't even have to. They're all burning through our economy when they don't have to. but they're doing it because it gives and secures power for them. And I'm a little disappointed in my friends on the left because we got so easy and comfortable with this, let's just go after the AI slop. Okay, hey, listen, it gets clicks. God, does it get clicks? I'm trying to work my way up into doing some anti-AI content just so I could get some clicks. Because Jesus, look, go to YouTube. Put in a search in YouTube and just put in AI. Every video you're going to see got millions of views because they're all anti-AI. So from that perspective, I get it. Go get those clicks, folks. But we have limited our understanding of the class critique. We've limited our understanding, and that is giving these people exactly what they need, man. What does Elon Musk need? What does Sam Altman need? What does Mark Zuckerberg need? What Jeff Bezos now has an AI company. What do they need? They need us to be distracted and fighting one another over AI slop. We're not even talking about AI regulations. Do you all notice that? Forget what I said, because most people, you'd have to go and read the papers. You'd have to go and read the engineering papers from DeepSeek and all the rest of them. And Samsung has a paper out about recursive models of AI. If you read those papers, you realize holy shit, man, we are already at the stage of electric cars to the T model Ford. Okay. We are right now, and as we get ready to go to January 2026, we have just that quickly moved into the electronic car compared to what the T model Ford is. And we have every single American AI company still running a T model Ford factory. But you really wouldn't know that unless you were, really deep inside and reading the papers. And I get that. But at the end of the day, I'm just curious, why are we not organizing around regulation? Why are we not understanding what this thing is enough to be educated and demand proper regulation of this monster? Because I tell you something, let me tell you one thing I agree with everybody else on. If you want to know how horrible AI can be, baby, let me tell you. This one thing about a technology is that it could be used for good or evil, and the people who have their hand on this technology are doing the absolute most evil stuff that you can imagine. But if we don't understand it, my friends, if we don't understand it at a level that we can actually not be caught up in the virtue signaling, but be able to tell the difference. And I'm not trying to flex on anybody, but I've been studying this long enough to be able to tell the difference between reinforcement learning and reinforcement learning through human feedback, RL versus RLHF. And if we can't tell the difference there, then we are 1000% not able to demand the kind of regulation we need. Because if all we are doing is saying, no, drop the AI slop. Let me give y'all a free slogan. This one came to me earlier. Drop the AI slop. There you go. Chant that. But if that's the limitation of our understanding of AI as a technology, as an industry, then we're not really prepared to demand what we need to demand, because I'm going to tell you, the stuff that this thing can do is far worse than AI slop videos. The stuff that this thing can do is far worse than deep fake videos. This thing can create alternate realities for I'm not talking about alternate dimensions. I'm talking about your replies in your chat session, or what comes on your timeline, is customized to you and only you, and it's customized to twist the truth. And it does that, and it can do that for 8 billion people with the technology and the compute they currently have. We're talking about levels of evil and control that if we don't understand this technology, we are going to be so lost. And what's worse, my friends, is that we're not even doing a basic class critique right now. People are confused about what's going on with Disney. And I'm like, okay, you don't even have to have studied this technology to realize for Disney, this is a good deal for them. They're not going to have to hire artists, digital artists anymore. They're not going to have to hire actors, except some superstars, maybe. And it depends. You never know. Robert Downey Jr. might have signed a contract, don't even realize he signed his visual image away. And they get access to the absolute best version of this technology, unlimited abilities in terms of precision, and they get access to everything every person ever makes, every American, every human on the face of the planet that uses Sora, OpenAI's tool, ChatGPT, to create Disney content. Now, all they got to do is sit back and look and just pick whatever is the best. I just kind of think that when we get caught up in the mob, you know, when we get caught up in the clicks that we can get, we kind of miss the most important critique that's sitting right in front of us, which is always, I've never been disappointed with a class critique. Never been disappointed with a class critique. So anyway, folks, I'm about out of time. Let me look at this time. I got about, what's that? My eyes are bad. About 10 more minutes. That's it for me. I'm not gonna sign off just yet, but that's all I really got to say about this. I just hope that we, as a left, can get more, a little bit more robust in our criticism of AI. We do need to criticize it, but we can't leave out let me leave it. I'll leave you with this one. Don't want to give you all my stuff in one sitting. I'd like to give it little by little. We haven't even flipped the argument in terms of who should be replaced first. I'm going to say that again. When it comes to a class critique of any technology of capitalism, AI actually gives us the strongest leftist position possible. If we actually were focused on what this thing really does and how it's being wielded and used against us, then we would realize that we have a very, very strong case to make on behalf of tens of thousands of workers at every major corporation, millions of workers across every industry, tens of millions of workers across this country. We have a very strong case to make, but we're not making it. If it's a matter of efficiency, that's what they're telling you, right? They're going to lay off all of these workers because they can replace them with AI and it's more efficient. It's the decision they have to make because it's what the markets say they have to do. That's what you hear. That's the case that they make. But here's the truth of the matter. Do yourself a favor. I think everyone, if you don't have to, but I think you might want to, look up what class of labor is the most expensive failure in the history of capitalism. What class of labor is the most expensive failure in the history of capitalism? I'm going to say it one more time for dramatic effect. What class of labor is the most expensive failure in the history of capitalism? The answer is the CEO. CEOs have a shelf life of about 24 months. And when they are fired or when they leave or when they make their mistake, they cost billions of dollars in market share for every company they touch. So if the conversation, hear me clearly, if the conversation is about using AI to make more profit, to get a higher return on investment, then hell, every board of directors has a legal responsibility to replace the CEO first. One CEO replaced with artificial intelligence will be a bigger return on investment than 10,000 employees. Do the math for yourself. Or hell, let AI do the math for you. When a CEO messes up, they bring down the entire corporation. The average CEO does not last more than 2 to 3 years. The average CEO never hits the goals that they were hired to hit. And so every single CEO that goes through a corporation is the biggest financial liability. And the job of the CEO is just magnitudes of order easier than someone working on the line, of an attorney, of a white-collar worker, of someone working in tech support, someone working as an engineer. If we as the left actually just took a step back and take a beat, just take a pause, just pause and reflect for a second and really just think this thing through, the argument is in our favor. If they want to fire and lay off tens of millions of workers in the name of efficiency, then the numbers don't lie. The studies are already out there. The return on investment for replacing this, and just don't even just think about the CEO. Hell, replace the entire C-suite. Replace the chief technology officer, replace the chief financial officer, replace the entire C-suite with AI. The return on investment is magnitudes of order higher than the return on investment for laying off 10,000 employees. Go do the math for yourself, or either grab your calculator and do it, grab your spreadsheet and figure it out, or go look at AI and ask it for yourself. But we're not making those arguments as a left. We're arguing about AI slop. We're grandstanding over AI slop. We're accepting the frame that they are giving us, and we're arguing within the frame that doesn't damage them at all. You think a single corporation is upset? McDonald's might be upset about that one commercial. Disney didn't care. Disney went ahead and invested $1 billion. Here's the gag. The gag is the same thing that I've been saying this entire episode. Capitalism isn't even about profit. Capitalism is not, at the end of the day, it is not about profit, not for the shareholders. It's about the profit of the class of individuals who have control over all of these corporations. It's about the profits of the CEOs. It's about the profits of the board of directors who are CEOs for other companies. So long as they make money, they don't care if they make money. If they make money and their company loses money, they don't care. And so that would be, if there was one thing I would say that is the Achilles heel to my entire thesis, that they have to replace the CEO first because the CEO is the most expensive failure in the history of capitalism. That data is clear. That's true. The board of directors has a fiduciary responsibility to AI the CEO first. Replace the CEO with AI first. They have a fiduciary responsibility to do it. Are they going to do it? No. Why? Because the board of the directors are made up of CEOs of other companies. But we're not even arguing that. We're not even bringing attention to that. We're not debating the class dynamics of it. We, as the left, are once again, and I hate to be the critic of my own comrades and love every single one of you, but we as the left, we have gotten caught again in the virtue signaling echo chamber, and the algorithm is rewarding a lot of people with their anti-AI content. It's very seductive. I'm gonna find some. Listen, I'm gonna find some anti-AI content to create. Mark my word. I mean, the sky's the limit on YouTube. I'm not above it. I'm gonna get out there and make something that's anti-AI. But if we're talking about accepting people's frames and having to argue within their frame, we've already lost. We have to break the frame, the entire argument, the Overton window that they have approved. We got to break it, change the conversation, set our own terms of debate, and flip this thing on its head. Folks, I think that's all the time I have. Nick, I think I'm ready to get out of here. Stay tuned. There is so much more coming up on thisspace.tv. Love every one of you, and I'll see you next time.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/VPD Show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I have a fantastic show for you guys today. We have a very special guest who will be coming on to join us in just a little bit. Very close friend of this channel, both in this space and on Twitch and YouTube. We're going to be talking about some really important stuff. I don't want to give you too many spoilers, though, so you're just going to have to stick around, because we're going to start off with just some of what's been happening today, some of the insane stuff that I've seen, but in relation to what Pastor Ben was just talking about, which, by the way, thank you, Pastor Ben, for that fantastic segment on what we need to do with AI. I personally really do think right now our best chance is direct action. There is no legislating this. I need hundreds of thousands of you to show up at the construction sites, at the data centers. I need you to hold sit-ins. I need you to not allow them to do construction until they literally arrest you as you're sitting peacefully on the ground, like as they did way back in the day. We need that, and I can't think of anything else that would help us in that case right now. But just think about how many industries are dying. This right here is a video of a computer science university, like, class. And I just want you to listen to what the professor is saying in this class. Here we go. Why can't I hear anything? Can you guys not hear? Hold on, let me try that again. Maybe the actual tab audio didn't jump through. And that's because I did it on Firefox and not on the Chrome window. Whoopsie. Here we go. Let's try that again with the correct window. My bad, everybody. I hate that I have to use Chrome at all. Really would rather not. Is it not?
Coded well. I know this is
And that's why I couldn't hear it. Aha, that makes so much sense now.
a CS class, but I have to show you this website. Josh, I heard you cut hair. Let's build you a website for your barbershop services. Guys, check this out. This site builds entire websites literally in seconds. Boom, there it is. Perfectly coded, well laid out. You're scrolling through it. It looks amazing.
Also, it's not perfectly coded.
Right? You can even deploy it to a custom domain with one click. Check that out.
It is, to be clear, not perfectly coded.
Now we're in business, guys. I hate to tell you this, but this major is kind of cooked. I know this is a CS.
Yeah, no. If I was in a computer science degree, I'd be pretty fucking mad right now, huh? And it's not just that, really. Unfortunately, that's going to be most industries. But we're not here to talk about AI today. We're not. We're going to talk about other stuff today. Now, first off, I just want to touch on Australia really quickly. Yes, we did ban social media for 16 and unders. I'm not going to talk about that today either. I'm pissed about it, as is everyone else. I would be more worried about the United States voting on 18 censorship and surveillance bills today. That is something you should worry about instead. But just a little bit of levity start. So if you don't know about Australia, we have a crazy wildlife, and in the spring it is magpie swooping season. Now, I'm not actually gonna troll you guys. Australians love to lie to foreigners and tell them fake things about, I don't know, like wildlife that exists. One of these is the drop bear, my favorite particularly. These look like koalas. We tell foreigners that they are angry koalas that will rip you apart. And this is a fake Australian news channel doing this. Thankfully, this is not made with AI, but I do love it.
Spiking nationwide, the federal government has announced its newest safety measure, drop bear bins. Oh shit, no, that's dumb. The animals have been terrorising, mainly backpackers, for years, and officials say the bins will be rolled out across the country. This follows last year's failed mandatory helmet program, which was scrapped after Aussies refused to wear helmets on their heads at all times.
So is it? Look, if you really wanted to do the helmet program, that kind of does make sense if you live rurally and it's swooping season.
True, these helmets are fucking pointless, and they make us look
Oh,
stupid.
mate, don't say that, because that irritates me, and I punch blokes in the mouth for saying that.
With drop.
By the way, if you don't know who this is,
Bear attacks
this right
spiking
here at the end,
nationwide.
shush, please. This right here is a North Queensland politician. His name is Bob Katter, but I call him Bob Qatar because he's Lebanese, and this reaction was him being asked, why do you support, I don't know, blocking immigration in this country if you were originally a Lebanese immigrant? And that's how he answered. So, you know, very funny. But moving on to more serious issues. We, as the United States, it seems, are seeking the One Piece. Because we're just doing international piracy now. Shocking to hear something this direct from the UK, but here is Jeremy Corbyn, literally saying, yeah, we are doing illegal international piracy.
Doesn't the Minister think response from the government is extraordinarily low-key, acquiescent to a declaration by the US that it gives itself the right to interfere in the internal affairs of any country around the world that it thinks it doesn't agree with? This is an extraordinary state of affairs. And will she make any comment on what is actually an act of piracy by the US in the Caribbean by seizing an oil tanker and taking it into its custody with no basis in international law for that action, no basis of any kind of military threat to the United States being made, and it seems to me to be wholly illegal within international law? Doesn't the Minister...
Like, first of all, incredibly based and correct from Jeremy Corbyn here, but understand, the first part of this was in relation to the new national security strategy we put out. The one that says we will literally come in and interfere in European elections. The one that says that Europe is far more of a problem for us than Russia. To be fair, I didn't spread misinformation. I did say that one was a joke, Juva Poofer. But guess what? It's not just the UK. It is Europe broadly. Now, I have reservations. Europe is not looking good. We're not going to watch this whole video, but I don't know, it's probably a big deal. Breaking, for the first time ever, Denmark has labeled the United States as a potential security concern. Potential? No, we are a direct security threat. We are the largest security threat to European security and sovereignty. More so than Russia, considering we're Russia's weapon.
Now, Rasmus Jarlov is a conservative member of Denmark's parliament.
I don't care what your conservative member of parliament has to say. They had to set up a night's watch in Greenland so that we didn't take it in the middle of the night while they were sleeping over in Europe. Mind you, it gets worse. Here is a new House resolution that has been introduced by Representative Thomas Massey. NATO is a Cold War relic. The United States should withdraw from NATO and use that money to defend our country, not socialist countries. I today introduce HR 6508 to end our NATO membership. Guys, NATO is not a good organization. This helps nobody but the Russians. Like, and it's not like we're even trying to hide it. Trump was asked this week, about this. And he said, yeah, no, I think Vladimir Putin is getting what he wants. He wants a weak Russia, and that's what he's getting. That was the words that came out of the president's mouth. In fact, here, I can play that little clip. We are well on our way to that. In fact, I would say the U.S. is already a third world country, but, you know.
Is pleased with the change in strategy from the United States. Is Russia? A Kremlin spokesperson called the strategy document a, quote, positive step and said the adjustments they're seeing are, quote, largely consistent with Moscow's vision. Do you think that's a good thing?
Well, I think he'd like to see a weak Europe. And so, you know, to be honest with you, he's getting that. That has nothing to do with me.
But he thinks the changes that you're making and what you laid out in your vision for Europe is what Moscow wants to see.
I have no vision for Europe. All I want to see is a strong Europe.
And the worst of the worst is from today. Now, I hate that I have to use this as a source, but it is what it is. Breaking leaked documents showing U.S. wants Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Italy to withdraw from Europe to make Europe great again. Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Italy. What do those countries have in common? I wonder what these countries may have in common with, I don't know, making Europe great again by the current American regime standards. What do you think that means, for example? And it gets worse and worse and worse. Now, we also have this newly being implemented. Now, this right here is currently only going to be applied to non-citizens. For now, it also is still going to be applied to countries that don't need a visa. So, from now on, if you're traveling into the United States from anywhere, including the EU, the UK, Australia, or Japan, and any other visa waiver countries, you now have to submit 5 years of all social media accounts. You need to have your biometric face scan, which already has been a thing for a while now. You need your fingerprint and your DNA and your iris to be handed over to them. You need every phone number that you've ever had in your contacts list for the last 5 years. This is so much worse than anything China does, mind you. Visora, it's just a matter of time before they go do it to the Americas, coming back in, like, as gotcha. I mean, kinda. I did say that before. It was like, it'd be really funny if China and Russia invaded us and then just had the same narrative we did post-World War II. All of your email addresses rather, for the last 10 years. I don't even know all of the email addresses I've had in the last 10 years. This is insane. IP addresses and metadata from your submitted photos. Names of your family members, parents, spouse, sibling, children. All of your family members' phone numbers from the last 5 years. Your family members' dates of birth, your family members' places of birth, your family members' residencies, all business phone numbers from the last 5 years, and all business emails from the last 10 years. This is now fun. Like, you will not be allowed into the United States if you do not provide all of this. Mind you, again, like, China doesn't do this kind of stuff. China. It is psychotic. There's only one thing on this list that was already in existence, and that is the facial biometrics, at the very least in major airports like JFK International. They've had that for 5 to 10 years now. But that's one thing in comparison to, I don't know, you have to give them everything. They could clone you. They're using AI to wade through all of the data. Oh, of course they are. Yeah, like, the thing is, otherwise, do you know how long the lines would be just to get in through customs? if they had to one by one go through. No, they just have a machine scrape all of this. DNA, why? Why not? Because that's data, Miss Blue Ocean. Because DNA is data that can be handed over to Larry Ellison and then be put into a database. That's why. Mind you, like, this is how I feel right now. What is the charge? Posting a meme? A succulent shit-posting meme? Tourists visiting the US will have to submit 5 years of their social media history. We're gonna be in that, like, literal Inglourious Bastard scene where it's that Nazis like, you're harboring illegal photos of fat J.D. Vance on your phone, aren't you? Aren't you? We are literally a threat to every country in the world. Mind you, they're doing this, right, under the thought process of immigration is destroying European culture and society. I talked about this on my stream this week. There isn't really much European culture to destroy. Europeans don't understand their history or their culture. Europe hasn't invented shit, generally. Like, broadly speaking, we had more places in the world doing, like, astronomy to the point of perfectly mapping planets and moons of distant, like, while Europe still thought it might be witchcraft to take a shower, right? So, understand that, but obviously this alongside all of that comes the Nazi rhetoric. You see them talking about Nordicism. Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump at the same day, just this week, were like talking about Nordic conspiracy. The countries that they talk about as shithole countries, mind you, are the countries that we are becoming like. If, in case you didn't realize, if you look at all of the policies MAGA wants to enact and look at where these have been implemented in the world, it's generally North Africa and the Middle East, the place where they call the third world, you know, the inferior nations. But then you look at like what they call superior, right? The Nordic nations. Well, you know, I feel like this is the culture maybe they're talking about when they're talking about the shared Nordic culture. Husband charged with murdering Miss Switzerland finalist wife who was pureed and had her womb cut out. These are the fine white people they want to bring into the country, I guess? I mean, to be fair, I think everyone should be able to come into the country. I think this guy should put in, I don't know, like, a prison that is exempt from the cruel and unusual punishment rules. The defense budget won't be enough to back it up redundantly. Oh, no, absolutely. We're a falling empire. The United States is in freefall. We are, in every way, being destroyed. And I can't even tell if it's on purpose or not. Because if I was, I don't know, working for foreign interest, or literally even trying to control demolition in the United States, like, let's say they're not working for a foreign interest, let's say they just know, and they're doing a controlled demolition. Even if under that, I can't think of anything I could do that isn't exactly what they already do. So, beyond that, however, we also have the My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell, deciding he's gonna run for governor. By the way, this is what his logo looks like. It's giving KKK. This is where we're at now. This is this country. Audio not clean? Sorry, it's like 95 degrees Fahrenheit where I am, so I have like 3 fans on right now, so that might be the cause of that. There's not much I can do without burning to death. Minnesota? Yep, Minnesota. Why is it flaccid? I am going to go ahead and assume that this is 1/4 of a swastika, because that kind of just tracks. Mind you, almost done with some of this stuff. Well, it is summer for me, Miss Blue Ocean. Because in the, Southern Hemisphere, we have the opposite season, so it is summer here. To be fair, it's better than last year. Last year I didn't even have air conditioning. That sucked. I had to buy a new computer because my my PC literally, like, burned up. So this was another thing that the president said lately. I love how we're simultaneously pretending to be the richest, most powerful country in the world, and simultaneously, we have this.
Got national security. We need, the one thing you need steel. You know, you can give up certain products. You can give up pencils. Because under the China policy, you know, every child can get 37 pencils. They only need 1 or 2, you know. They don't need that many. But you
don't need that many pencils. He also said this about dolls, too. I believe he said specifically, your kid doesn't need that many dolls. Hold on, let me see about the audio. Is the audio better this way? Or worse? If it's better, I'll keep it this way. If it's worse, I'll change it back. Let me know.
You always need steel. You don't need 37 dolls for your daughter. 2 or 3 is nice, but you don't need 37 dolls. Got national security. We need, the one thing you need steel. You know, you...
Cool. Okay, that helps. I just upped the, whatchamacallit, the gate, rather. So, you know, we're so rich, but also you deserve nothing. No, it's literally the you will own nothing. You will be happy. You will eat the bugs. That's where we're at. Mind you, you're not even going to eat the bugs, considering. Here is a quote, in the longest line I have ever seen at our local church food bank, been standing here for an hour. It's 34 degrees, a small town in Kentucky with a population of under 4,800. Basically 10% of the population is waiting at the food bank. Mind you, 2 things on this. First and foremost, it's going to get worse, genuinely. Go create relationships with people around you and learn to grow food. Go and maybe work with some of your neighbors, buy a plot of land in your community and turn it into a community garden. Everyone pitches in together, it's going to be a whole lot easier. Learn to boil leather, I guess. I don't know, you might have to eat your shoes. Beyond that, personally, I don't advocate for this, and to be fair, you will get in trouble for it. Don't listen to me on it. But if it was me, and I went to a church food bank and they weren't giving out free food, I would beat the living piss out of that pastor. I'd get arrested and I'd go to court and I would call them anti-Christians for arresting me because I'm literally doing what Jesus said to do in the Bible. And we'll see what wins. Is it religion or law? Visora, are you American originally? Because you sure shit sound like one. I guess I didn't know your story. I was actually born in Turkey, but I did grow up in the United States. I grew up in Jersey, actually. I've lived all over the country in the U.S. I've lived on 4 continents, actually. I've lived in Turkey. I've lived in Montenegro. But Australia is actually my favorite place to live so far. Mind you, it's so bad that this is the spin from the press secretary. It's like they can't spin it. It's that bad. Where is... There we go.
Two questions. I have one on Venezuela to follow up, but first on affordability, since we were talking about the economy at the beginning. If the economy is as strong as the president has said it is, then why is he telling parents 2 weeks before Christmas that they should only buy 2 or 3 dolls for their children?
Look, what the president is saying is that if we want products made right here in America, if we want them to be made from American small businesses, which is a large part of the reason the president has effectively implemented tariffs, then we're going to have better quality products right here in the United States. Maybe you'll pay $1 or 2 more, but you will get better quality and you'll be supporting your fellow Americans by...
Hey, chat, when's the last time you got anything that was made in America and it was anything but the shittiest quality? Genuinely. Like, I'm actually asking that question. I'm sure that there are some cases where, you know, that might not be the case. Not in this case. Also, yeah, no, consumerism is bad. These people are disgusting. Americans don't want to do these jobs. And, no. Like, no. It's also not going to cost you $2 more. Think about this. If you're paying $10 for a shirt that is produced in a country where the people are getting paid a wage of like $3 a month, how much do you think that shirt's going to cost if, I don't know, Americans who are demanding at minimum $7, which I imagine the minimum wage doesn't even exist anymore, how much are you going to be paying? Like, again, they're making the United States a third world country. The people who think of other countries as inferior and the United States as superior are actively creating the same circumstances that they hate about these other countries. Beyond that, they list the things that they don't like about these countries. And the things that they list that they don't like about these countries are their own policies. And then they call it a Democrat hoax. Exactly. I actively avoid buying almost anything made in the USA. Most often it's complete trash. True. Like, generally, yeah, I would say so. Mind you, Americans are also painfully stupid. We have a very serious illiteracy problem in this country. And it is worse on, like, from my perspective, I don't expect much from the right. They don't make me as angry. They disgust me. But my side, like the left, makes me angry. Far more. We have this problem that is causing us to be incapable of organizing. Whereas they don't have that problem on the other side. Now, it's for a different reason. It's because, they have hierarchy and they don't think for themselves. They don't feel the need to. But we do. To be able to manage in that, we need to be, literate, smart, critical thinking needs to be mandatory.
Flesh Simulator here. Today I'd like to use my platform to bring attention to something that I've seen affect multiple people on this website, which is the issue of adult illiteracy. You see, as I was looking through my DMs today, and I saw probably the 30th person send me the video from the guy who thought the elaborate bits were a new thing.
I don't know if he's telling the truth. There was some fucking elaborate bit.
He does elaborate bits. He's a very funny creator.
I looked at the comments through that and realized to my horror that a lot of you can't read. Take, for example, this comment, talking about my YouTube video about why I would never abandon the right. The YouTube video that is being talked about is called Why I Haven't Left the Left.
How do you read that and then take the literal exact opposite from it? I mean, I know how because I watch videos of the teachers who are like, I have 100 and something students and literally 2 of them read at grade level. Like, yes, I understand how.
So now, well, yes, it is 2 lefts. One of them is the cardinal left, and one of them is left as in abandoned. The video is rejecting being viewed as a right-wing figure and not... I don't really know how you got that read out of it.
Because people don't think.
Then another one from Mr. Bitmoji Soyjack. I don't really know. It made it his life's mission today to just go around showing his evidence that I was a groyper, that I was a fan of Nicolas J.
Is that
Fuentes.
Dave Matthews minus the band? No idea. Flesh Simulator, though. He's incredibly funny. He's on our side.
I am not a fan of Nick
Professional
Fuentes. I find him irritating. I think he's wrong about a lot of stuff. I also am Jewish. Now, the post being referred to is one that, and I don't really want to say understandably misunderstands what I was saying, because this is a fairly simple sentence, but I guess I can at least see where he got confused. The post in question was me telling someone who asked why I haven't proactively disavowed Nick Fuentes, despite my, numerous criticisms of the man, asked me why I had not disavowed him, and I said that I like Nick Fuentes more than I like anyone who goes around asking me to disavow people.
Yeah, I can see why. Because why are you fighting with our side? Why are you not paying attention? Like, I also would hate that. I would immediately think less of this person. I would instantly be like, is this a fed, a bot, an op? I don't care, or an idiot. It's one or the other. Fed, bot, idiots, something. It is a problem. It is a massive problem. He's also a Zionist? I did not know that. But still useful in some cases. In this case, useful. In cases of making fun of, what was his name? John Fetterman. This is the guy who said John Fetterman was amazing in his role as Hodor in Game of Thrones. I like that. That's worthwhile. Obviously, you don't have to agree with everything that everyone says, but I would literally work with Henry Kissinger right now against the Nazis. I don't care about their personal beliefs that I disagree with. That is a problem for another time. And the fact that, you know, if I ever got a why don't you disavow, like, I would instantly disband the person who said that. Yeah. Get your priorities straight. You know what you should be doing is learning how to do what you're about to watch in this video. This is the correct way to engage.
If it gets too far out of hand, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way and take you out back, putting all y'all out of your misery.
Well, good morning, David. And to all the other MAGA bullies in this world, I'm British John. I'm a former military intelligence hacker, marketing director, and stand-up comedian, and a dad, and a husband, and a human being. And I always say the same things when I see a video like this, or any other bully, which is, I've found you, I know where you live, I found your address, and I have added it on Zillow and 2 other MLSs, and I'm going to wait for you to start missing payments because you're the kind of people that will be affected by a recession much quicker than other people, and I'm going to short sell your home so that you have more debt, but I'm going to rent it back to you, but I'm going to set up an LLC that's going to hurt, and you'll have to write a check every single month for the roof that I own that you live under to something like I Promise to Be a Good American LLC. And I know some of you think I'm joking because of the comedy. So no, I do know where he lives. I know where all of you live. It takes me about 7 minutes to find out because I'm good at this. The government used to pay me to do this. I find people. I can tell you if you're using the same password for your bank account as your Google account as well.
You really shouldn't be doing that. Look, people don't learn without consequences. They just don't. And those consequences need to hurt. Now, speaking of consequences and learning, we need to learn. So let me take a second to introduce our very, very special guest, Buncor. Buncor is a friend of the channel. Buncor is an attorney. And you know what? I'll actually just let them do their own introduction. Whenever you're ready, Buncor, you can hop into the stage. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, so hi everybody. I'm your local chaos agent, for one, and chat menace. Nice to meet you.
You are the best chat menace, though. I do have to put that in there.
You know, that's just part of my life. Let's get something out of the way right up front. I'm speaking today in a completely personal capacity, and my views do not represent those of the ACLU, the NLG, DSA, or otherwise. Any organization or company.
Although they probably will represent most of my views. Just to add in.
Fair. I know I just had to...
Fair. You are a lawyer. In fact, that's the topic of today. We're going to be talking about what parts of the law are still relevant to you, and what's in fact, I want to hear from you. What is the state of the law today? But start off with first, just like give a picture of what your job was like in the before times of 2024, just so we can get a comparison.
Absolutely. I'll give a little bit about my background overall. I'm a public interest litigator. I've been in the field for 15 years at this point, primarily representing detainees and working towards prison reform.
I remember when those were possible.
Back when I still believed that there was any hope in the United States of America to have a functioning judiciary.
That is quite a claim. Now, I agree with you that there isn't one. But
I mean, I could go on all day about filing habeas petitions under 28 USC 2241, but I won't.
What is 28 USC 2241? Just for like reference, I don't know the names of the laws off the bat. So what would that one be, for example?
Oh, that's power to grant writ. It is the most granular kind of explanation I could give, and something I noticed the left does a lot of is get so far into the details without ever actually approaching the point of the argument, in my opinion.
Want to give an example?
Oh, for one, the infighting that we see all the time, everywhere, the dogpiling for minor things, sometimes major things, it's deserved often. The minor ones, though, are consuming us from the inside. If I were to ever use the enemy's rhetoric, that is the enemy within.
You know, I do agree entirely with that. I mean, this has been something that I've been railing about for a while, and it is, I mean, it's the same thing. It's not paying attention to the actual risk. It's not having your priorities straight, and it is actively working against the interests of the people on the ground fighting. It is reactionary, in fact. The thing is, that's one of the biggest issues that I find with the left, is we are also a group that is filled with reactionaries. It's just, it only kind of tends to come out when they feel personally attacked. When
we do suffer the exact same human nature as the right in that regard.
Well, see, I want to push back that that's human nature, because I think that humans are nothing but innately social. I think the instant, like, reaction to any kind of, even constructive, mild criticism is I'm not reactionary, you're reaction. Exactly. In fact, like, one of I mean, just a couple weeks ago, I experienced something like this when I said I didn't want to make it illegal for two idiots to fight each other in an octagon. Like, I don't care. I don't like it, but I'm not in favor of legislating how you can live your life. And I got called a psychopath for that. And that's a incredibly minor aspect, because it gets so much worse. In fact, like, a lot of, I spoke about this week, a lot of the stuff that I see coming out of the left, directed at the left, is killing people. It really is. Nothing demoralizes me that the right does. The left demoralizes me, because I'm fighting with you, but you're pointing back. What are you doing? Turn around. Like, the fight's this way. Why are you looking back there?
That is something I have regular and constant experience with. Friendly fire is not uncommon.
I'm pretty sure everyone in this chat can see it. The friendly fire is not just like online, it's offline as well. It is whether you're in the content creator space, whether you are active in like a physical organization. I hear this from people regularly. Like, people DM me talking about like various instances where they're out at a protest even, and someone gets mad at them for something that they didn't do or say exactly correct. I've been screeching about how it enrages me when I say something that it's not wrong, but it's not perfectly technically correct, that I get like 3 people like, I'm actually, no, it doesn't matter. You're ruining the point of the message. Like, part of this is because I think there's this perception that Twitch, YouTube, like, this is direct action, and this is not. This is not direct action. This is organizing for direct action. The actual, like, action comes outside of this, in my opinion.
I wouldn't even say that this is organizing. This is entertainment at most. Radicalization pipeline, maybe. But
not everyone is meant to wake up. No, that ain't true. Sorry. If you don't want to wake up, that sucks for you, but you're meant to. Sorry, I was responding to a chatter there because I did not want to let that sit.
No, I agree entirely. That's the thing.
Well, you know
I
what?
believe
Let's
they were
jump
quoting,
in to show
but-
some of these reasons. Maybe, yeah, that was a quote. But, like, let's show why you can't, stay asleep. That this affects everybody. It doesn't matter if you're...
They are coming for you.
Period. Like, specifically you.
Full stop.
If you are in this chat, if you have watched me, if you have joined any...
You are already on the list.
In fact, here, I can show you, just from today, in a Senate hearing, them pretty much saying just that. Hold on just a second, let me pull this up. Sorry to cut you off, Bunpour. Feel free to jump in at any point, like I can... whatever it is. Now, how do I get both of us on here? Cool, and let's throw this up. Let's take a
Latino,
look.
we absolutely are meant to be woke.
Executive Board of Domestic Terrorist Organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
Our primary concern is Antifa.
Right, that's what President Trump did. What did the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
Jesus.
So where is the Antifa headquarters?
Just easily lying.
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
Ding, 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 ding.
Correct.
We are building out the infrastructure right now. The
And I would
infrastructure
just
to
like to be
identify you.
clear that obviously we understand this, but the thing is, we need to stop joking about the fact that Antifa is a domestic terror threat. That is a capital offense. Maximum sentence is the death penalty.
You are right. We do need to stop with the jokes. Like, even I've been guilty of making those jokes before.
And
but, like,
who they are defining as Antifa, religious groups, LGBTQ, any activist,
anyone who falls
prison
under this
reform
list.
advocates for one, civil litigators, anyone and everyone, because it is a order that is so elastic. It
We're
is
trying to fake
nothing
it, bro.
more
Bear with us. No,
than...
Listen. Sorry, go on.
So sorry.
No, not you.
And-
you don't have to apologize.
It is nothing more than an excuse to... Are you okay?
Yeah, no. Look, I'm waiting for you to finish. Like, it's
Oh
an
no, I'm
excuse
so
to
sorry. Oh,
assault
it's
you, really.
just an excuse to detain any and all opposition without question. I mean, all the way down the line. Any
Think about
other
who falls into the
interpretation,
list on NSPM 7. NSPM
non-Christians,
Anyone
one.
who's not currently
And
actively
also,
sucking Donald Trump
you
off.
could be Christian, but not falling into evangelicalism, you're on the list.
Yes, specifically, I made a point of this. Remember a little while ago when there was that church shooting where that dude went and killed like 3 children in that church. Both
And this is
the
the
shooter and the church are considered terrorists under NSPM 7.
We really need to understand the point and what that means. They will kill you, and it will be legal. They will kill you. You will die.
Well,
That is
on
the end
that,
result.
I do actually have a video that I want to show of just how much that they are willing to do and how much they can get away with. Now, I am going to warn you guys, this one's... I'm not going to show anything graphic, obviously. It is bad, though. So, let's just jump in. So this is actually just this week, 5 days ago, Vancouver Police Department. This was in the United States, obviously. Space video, starting off with, because I have a
Correct,
closer.
Latino. Yes, the majority of the country are terrorists according to the criteria.
Yeah. This was the point of 9/11. Also true. Literally, Homeland Security was built for this purpose after 9/11, like, specifically for it. Now, if you're unaware of what's happening here, this was a case where ICE made a man kneel on the ground and then slowly drove over his legs in their armored SUV. I want you to think about that for a second. Now, let's just listen to, like, I can't. What?
I just want to be clear. The next clip that I believe you're about to pull up, I have personally witnessed people who work with ICE laugh.
In fact,
Just
I have
remember,
one to show you on that as well.
I promise.
I'm going to show you them
Smiling,
laughing. So, this man's name was Jose Paniagua Calderon. Not was, is. He's still alive. I don't know if the GoFundMe is still up. Again, this is going to be graphic, at least sound-wise. You're not going to see anything. This is what they're allowed to do to you.
This
Do you understand what it
is
is
what
to
they've
make
gotten
somebody
permission
kneel?
to do.
Yeah. In fact, Stephen Miller specifically said you're unleashed. You can do whatever you want. You got no accountability. Do you know what it means to run over somebody kneeling all over their, like, legs with your fucking armored SUV? One more time, just because I really need... This scream won't leave my mind, by the way. I heard this a couple days ago, and I keep hearing it. By the way, this was a U.S. citizen. A citizen, mind you. An actual, honest to God, a U.S. citizen. Is there an investigation? It made the news. Yes, likely. None of these people are going to face any consequences.
Correct. There is an active investigation at the moment. I forget what state it's with. Washington State at the moment.
Yes.
However, federally, the FBI, no, they're not looking into it whatsoever.
Well, I mean...
Because this is the point. Why would you investigate? The point. That is what they want.
Exactly. Yeah, thanks to, like, all the centrist grandparents watching World War II
Like,
special.
not laws. They hear that, and they scream with glee type of shit. It is anti-human.
ICE is a terrorist organization. I'm going to show two clips that are going to show this. First off, this is why none of them are going to face any consequences.
I see the guns and badges in this room. You are unleashed. The handcuffs that you're carrying, they're not on you anymore. They're on the criminals. And whatever you need to get it done, we're going to get it done. I see the guns and badges in this room.
Anything you want. Now, here is... This is a cop, mind you. But, if this is a cop, think about, how much worse it is. Just give it a listen. So this was, a cop after running over and killing a 26-year-old.
Guys, remember the Seattle cop that was seen laughing after his colleague fatally struck a grad student while he was speeding in his patrol car? If not, let me refresh your memory.
I don't think she was thrown 40 feet either. I think she went up on the hood, hit the windshield, then when he hit the brakes, flew off the car. But she is dead.
Cat laughed.
No, it's a regular person. Yeah, just write a check.
Just write a check.
Just $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value.
She had limited value. If you've watched Succession, this is no real person involved. They don't consider you a person. You don't have value to them. The only value you have to them is entertainment when they kill you. While they yell, turn the volume down as they shoot you.
The officer who made those comments was Daniel Otterer, and he was responding to the scene where Janavi Kandula was hit and pronounced deceased just moments ago, and he was seen laughing about it and saying she had limited value, and he wasn't speaking to just anyone. He was speaking to the union president, Mike Solon. And let me remind you, the officer...
What we have on video.
Yeah, that's the
Remind
other part.
yourself.
We don't see the really bad. This is what manages to make it out. Most of what's happening, you're never going to see. You don't see the people disappearing out of detention centers. We only are noticing that like recently, but it's been ongoing. I did a whole thing about like Neuralink. How much more is there that you don't see? How much?
They've been disappearing attorneys, white, black, all of us. Currently, right now, not tomorrow, now.
Again, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-evangelical Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, aka immigrants should have rights, extremism is on race, aka white people are not superior, extremism is on gender, trans people have a right to exist, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. Gay people should have a right to get married, have kids, exist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. Literally just twice. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality, aka you believe in empathy. You're a terrorist. Every single
Not laws,
one.
it was not that pig. It is an overall sentiment.
It's true. And here's the worst part, right? This is NSPM 7, which again, I'm going to link into the chat if you haven't read it. But you do realize we still don't know what NSPM 6 is. In fact, here are the 7 that have come out. 6 is still classified. Mind you, again, this is not an executive order. These can be classified. These are already the case. This is the law. Pam Bondi has already instructed the DOJ to start making lists of people to arrest.
Presidential memorandums, you know, fairly regularly are classified. You know, that's not uncommon throughout our short history. However, of this list of 7, and this administration willing to put NSPM 7 out, what aren't they telling us? Let alone what that could mean for all of us.
Just think about that. 7 is the one that says like 85% of America are terrorists. What's the one that they're not telling you? And mate, you gotta stop apologizing. All of you need to stop apologizing for being human. Genuinely, this is, again, like built into us. This is part of that brainwashing that we are, none of us are like exempt from, really.
My lid is showing.
Fair. I mean, you did believe in the law once upon a time.
I did. I'm a constitutional JD. I specialized in privacy law. I mean, I started doing other things, but...
Sorry. My bad.
No, it's okay.
What's so bad that they won't release it when they released the one that said, hey, by the way, everyone who's not outright a Nazi is a terrorist? Or, this guy is the one running the show. Remember, like even the national security strategy we talked about with Europe earlier. Who do you think wrote that? this guy and J.D. Vance and the Heritage Foundation, but the guy calling the Democrat Party, who's a bunch of spineless cowards for the most part, a domestic extremist organization?
Democrat Party does not fight for, care about, or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists.
Mind you, most ICE agents are pretty much what he just described there. But, you know, what do you think?
Every accusation is a confession.
Every time. I love that I still have yet to, I mean, I hate that I've still yet to be proven wrong on that. I wish I would be. Or, you know, how about the one that says ICE officers have immunity, and even just talking about it is seditious conspiracy. This was about Pritzker. He also said this about Mamdani recently.
J.B. Pritzker could be arrested. Let's talk about your willingness and under what federal authority do you arrest a sitting governor? I understand the supremacy clause. I understand interference with a federal officer. Tell me how it works that he would make himself susceptible to being arrested.
Well, the answer I'm about to give doesn't only apply to Governor Pritzker. It applies to any state official, any local official, anybody who's operating in an official capacity who conspires or engages in activity that unlawfully impedes federal law enforcement.
Unlawfully apparently means whatever they said. That guy, not the law. Care to chime in on this, law expert? Is it illegal for you to, as the governor of a state, instruct the police to, let's say, I don't know, not work with ICE, for example, or, you know, teaching people what rights they have to not open the door when ICE comes? Like, are any of these actually illegal?
It hasn't been tested in court yet, but yes.
It is.
Due to the designation as a domestic terror org.
I see, so it wasn't.
Correct.
Until,
And that also, again, alright, lawyers are really fucking annoying. There's always an it depends.
Valid.
And it really depends on what the Supreme Court decides on the definition of terrorist, which is coming up. Domestic terrorist is not an actual thing under our current
Well, speaking
system.
of actually,
Yeah.
we've also declared foreign terrorists. In fact, we've debanked several groups. We declared 2 Antifa groups in Greece, 1 in Germany, and 1 in Italy as foreign terrorist organizations, and even
they are
specifically journalists.
actively in the process of changing the definition for domestic as well. That is in the
mind you,
pipeline, happening right this second. It will be
globally-
law within the next 3 months.
Which means if you have money in a bank, you will no longer be able to access the money in that bank.
Correct. Banks
because
are
it
not
is
allowed
law.
legally. Cannot.
Unless you're HSBC.
Cannot. Here, well, even they got hit.
I know. They got hit with a
They-
fine, but like still.
Well, they lost more than they made on that one. For once.
Yeah, like a bank got actually like they actually lost money because they worked with a foreign terrorist organization. Where is Ruth Bader Ginsburg when most needed? Where is a lot of people when we need them? They will debank.
I am so mad at Ruth Bader Ginsburg. You have no idea.
I mean, I'd like to hear why if it's relevant, but I really need you to understand.
She was
first
pressured
just
to
the
retire
risk.
for nearly a decade before she.
Oh, yes, now I remember. Yeah, fuck that. Understand just how big of a risk this is to you personally. If you are in any leftist community, if you have ever written anything negative about the administration, they could block your access to your bank account. Like that.
In an instant.
And
the
you will
thing
never
is,
get it.
What many people don't understand is the way our current surveillance system works. They don't need to come after you personally. You will get dragnetted with millions of other people. You are but nothing other than a statistic, a single number in databases of billions.
That AI is sorting through, mind you, considering since the, what is it, like the end of last month?
So I have heard this quite often, you know, oh, I'm just, you know, I'm in a Discord, I don't really say anything, or it's just me and my friends texting back and forth on open communications using SMS rather than something
Oh god, yeah, don't ever
encrypted.
send SMS texts anymore. Don't do that.
And yeah, luckily we're not lawyers is another one. That type of sentiment is a suicide notice.
It is. It really is. Guilty until you prove
Correct.
yourself innocent. Exactly. That's exactly what we're building right now. That is the system. And again, it applies to you no matter what you think it does. It doesn't matter if you were a triple Trump voter. It still applies to you. In fact, here, let me show just a little clip I wanted to show of what they will do to you even if you're white. Like, it don't matter, even if you're white. Hold on. I accidentally closed the clip, so I have to open it up again, but here we go. First off, this is at a protest. That's just how they deal. Like, again, you think that that was legal before? That there wouldn't be any consequences? Like, there wouldn't be real consequences, but you weren't allowed to do that.
You're punching! You are doing you punching! We never know! Fuck you, man!
Or how about this one? You know? Well, Visora, you really are lucky that you are not in the United States, and I hope you don't have to come back here until all these people are tried in court. Unfortunately, that doesn't make me safe, Miss Blue Ocean. They can literally extradite me like this. Literally one person in my Discord can make a Fed post. All of us get arrested, and I get extradited for being a ringleader. Like, mind you,
They are
donations...
not going to be tried in court, and if they are, it will be nothing but a sham at this point.
Yep.
We have reached the brink.
We have. We're at the point where last time we needed a world war to put a stop to this. We're already there. You do realize that, like, if you've ever donated to a leftist, you might get arrested for providing material support to a terrorist organization because those laws are retroactive. They consider what you did years ago. Being white don't save you. Being someone's mother won't save you. There is nothing to fear but fear itself. I believe that entirely.
100%. This
Right
isn't
now?
a time to be afraid. This is a time to start taking action.
Like, they're gonna kill you either way. You might as well try and save yourself and everyone else first. But they are going to do it, one way or the other. We are marching towards victory or marching towards defeat, but there's only one direction to go. There is no turning back. I'm really not trying to be depressing to you guys either. I just really need you to understand just where we are.
I'm just
It is
trying
endgame
to be
shit.
honest,
I mean, I do want to say
because anything less than this is yourself lying to yourself. It's copium. This is what is happening and is coming. Just
Where are you taking it?
Where are you taking it? Where are you taking it? Where are you taking it? You think you're gonna get an answer?
That's what I'm looking for, Latino.
Righteous rage is appropriate right now.
Better word.
And this is what we're dealing with, right?
Fury.
while people on our side are attacking this too. Look at this. Like, you'll be behind the line. What do they do? What do they do on the other side? They just drag you over, you get dogpiled, you get attacked, and then you're gone. Meanwhile, you're on this side of the line, you're on the non-cop side of the line. They haven't done that yet, and you're getting shit from people on your side of the line at the same time.
I don't know about that, Boku. My entire existence is fueled on rage. And
Rage
none of it has ever
is a
been
reaction,
reactionary.
But I was gonna say, it's not necessarily
That's-
a reaction. Anger is the reaction. Rage is the final form of it that is, like, consumed. Like, it is not the reaction, it is the energy. It becomes its own force. It's fuel. What I say is, don't be sad. Get fucking angry, and then use that as fuel. No, but the semantics matter when we're talking about people who will tear gas 2-year-olds. Like, there is a difference between reacting to, like, your emotions and engaging with your emotions. Because rage requires you to...
Boku, what is your background? You don't have to give details. What is your background? You want to talk about semantics? That's supposed to be my entire deal.
Well, I mean, you are here. It is possible to talk about semantics if you are up for it. I just don't know how much it matters when this is where we are.
Doesn't.
Again, it doesn't matter. It's the problem. The focus is in the wrong space. You see this when it comes to content creators. People still, like, on our side, on the left, for example, jumping on the hate Hassan train, when Laura Loomer and those types were like, oh, he's electrocuting his dog. First of all, Laura Loomer says something and you believe it?
Are you speaking about me? I think I'm pissing him off. That's another thing. I'm a she. I have nearly left the left at this point after having to
No, please keep going. Keep going. I was waiting for you to bring this up because we talked about this. This week.
I've had to spend the past 6 months living as a man, and the left, the right I can take. The left is the problem for me.
Well,
it is the entire conversation around detransitioning is murdering people.
To
I know
be
people
clear here, like, just let me add in for a second because you didn't say it. You detransed specifically so that you could continue to fight and advocate for everybody.
Correct. I would have been murdered, quite literally.
You're
At
fine,
this
Boku,
point,
don't worry.
you know, front lines, that is...
And
I'm already a target wearing an ACLU flak jacket. I don't need any more. I get my ass beat. It is a special kind of hell.
I want you to remember that these are the same people that will shoot a priest in the eye with a pepper ball. What do you think they'll do to ACLU lawyers? Or what do you think they will do to trans people who, like,
or a
personally,
trans
I don't know what you look
ACLU
like,
lawyer.
Yeah, personally, I don't know what you look like, so I don't know how passable you might be, but let's pretend for a second that a trans person is non-passive. Do you not think that these people are going to target them more? Of course they are. So then explain to me how I could possibly come across anyone who claims to be a leftist who will point to someone like Buncor with personal sacrifice on the line of...
The
like,
only reason I did it was for personal sacrifice at that point, was to support others and try to move us forward, always.
And specifically, the attacks come from the left on this. It's disgusting to me. This kills people, by the way. Like, it literally kills people.
One of my childhood friends committed suicide. Not because of what the rest of the world was saying, but specifically comments from, surprisingly enough, well, you shouldn't be surprised, but surprisingly enough, other trans people. More than anything.
And that's
Coward,
reactionary.
traitor.
Imagine calling somebody a coward for me. You guys understand that, like, trans people have, like, what's the number? It's like 67% suicide rate?
Correct.
And someone who then detransitions, increasing that risk, to fight for you, and then you call them a coward? I would literally cop an assault charge. If I was there in person. And that's not good. Because then we're fighting ourselves. Again, instead of the enemy. Why are we fighting ourselves and not the enemy?
This is to wrap back around to how I opened. That is a huge problem. We need to stop because they will just kill us. And if not, we are going to do it ourselves.
They're already doing it.
Exactly.
We're already doing it.
In many cases.
We have...
I know this is heavy, guys, and I'm so thankful that all of you are here. I love y'all, comrades. But seriously, take a look, and if you see anybody, honestly, acting like this, you let them know what the reality of their actions are, because for the most part, they think they're making a one-off comment.
They think
aren't.
that it's themselves they're protecting. And first off, stop thinking about yourself. It's not me, it's we. It's us or none of it. Like, it's either us or
If you want to be a collectivist, be a collectivist.
Beyond that, I need you all to understand here that, like, it is not shameful. People say, like, I've literally had this conversation in my Twitch chat, and someone said, you know, death before detransition. You know what? Sure, if you want to do that, I don't blame you. Why attack anyone else? But secondly, why in the hell would you just choose to die instead of fight for the, like, fight back? Like, if you're gonna die one way or the other, why not try? Why not fight? Why choose to give up preemptively? Out of fear, out of a lack of energy, out of a lack of hope? What the fuck does hope have to do with anything? You can't be brave unless you're afraid.
Dying with dignity.
That's not a
is
thing.
The most lib thing I've ever heard of.
You'd
It's
shit
the
yourself when
ultimate.
you die. No one dies with dignity. You shit yourself and you die alone. Everyone does. There is but one point in life, and it is to live it fully, to increase the standard of living for the people around you, to help people. I wonder if the trans
But
folk
you know,
attacking Buncor would
I'd say
be
they
Republicans?
would
No.
probably. There's a chance they would be conservative. There's a chance.
I mean, I've seen this with, like, leftists, like communists even, I've seen this with.
Yeah.
But to be fair, like, you
It's
never know
interesting.
online.
I've never really thought about it. Huh.
The thing is, it's not that these are an op. That's the hard part. Because, like, yes, my brain goes instantly like, oh yeah, like, we know that they have
Oh
infiltrators,
no,
right?
some
Like,
of
what if
these
these
people are
operatives?
organizers, people who, like, really do the work. There is absolutely, unequivocally, they are on the left.
And that's where it, like, hurts. Like, that's what demoralizes me. It's when I see that. It's when I see that, and, like, that will kill people. It does kill people. And then think about the same concept with people who say you should leave the United States. That was a talking point. Remember? At first, maybe not so much now that it's gotten bad enough, but first few months, when someone said leave the United States if you're at risk, they would call you a coward. They'd say, I'm going to stand and fight. I'm going to stay here and fight back. Okay, sure, you're allowed to do that. Why are you calling people who want to leave a coward? What the fuck are you talking
Just to
about?
be clear, you know, I'm all for the partisans, but the people leaving, absolutely not. It is basic survival instinct at that point. You are a human being.
Mind you, we also would not
Let
have
alone
beat Germany in World War
over
II.
the grander strategy of the situation. As Viz was saying, I'm so sorry about that. It is unbelievably dumb to think that staying in the United States is the right way to go. If you have to, stay. Otherwise, get out.
Unfortunately, like, you guys don't really see. Like, you're not going... Like, a civil war in the United States is not going to be the military coming after, like... There's not going to be red versus blue. There's not going to be two standing armies. It's going to be inter-community terrorism. If you look at the, like, demographics of major cities where most Americans live, it's like 60-40 split ideologically. It will be your neighbors blowing up houses. It will be cyber attacks. It will be it will be a long-term conflict of that variety. It's not what you think it is.
It will be a slow, possibly 100-year burn. I mean, the Roman Empire took quite a long time.
But there's a reason for that one. It's because back then, everything happened by foot or horse. If you wanted to have a revolution, you had to walk there. If you wanted to overthrow the government, you had to walk there. You know,
when it gets to that point today, months at most, prepare yourself.
Yeah. I mean, think about this, for example, right? After the Roman Empire, we had the Ottoman Empire, which collapsed in like 70 years. Then we had the British Empire, which collapsed in like 40 years. Then we had the Soviet Union, which collapsed in 11 years with a 900-day endgame. At this point, it could be like 5 days for the entire like United States to fully collapse. And we're not very far off. Economically, I mean...
We are on the brink.
I mean, I saw a post from some rich dipshit, but it was actually quite funny.
There's a lot of those who
Yeah,
have
they
an
are
opinion.
funny sometimes too, and sometimes they're right. But the Federal Reserve Chair, Powell, said today, specifically said the sentence. Hold on, let me read it right off the bat to you.
Every rich white dude with a microphone needs a podcast.
We gotta redistribute the microphones.
We gotta get licensing for the microphones. If your bank account is over a certain number, you can't stream.
Oh yeah, mind you, don't forget about the licensing issue that's gonna result in Warner Brothers selling everything to the Ellisons, not just Netflix, because Netflix can't operate television networks, and Trump has said specifically that you now have to buy it all at once because he doesn't want Netflix to get it. Let me see, hold on, found it now.
Blue Ocean has, if you look at chat.
The Fed chair specifically said the words, God damn, I should have saved this source. Here it is. Or not, whatever. Essentially, we're in stagflation. We're fucked. Literally, you could go to
Oh, are
any
you looking for the
source.
velocity of money chart? Or
No, I'm looking for the quote that someone literally... here we go. It's this. I found it. It's the funniest thing. Right. Here, I gotta open it up in a different window. How to stay stagflation without saying stagflation? Try something
Soviet
like
Union, that's a
conditions
hard
in the
one.
labor market are cooling and inflation remains somewhat elevated. What did the Federal Reserve Chair say today? Conditions in the labor market are cooling and inflation remains somewhat elevated. Or how about the fact that foreclosures are up to some of the highest degrees, like going back even before 2008? How about the fact that your electricity bill keeps going up? Your mortgages are foreclosing at, I don't know, record levels now, I believe. It wasn't record levels just like a couple weeks ago, but it probably is now.
I don't know how old the chat is, but what is coming up is going to make 08 look like a dream.
Well, we've already surpassed layoffs for 08.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I fucking hate that I have to use Kalshi for this, but U.S. layoffs set to exceed 2008 financial crisis. We've already lost more than a million jobs this year. Hell, you don't have to listen to me say it. Listen to Fox News tell you how bad it is.
Obviously, that's ridiculous. But there are some key indicators that Donald Trump and his administration knows that this is going really badly. First, Susie Wiles having to go out there. The A+++ grade, obviously, that's ridiculous.
Do you know what it means to have Fox News calling out Trump?
His administration
is
knows
he's full
that
of
this
shit
is going
on
really
the
badly.
economy?
First, Susie Wiles having to go out there and say he's going to get back on the campaign trail. That'll really animate the right. Well, guess what? It'll animate the
Book
left
true,
as well.
all of chat, timeless entities. As one myself.
I need to really make the point here that we can't comprehend how bad I still firmly
Nobody
believe we're gonna
living
default on the debt.
today really understands, and even then, like, the Great Depression was, sure, global, but we were not as interconnected and reliant as we are today. The economy
This
today
is slavery, mind you.
is interdependent all around. When it falls, it's going to be something that humanity has never experienced. And that's something that a lot of people don't take into account, is we are dealing with something unprecedented.
The United States is a global empire. Every single part, every colony, like Australia,
I'm
for
happy
example.
to have met you too, Blue Ocean.
The UK, these countries are also going to have their economies crash. All of Europe is. We are actively working with people who want to, like, we're doing colonialism again, of course. Like, beyond just that, though. We are
Wait, one
actively
moment.
destroying this planet.
I just wanted to speak on my qualifications for any of this conversation. I am a former, so pre-being a good person, right out of law school, I worked for McKinsey Strategy Implementation Division.
Good point bringing that up, actually. Thank you for that, because I have points to make on this as well.
I switched sides, but I do have a depth of knowledge.
Hold on, let me pull up a thing on McKinsey, because a lot of chat doesn't know what McKinsey is.
Oh, fair.
And they should, because it is, no, most people don't know what it is. It is actually one of the most evil companies that it's ever existed. McKinsey
Mercenaries.
Mercenaries, yes. These are, these people have had a hand in pretty much every horrible thing that's happened in modern history. I mean, like, going
Almost
through...
everything. Literally everything.
I mean, like 2008 and before, Enron, you're like, just controversies.
Name
just the
a
controversies.
horrific event. They probably had something to do with it.
Enron, 2008, Valiant, rolling the opioid epidemic. McKinsey advised opiate makers on how to turbocharge sales of OxyContin. Rikers Island jail complex.
No, I did not, Blue Ocean. They promised me that I would be resolving complex problems and changing the world. Quite literally, that is a quote.
South African apartheid. French President
The moment I was asked to do anything of that sort, I left, and not on the best terms.
Let me put it to you this way. You know how people don't believe in climate change? McKinsey's responsible for that.
Yeah.
That's why people don't believe in climate change. It's these people. It's these people who are responsible for Citizens United. It's these people who are responsible for like a whole slew of things, really. But I mean, like, you know what they're doing currently? You know who is currently contracting McKinsey services? It's the Chinese Communist Party. Do you know what they're consulting the Chinese Communist Party on? How to beat America in a war. This is an American company.
I wonder why.
I wonder why, yes. I wonder why Goldman Sachs came out and said the Chinese yuan is 20% undervalued this week, in fact. I wonder if maybe that relates to it.
Oh yeah, Latino. So you know how Peter Thiel wants to build the torture nexus? McKinsey are the ones who figure out exactly how to do it.
Well, either them or Boston Consultancy Group, because
Fair,
at least
but-
like the new national security strategy had...
The Big Five, Deloitte, the Big Five consulting firms, anyway.
Deloitte? No, name them. I want to know.
I'm drawing a blank, and I don't know why.
Fair
That's
enough.
why I
The ones that
cut
really
myself
matter
off.
are BCG and
Yeah, the big
and McKinsey.
three really are the most evil. Deloitte gets involved. They do the creative accounting for everybody. They are the ones who move the money.
Want to know how easy it is for them to fool you and lie to you? Do you want to know who is someone who still works with McKinsey that the left likes? It is
That's gonna bother
this
me.
fuck right here. This fuck works with McKinsey. And even I, at a point, kind of like them. This is the guy they want to, Buttigieg. That's they want to run a Kamala Harris Buttigieg ticket in 28. That's the internal
I'm sorry.
talk from the
Bain
Democrats.
Capital and Booz Allen Hamilton. Anyway.
Booz Allen Hamilton. Yep, I forgot about them.
There's also Accenture, but they're not really considered in the top. But they are
worked in some
all
bad places.
turbo evil consultants.
So here's the other part of this that I really want to get to. As Boku said, this dude worked at some really bad places. Now, why is there a difference between Buncor, who also worked at McKinsey, and Pete Buttigieg? Well, Buncor left. Buncor actively works against them. Buncor gets death threats from them, and, well, you did, I'm sure, immediately after
No, I said
leaving.
regularly.
Oh, regularly. I heard not really.
Never
yeah,
stop.
okay, there
I've
you
been
go.
gone for over 15 years.
Speaking of, when
Still.
did you flip? How long have you been on
So I initially got involved with the Bernie run in 2012. I didn't leave McKinsey until 2013, though. So 2013 would be the end.
So you got radicalized to our side right around when, most of my generation got radicalized to our side. Pete's still proud of his CV. Yeah, probably.
Also,
Like,
to
that's
be
the
clear, I have been activated since 2001. However, I was an NCAP, like an idiot, and thought that that was the solution to the world's problems. Most ANCAPs, ideologically committed ones, are utopian thinkers. It is just the wrong solution.
Yeah, and then they end up as like the Nazis. That's the Teal types. That's the Yarvin types. But it's actually
free
quite funny.
peek
You're the one
into
person
their minds.
in the world, I think, that horseshoed themselves from ANCAP to ANCOM.
I really did, all the way.
And that's impressive in and of itself. But here's my issue. We have the same problem on the left with people who may have money. Like if you're someone with $20 million, there are leftists who say you should get thrown in the hole. I personally think if you have under 50, you're fine. If you have over 100, guaranteed. If you have over 50 and under 100, and you're willing to work with us, and you're willing to redistribute all of it by the end, then you're fine.
100
we
is
can
like
work
the
with
cutoff.
these people.
I swear, people change like immediately. It's like a magic number. I swear.
It's the flip in the switch, like right there. It produces mental illness, but we pretend that it's everybody. Do you understand what like $20 million is? It's a lot of money. Do you understand what it is in comparison to $1 billion? Do you know how many seconds, like how long of a span of time 1 million seconds is?
$20 million
It's 11 days.
is achievable for a lot of people under, okay conditions. It is possible to get there. $1 billion? No. Unless you are actively harming people, there's really no way to get there. You
There's
have
no
to exploit
possible
people to
way.
get there. And I mean actively exploit, not the de facto exploitation of capitalism, but you have to put people into the suffering nexus to get to $1 billion.
Knowingly, willingly, enjoyingly, yeah. And like beyond that even, the people who have under 100 mil, but are still wealthy, hate the fucking people in charge. In fact, those are some of the biggest donors to not the Democrats, us, the left. These are people who have a brain. Like, the thing is, we need to understand historically, the working class is not good leadership for a revolution because they have resentment. They have anger. In fact, that's why you see the working class point at people who have like $5 million and then call them a fascist when 1 million is 1 million seconds is 11 days and 1 billion seconds is 31 years.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that gap? 11 days and 31 years. Pre-test investors? Well, like, you'll know. The thing is, you don't need to test them. You will know if they're on your side by virtue of their actions. But don't preemptively push them out. Don't push them out. Like,
something problematic. We need the money. We do.
We do.
We live under capital. I'm sorry, that sucks.
and you can
We're
acquire
here.
that money in a good way too. I've listed ways we can do this.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
for example, you could fund the left through stealing the right's money legally. I call it stealing because I think it's
for
just
example,
stealing in
here's
the
a
stock
great
market
example
generally.
of something that I know a bit about. You could short defense contractors. There is, if you are capable and you know, let's say you do have the expertise, short defense contractors, short oil companies. Just take it.
I mean, just look at what congressmen are buying and selling stock in.
Insurance companies, etc. It is actually very doable, like with public data as well, as somebody who may know something.
Literally, the only reason that I don't do this is because I don't have the funds to start
The
it up.
initial
I hate the stock market. I think it should be illegal.
Capital, like the
Still?
initial capital investment, that is difficult, but achievable. Let's say you're a university grad, you're making 150 grand a year. This is something that you can. It is enough money to roll into more if you're willing to make the sacrifice for it.
I've also said before, like, even on the content space, why not create an LLC of your channel and the channel's,
And,
like, growth is tied to...
Ideologically, I want all capital defeated. There's no other way we're going to make that happen when we have trillion-dollar machines. We talk about propaganda on our side. We don't have propaganda. Period.
Well, the
We
human
have,
sacrifices
at
are the people who are sacrificing
At
humans.
most, places like this space are starting to build it, and I love that. But ignoring capital is suicidal because
I
they
want you to
have
think of it this way.
billions of dollars and endless messaging repeated. Even if people don't trust mainstream media, guess what? It's in the air. It's in the zeitgeist. You are subconsciously processing it.
Whether you, like, watch it or not, yeah. Like, your brain doesn't
Correct.
actively block it out, mind you.
Like, have
But
you ever
here's the
had
other
one
thing.
of those moments where you realize, like, man, I must have learned that through osmosis? People say shit like that.
True.
Yeah.
I just want to touch on something right here, though. Let's say, for example, we want to
Damn right,
redistribute
Blue
wealth,
Ocean.
right? Like, we want to redistribute the wealth. There's going to be two ways to do this. One's going to require violence. We don't want that. We may not get that choice, but we don't want that. The other is by having all capital feed into the actual goal of redistributing capital. So, like, those are the only two answers there is, really. And so, like, what you can do, for example, you could start
Latino,
this
that's a good
space
analysis, by the way.
LLC. And then let's say you have a chatter who wants to donate to you. Well, instead of donating to you, they could buy stock in this space LLC. That way, they are donating to you, but also they get to make money as long as the channel does well. Channel does well, that means the stock price does well. That means people who don't even watch the channel buy the stock because it makes them money, making all of us money. It is literally Robin Hooding by default.
You know, there's also EOCs, employee-owned companies. I don't know how this space is structured, but
like,
there are many ways to go about this to effectively acquire the resources necessary. I know this is a hell of a tangent, but this is all stuff that I regularly deal with.
Media usually reflects
I live an
middle-class
interesting life,
economics,
I'll say that much.
so take advantage of that. Latino Mifune. I think we're all living pretty interesting lives these days,
Yeah,
but
this is
goddamn
true.
right you are.
Well, I just like being on lists.
Well, you know, as someone who looked at NSPM 7 and said, wait a minute, this is like a checklist? I've ticked every box, is a bit of a different, you know, feeling. Yeah, it's not a great feeling. But I have a video that I kind of wanted to take a look at, which we don't...
Blue Ocean. It probably isn't now, but the whole point of this is it's about to be.
Oh, we are all living through the most interesting time in human history. We are living through America's final stand. Every single empire collapse in history has followed the same recipe, and we are right before the end. We are in stage 3. We are at the end of stage 3. Stage 4 starts and it happens all at once. It'll happen, like one day you will wake up and you'll be like, what the fuck? Mind you, we're definitely helping that along. What did Trump say yesterday or 2 days ago about the new Fed chair that he wants? That it would be a litmus test whether they would immediately cut interest rates? Yep. We're just doing Turkey. 500% inflation.
Well, we're in a kleptocracy currently. Like, there is no doubt about it.
Of course. And you know what's ironic is, so was Nazi Germany. It was a kleptocracy that was designed to siphon as much wealth from the people as possible up to the Fuhrer's friends. And in fact, funny enough, that's kind of what guaranteed that they would lose that war. But we're not making ourselves more powerful. We are turning America into a third world country actively. And by we, it's the right. We're not going to fight it, we'll acknowledge it, sure, but we're going to use it as background, a contrast to make happy things shine brighter? See, like, I disagree. Like, you need the dark in order to show the light, but you need to engage with the dark to feel the value of the light. You need both.
You need to understand both at the very least.
Flip the playbook. The strategies that they employed against us for a decade now will work perfectly against them. And here's an additional benefit. They had to lie through their teeth for all of it.
And to be clear,
we don't have
to do this in such a way that harms anyone on our side. I'm not talking about ending intersectionality. I'm not talking about... Those people are monsters. Fuck them. Speaking specifically on tactics.
Yes. The right wing, I don't consider to be worth... like, the ones that aren't going to come, to, like, I don't know, try and speak with it, engage with us, come to our side, which is happening. That has happened before. Those ones, fine. Those are perfectly fine. The rest of those people I consider already dead. Those are husks of a former human being that is now being puppeted. Like, I genuinely, fully, wholeheartedly believe this. Capitalism has inherent end, that's why it's squirming so hard. See, if you think that this is squirming, then you're wrong. Capitalism's inherent end is this.
Fascism.
Exactly. Capitalism is eating itself and cocooning itself as it grows into fascism.
But this time they have a surveillance state that the Nazis couldn't imagine.
We are going to be far worse than the Nazis. This is squirming? Well, it's squirming for some. It's not squirming for the people at the very top. The very, very, very top. In fact, that's why centimillionaires are on our side. Because they're losing money.
Majority of them, yeah.
Yes, like it's bad for them
if
too.
Not entirely on our side. They're at least, lived up thems. I'll take it.
Literally,
at the moment,
anyone
I'll
who's
take
not
it.
a Nazi is on my side. Yeah,
Right?
non-fascist or non-Nazi, my side. For now. For now.
Oh, just to be clear, Chad, I did not preface this. I'm based out of Brooklyn, New York, so if you live here and you're a lawyer, you just run into these people.
Based. And also represent New York. Conservatives is inherently antagonistic to forward-moving process of civilization. Yes, I agree. It has never been correct to be a conservative. In all of human history, it has never been correct. It has always been about harming other people. It has always been about racism, sexism, control. It has always been about hatred. Every time. Every time.
At the end of the day. What was it Brian Kilmeade said?
The one, what was that, let's lethally inject all the homeless people? Yeah.
Yep. That's
what they
premise.
fully, truly
That's
believe.
the catch.
See, we say every accusation is a confession, and that is true, but we have to add into that. Every confession is also a confession. Believe them when they confess something. When they confess, believe it. It's usually not on purpose. They're not particularly smart, though that is also by design. I believe that they want to do that with the population. I believe that they already are. I did my video on why I think we're doing illegal human experiments on ICE detainees for Neuralink. Democracy Now! Just put out a video today listing 2 of the same detention centers that I specifically called out in relation to missing inmates, detainees.
So bad. We are missing
Thousands of people.
We don't know.
I've still not seen any women in an ICE facility, mind you. I've been asking for over a year.
This is... You cannot be sitting inactive now. That's over. Just period.
It is do or die.
Yeah.
For all of us. Right now. They're calling for crusades. They're talking about Nordicism. Trump's trying to get Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Italy to leave the EU. Sorry.
The new ad with the Crusader cross on the helmet.
Oh, yes, I do. I actually pull that one up. That's a good one. Yeah, this is our military now, guys. This is our military now.
Das Volt, baby.
That sure ain't an American flag. That's what Pete Hegseth has tattooed on his chest.
Quite literally. Holy war.
Literally, we are living under Al-Qaeda, American ISIS, under the Taliban. Literally, I wouldn't even go so far as to say we're living under the Taliban, because the Taliban wants immigrants to come to Afghanistan right now. Did you know about the Unite Just Do It slogans, connection to firing squads? I did not. The conservative
I had some idea of that book.
Described incels than normal people like us. Well, yes. And here's the other thing. We're still falling for it. Remember just this week, Piers Morgan making fun of Nick Fuentes for being a virgin instead of for being a Nazi with the last name Fuentes?
The window is continuing to shift, and we are looking at Holocaust 2, not... we gotta vote them out in 2028. Get the fuck out of here.
There is no election
Excuse
to vote
the
them,
language,
first of all.
but...
No. Hold on. Sorry, I need to cut in here. I don't care if there's a free and fair election in 2028. I would literally rather a third Trump term than any Democrat, even AOC, getting back into office. You have no idea how bad that would be. How many people would just stop paying attention?
Yeah, we would end up right where we are now.
We would end up worse, because it would be quiet.
At least where we are
At least, yeah. at least. Maybe if it was AOC, we'd have a little bit of a longer timeline. It's not going to be AOC, though. It's not. It will be Pete Buttigieg. McKinsey Pete. I don't agree. I don't think so. That's okay. I think you'll see it as we continue on, though. Mind you, it's only getting worse in terms of the propaganda. We're seeing massive censorship. I mean, like, none of our stream numbers really get as much reach anymore. Nobody can see us. Meanwhile, like, the other side continually is getting like more and more bold, using left-leaning talking points in an attempt to frame themselves as the middle ground, because they intend to start a nationalist socialist party. A nationalist party, maybe just the America Party. You know, the Republicans are cucked and the Democrats are evil, so vote for Nick Fuentes or Steve Bannon to make America great again. That's where we're headed. I said this over a year ago, and we are here. We're seeing this happening. We're at the tipping point. Cannot wait for the help of Michelle Obama and Monica Lewinsky. Donica Lewinsky is all you get. Sorry. Half the country doesn't pay attention now, or they're so misinformed by design that we can't have a third Trump term.
Anybody who thinks he's going to leave this time need not look any further than January 6th, 2020. At that time, they had not manufactured enough consent for him to be dictator under unitary executive theory. They have now.
They absolutely
have now. 4 years to get ready.
The thing is, right? As much as we hate Donald Trump, I hate him the least out of the administration. He's literally the least evil person in the admin.
Oh yeah, I hope
he's still
forever.
evil.
Let's Palpatine him, actually.
I mean, yeah, genuinely. The thing is, I don't want him to die, and that might be a thing that they do to him, or he might just die of, I don't know, like his health problems, and that would be bad. That would be terrible for us, because they don't need approval anymore. They don't care about it. Haven't you noticed? They have, like, zero emphasis that they place on public opinion.
Plenary authority rings in my skull every time.
Plenary authority, yep, that's the one. That's the one. Less evil or just less effective? It's both. It's both, Latina Mafune. Because
Trump is generally a cynical
motivated.
narcissist. Exactly. He's not an ideologue.
Yeah, he doesn't believe anything strongly enough.
The true believers are the ones that will do the Holocaust.
Like Stephen Miller.
Correct.
See, Donald Trump wants but like two things. Applause and a golden statue. Donald Trump could have been a leftist if it gave him what he wanted. He wouldn't.
Yeah, we should have given him statues, not gonna lie.
I mean, maybe.
He was a New Yorker who had, you know, he was
That's the thing, yeah.
If we got there early enough, you never know.
He's a New York billionaire. He's a liberal.
Yeah.
He is not the type that would want to watch even a Somalian right now who he's going off on. He would not want to sit there and watch a Somalian get tortured. Stephen Miller would masturbate to it. That's the difference.
He probably
between...
does. Just allegedly, like as a rumor. Hear me out.
You say allegedly, but I mean, look at Israel, where like I've shown clips of people like, oh, I don't like going to the nightclub that doesn't show what the children in Gaza look like.
I have to say allegedly, okay?
Okay, yeah, you do. You do.
I mean, you
problem
should.
With Miller is that
but I have to.
He's a Jew. They will turn on him.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't think they even, know that, but, I don't think that it matters as long as he himself is anti-Jew. There were, Nazis in Germany back in the day.
That's the thing. The Nazis are not about the Jews. They're about power consolidation.
Historically, there were
Jews are they were the scapegoat of the time. Jews specifically, yes, we do have generational Nazis that it is specifically the Jews that they hate. However, they are not a necessary component to be a Nazi or to be fascist. To carry out this project does not require the Jews.
Let me ask a question, for example. Laura Loomer is a Jewish Nazi, right? And she's now facing criticism for being Jewish because she's also pro-Israel. Consider if Laura Loomer was Jewish and anti-Israel, how much more, less, the same amount of hate do you think she would be getting? I think it would be considerably lower. I think that they would even frame her as the good Jew. As
They often do.
They do. In fact, I can show you.
Oh,
Here
by
is-
the way, chat, just health check. Make sure you take your meds today. Drink water. I know I am a bit of a downer. That's kind of my job. But you are loved and you are valid.
And you should not have to apologize for being human. By the way, this is two Nazis speaking, just for the context, and Laura Loomer is also Jewish. Just take a look into this interaction.
Your hair and your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair. God damn it. Fix it.
I disagree.
Fix my hair.
I disagree completely.
Did you fix it?
I did. But like that picture you posted on Instagram recently when you got like reinstated on Facebook was so hot. Like seriously.
I appreciate it.
It's so good.
It's a good picture.
Your skin and the Nazis hate me.
It's fun.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
But it's
all
okay,
right.
I don't care. I love it.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I know. They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yeah.
No, she's not trolling. She's drunk as fuck. But like, this is, how long ago was this? That's what I was going to say. This is pre-October 7th. Now, she gets more hatred because she's pro-Israel. If she was anti-Israel, I don't think she would. Is this a prank? No, this is what two Nazis look like in the wild.
This is caught on camera, unknowingly. This is just a candid moment.
Mm-hmm. That was her trying to pick up a date at a bar. Like she was trying to get home and get laid. Which I can't imagine ever.
It is not a prank, Boku.
Yeah, that's actually the case. That is real. Unfortunately, we are in the dumbest timeline. I'm not sure about this one, I'm really not, but that's my right. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I firmly believe you guys are going to see this, like, I mean, like, you can look it up. You guys can, like, if you don't believe this is real, by the way, I don't think you were saying that this isn't real. I think you were saying that, like, you didn't agree with me. But, like, Boku, if you really don't believe this, Google it. It is legit. Google it.
Yep, it was a big
Just
news
like
story
how-
at the time.
Benny Johnson is gay, and apparently Charlie Kirk was too. You can Google that too. Milo Yiannopoulos
believe
is
it.
saying it. I mean, Peter Thiel is gay. Mind
Yeah.
you, like, no, I'm talking about the hatred for others that white Christian nationalist fascists have. Well, yes, they do have that hatred.
Wait, can the Antichrist be gay?
Yes.
Alright.
The distinction I'm making, Miss Blue Ocean, between the Christian nationalists and the Nazis is there is a distinction there. They are similar in most ways. The actual, honest to God, Nazis would care quite a bit more, but most of the country is Christian nationalists, and they would only care if she flipped on Israel. I don't think the gay to them is as horrible as being Jewish, black, or brown. Oh, no,
I'm
absolutely.
trans. They would hang me from the... I mean, I disagree fundamentally, but
I mean,
continue.
it doesn't matter one
The
way or
Overton
the other.
shift... So the window has been shifted on gay rights through a lot of effort. But you would have to... No way. They're just quiet about it now. That's it. That's the only thing that changed.
And that's assuming that, like, it stays the way that it is, because we live in a society that is easily programmable. Your brain is a meat computer. Your brain is meat, electricity running through it. It can be easily programmed and hacked, like, all the time. Literally every time you open the glowing rectangles of doom,
Like,
you are
Blue
being
Ocean,
manipulated.
They have hate conferences
True. I've watched some of them.
They absolutely do. They've just been quiet.
You can learn a lot from watching their hate conferences, unfortunately. At the very least, like what they're doing, what they did. For example, like I say this oftentimes, it used to be harder outside of the United States to be a Nazi. And it's like in the UK, for example, they can say quite a bit more now than they could 10 years ago. Do you know how this occurred? They did exactly what I think the left needs to do. They created an international political insurgency movement.
I mean, he's got a weird thing on his forehead.
A decentralized one.
He's got all the telltale symptoms of just being the Antichrist, such as being an Antichrist enthusiast giving 5-hour talks on the Antichrist.
That is true. That is true. But, like, beyond just the Antichrist and his fucking, like, aims, we also have to think about the fact that, like, the entire global right-wing narrative, all of the ideology, like everything that every right-winger in America, England, France, Germany, Australia believes, comes from Russia. We are in a global conflict right now, and we're losing on every level. Beyond just that global conflict level, we are also in conflict with reality, because people can't engage with it until they're able to feel discomfort without running away. And that has been trained out of us through our engagement on social media. It is easy to turn it off. It is easy to look away. In fact, it's also easy to overload yourself by not looking away. It's only extremes. There's no middle ground. There's no gray, black or white. That's programming into you right now. For example, we can consider the black and white aspect that someone could put forward in relation to, it's a good topic to go with. Black and white, let's just say that Nazis are bad, Antifa only exists because fascism exists.
Well, I mean, the Germans on national television recently did a bit, you know, about black and white. That's a perfect one.
You know what? That's a good one. Yeah, thank you for that. Let me pull that up. I showed this on my stream this week. This was literally airing on television in Germany, by the way. Like,
because the AFD is nearly certainly going to.
Unfortunately, there is a reason why Germany just got downgraded to the level of Hungary for civic freedoms. Is this the video? No, this is the screenshot.
Very quickly.
Where's the video? Yes, very quickly. Very quickly.
It was dramatic.
This is what they did on national television.
Sie würden durchkommen wahrscheinlich, okay. Ja. Ja, ich denke. Der Mann hier neben Ihnen, Sie haben sich so ein bisschen weggestellt, aber brutal. Ne? Ich denke, ich würde nicht verstehen.
He asked him, how do you feel about this, by the way? How many times are we going to do this? Again, we are doing this to Germany. Germany does not want this. Most Germans don't want this, in fact. Most of Europe doesn't want this. Who's forcing it? We are.
Wie fühlt sich das an? Sie sagen?
We literally are threatening them. We are calling them enemies. We are threatening to interfere in their elections. Why? Is it to stop this? No.
Durchkommen wahrscheinlich, okay.
It's not to stop this.
Ja, ich denke.
Der Mann hier neben Ihnen, Sie haben sich so ein bisschen weggestellt, aber brutal.
The UK? Done. It's too late. Like, I can't. It would take literal miracle after miracle for reform to lose in Germany, not in Germany, in the UK. Reform is the literal Russia party. I'm like, there is pled guilty for Russian influence party.
Direct influence. They are an like 100%.
Nigel Farage has worked with Russia for years. You know who's in Russia today? An American congresswoman. Guess which one? Guess which one? As I pull her up. Fuck are you?
Oh no, Boku, don't worry. I'm just like that.
What does that mean?
Righteous fury.
Oh, look, it's Anna Paulina Luna hanging out at the Russian embassy.
No, Boku, just so you know, right now, I would give you a hug.
Thank you, Miss Blue Ocean. How about the fact that Tucker said this today? Obviously, you shouldn't be shocked at Tucker saying this. This is the Russian op agent shill. I guess he didn't get enough of Putin making fun of him for 2 hours, but...
A couple of different countries you might throw out there if you were looking
We're all
purely through the
compromised.
lens of what's good for the United States, an America first perspective. The most obvious, of course, would be Russia. Russia! Why? Because it's the biggest country in the world. It's the biggest landmass in the world, and it has enormous mineral deposits, energy deposits. It's got a lot of oil and gas and gold and everything else you need to run a society. And it also has a formidable military, by far the biggest on that continent, on the European continent, and huge manufacturing capacity. So, like, if you needed an ally to help you in a conflict...
What do you think is the goal? It's this. We're openly saying it. We're making trade deals with Russia. We have become the Axis powers. We're literally deploying Shahed 136s now into the Middle East. We joined the Shahed Club. Guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm actually going to let Buncor wrap it up. But I don't want you to feel doom after today. I want you to accept the reality that we live in. And then I want you to act as if you are building the reality that you want now.
That's the only way.
We should have deported Republicans to Russia before the election. True. All right, Buncor, all yours.
At the end of the day, it looks hopeless. It absolutely does. I have been with the DSA of all places since pre-AOC, pre-everybody. I'm a person who's very used to taking L's. It's a lifestyle choice. What we need from the community is solidarity and action. If you are not already part of an org, reach out. There is something somewhere for all of you. If not the DSA, the PSL, and universally, I suggest, given the circumstances we are facing, join the SRA. It is a strictly non-political organization to help develop your self-defense skills just overall.
I've spoken about them before. They're a safe space.
Do so yesterday.
Yeah, there's people that are conservative that even join this that are allowed. You know, the ones that actually engage well. You can
The
learn
best
hand
time
to hand.
was yesterday, and
Second best time?
the only time is today.
Stay safe, everybody, and
have a good night. Love you.
Don't get sad. Get fucking mad, and then
That's
use
right.
that as fuel. Flip the script on them. Play the game in reverse. Flip the table against them. It's a rigged game, so take the rigged position.
Play
Have a good night,
by the
everybody.
rules of war, not by the rules of dignity.
And by the way, we're not the ones who first said it was war. They did. Over
Correct.
and over and over again. They declared it. Have a good night.
Signing
everybody.
off.
Bye-bye.